Hello and welcome to everybody tuning in on that YouTube live stream. It is so good to have every single one of you guys in here with us for the day. Let me know how my mic sounds down below. We are running off of a little bit different of a microphone solution than usual, so I don't know if it'll sound good or not. But anyways, it is super duper good to have every single one of y'all in here with us for the day. If you are just tuning in already, make sure to drop a like on that live stream. We're going to go ahead and hop into some debates with some Trump supporters as per usual. We already have the phone pulled up over here where we're polling in people to talk to through our TikTok live stream. But once again, for everybody tuning in over on YouTube, let me know how my mic sounds. Please do let me know how my mic sounds because we're operating off of a little bit of an alternative solution. But let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. We got Geth, Jeth, loading up. Welcome in, Geth. Do you support Trump?
Hello. I just wanted to speak to you and say that I used to.
Banned. You sound British. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. It sounded like he was about to say that he used to support Trump, but he doesn't anymore. So that's great. That's awesome. Welcome in, Trey. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you?
24.
24. Quickly, for everybody over on YouTube, can you guys hear me all right? Can you guys hear the guest all right? You know, we've gone through a lot of technical issues and whatnot. I just want to make sure that everything sounded good over on YouTube specifically. Okay. All right, man. Go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Huh?
Why do you support Trump?
What?
Why do you
Stop
support Trump?
sign. What stop sign, man?
Trey, why do you support Trump? Okay, Trey's not here. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. I don't know what he was doing. Let's go and move on to. Hey, it's Mar. Make sure if you're in that queue that you support Trump, that you are MAGA, and you are ready and willing to come up here and have a conversation with us. Welcome in, Mar. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Actually, okay, I don't know if this is allowed, but I actually have some questions.
Okay, so if you don't support Trump, I'm going to kick and ban you. I want to make that very clear. I know that we don't have the ability to put the rules in the middle of the phone screen as we would typically do. However, you know, the rules still hold true today. As always, if you don't support Trump, you'll be very quickly removed. Welcome in, Maddie. Do you support Trump? Maddie, you have about 5 seconds to respond. Okay, Maddie's not here either. We're going to go and remove her. Moving on to Rita Wilson. Everyone, just give us a minute. Everyone, do just be patient. I don't know why so many people are breaking the rules.
He kicked me. Oh, I love you so much.
And you are now banned. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to our next guest. Everybody, do just be patient and allow us to get that next guest loaded into the stream. If you're in that queue, make sure that you're following the rules. Make sure that you support Trump and that you're here to debate. Hello, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Hey, 1 sec. I'm by a fan. Let me move out of the way so I can talk
Jack.
to you.
How old are you?
Okay. I'm 23 years old. October 22nd, 2001.
Great. Jack, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
There's many things. I kind of wrote it down. I was on here the other day, but I didn't have a lot of time. I thought he did a good job with the catch and release program. I can start off with that. I thought he did a great job because he stopped that program.
Okay, so you want to reduce undocumented entry into America?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So do you support his mass deportation?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
I mean, because, dude, you can't just come in. Okay, like, look, you don't know me. You wouldn't just let me come into your house.
Yeah, I don't think that my house is going to be equivalent to the country. Like, for instance, I don't know about 99.9% of American citizens, but would we both agree that we should let American citizens come into the country? Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean,
Does
you
this
gotta
mean
have
that you let
proper
any random
documentation.
American citizen come into your house?
Nah, that's a good point. You got me there. But like I'm saying though, so you really okay, nah, you're right.
Okay, well, he just left. Here's what we're going to do for everybody over on TikTok. We're actually going to switch our TikTok account. So for whatever reason, like I have this alternative solution for the mic, for hearing the guests, for porting in all the audio over to YouTube. And I could barely hear myself. I could barely hear the guests. It's really low volume today. I should probably get, you know, some new tech to make it a little bit smoother. But we're going to change our TikTok account so we could still go live from my computer, just because that's what I'm used to. That's what I like. That's what I'm a fan of. So for everybody over on TikTok, for those on YouTube, this won't apply to you. If somebody could drop a @DNCDean down below in that comment section, that would be great, because that's where we are heading for the day. And hopefully tomorrow all of the issues with this main account on TikTok will be resolved and we'll be able to go live as per usual off of this main account. Once again, the reason why we have to do this is because today I literally woke up to my TikTok account losing access for whatever reason to go live off of my computer. It's called TikTok Live Studio. We lost that access. I couldn't tell you why. TikTok didn't tell me why. I have like no violations on the account. I've been following the community guidelines and they just still took it away from me. If you want my professional opinion, I think it's because they don't like the kind of content that I put out, and I've found a way to follow the community guidelines in putting it out. So they just manually had one of their workers take it away. I couldn't tell you. But anyways, for everybody on TikTok, head over to @DNCDean. That's where we will be, everybody. That's where we will be. I will see you all on there in like literally 30 seconds, y'all. So head over there right now, and I will see you all very, very shortly. @DNCDean is the place to be on TikTok. Once again, if you don't know what that is, take a look at that pin message. That is a handle. We're going to be live over on that @DNCDean account in literally 10 seconds, and we're going to be doing debates for another 4 hours. So it's worth pulling through. I will see you all over on @DNCDean super duper shortly. Take a good look for everybody that hasn't seen it yet @DNCDean. I will see you all there shortly. I'm going to go to end this live and head over there. Once again, one last time, that is @DNCDean. For everybody on YouTube, this actually isn't going to affect you at all, so you just get a okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good. For everybody on YouTube, sorry, I had to fix the mic. And I was like trying to put like the USB into the USB slot, but like it wasn't going in, and there's like nothing that I could do to get it to go in. Y'all know that feeling when it's like you try to put the USB in the USB slot and then you put it in like the wrong way. And then like you turn it around and then like it still won't go in. Well, that's exactly what was happening to me, but we got to figure it out. Everybody just give us a minute here. We're getting signed into the @DNCDean account on TikTok Live Studio so we could hit some more debates from that computer for the rest of the day. That's what we're going to be doing. So, just give us a minute and be patient. We're going to go to get that live started ASAP though. There we go. We are good. Go live. And we are already live on that @DNCDean account over on TikTok for the afternoon. We're about to have some great debates, everybody. Quite frankly, great debates. Here we go. All right, we're already live. Yeah, that audio should sound like about 10 times better, right? Because it sounds like 10 times better to me. I couldn't deal with how bad it sounded. Hello, and welcome in to everybody tuning in over on the @DNCD TikTok. Good to have you all in here with us for the day. I apologize that we have to, operate off of, this random backup account of ours for the day. Because, once again, we lost live access on that main account. It is what it is. Things like this just kind of happen sometimes. There's not much that we can really do about it. I'm going to go ahead and put this handle in the bio of that main account. Or you know what? In fact, here's what we can do. We can actually join as a guest. Everybody check this out. We are big-brained as hell today because I could just join as a guest off of my main account. So we could still shoot out to all of our friends that follow us over there on the account with like 4 million followers. Look at that. We are big brain as hell. So for everybody tuning in, we're going to go ahead and start those debates. I know there's a little bit of that constant window error noise. That noise is gone now. That's every time I open up the TikTok application on the computer, I just get spammed that notifications for like 5 minutes. They really need to fix that, but it's gone now. And we're going to go ahead and hop into the debate. So once again, for everybody tuning in, make sure that we are following the rules, folks. We are going to go ahead and throw those rules up on screen. It actually looks like we lost access to the rules because we switched accounts. Oh no. Okay, all right. Without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into those debates. Hop in that queue. If you support Trump, you're at least 18 years old, and you are MAGA. We're going to go ahead and load up that very first guest of the day, Mr. Cheeseburger. Okay, Cheeseburger is not loading in. Hi, Cheeseburger. Do you support Trump? Mr. Cheeseburger? Okay, Mr. Cheeseburger is not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Okay, you know what? Honestly, if you're MAGA and you want to come up here and debate me, just go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat. That right there is what I want you to do. Go ahead and do that for me. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you want to skip the line and come right up onto the stream to have a conversation with me about why the hell you are a Trump supporter. Great. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded in here right now. Put it down below in that chat with your age if you want to come up. Make sure that we're not trolling and that we're actually here for debates. Everybody, please. But here we go. We got them loading in right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, they were spamming MAGA down below in the chat, but then the moment... Oh, hello, hi. Do you support Trump? Okay, they left. All right, guys. Please follow the rules. Make sure if you are spamming MAGA down below in that comment section that you're at least 18 years old, you support Trump, etc. Well, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
18.
How old are you? You're 18, and what time is it?
It is 7 p.m.
7 p.m. Well, you also got to be American, guys. Only drop a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you're an American Trump supporter that is at least 18 years of age. As well as Anthony, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, man. Making the very first donation of the stream, Anthony. I really appreciate you for that love and support, man. For everybody watching the stream over on TikTok and YouTube, show some love to Anthony down below in that chat for the $25. I really appreciate you so much, man. As well as Bjorn with the $12 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Anthony and Bjorn. Everybody show some love to Anthony and Bjorn down below in that chat. Welcome in MSF. Do you support Trump? Okay, so it looks like we got a bunch of trolls today, everybody. The Trump supporters don't want to talk to me. So if you happen to be one of the 3.3 thousand people in here and you truly are a Trump supporter and you actually are interested in having a debate with me, let me know down below. I'd love to have you up. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I pressed join.
Okay, that is like literally a 7-year-old, if even. Yo, Felipe, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, and Caitlin with the $5 on Venmo as well. Felipe says, hey, Dean, what is your opinion on the DC situation right now? Well, I mean, I think that it just shows that if Donald Trump had the power to do whatever he want, he would. You know, like he has some authority in DC that he doesn't have over the rest of the nation. Like he can mobilize a National Guard, federalize, and kind of take control of the area. And because he like has that power, he's exerting it. You know, it obviously just shows that he wants a lot of power. So we're going to go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you're watching and if you support Trump. We're only looking for American adults that do. Let's go and get that next guest loaded into the live right now, everybody. Just do be patient while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, everybody. And also, if you want to skip that line and come up here because you're not a troll and you actually are interested in debating, just go and put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age. We'll get you pulled up here. We got our next guest, Brian, loading up into that box right now, everybody. Welcome in, Brian. Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how old are you?
18, October 21st, 2006.
Okay, all right, Brian. Have we spoken before?
I don't, on a different account.
Okay, then I only talk to people one time and one time only. Moving on to the next guest, we got XX Declan once again. And keep in mind, the rules are simple. Got to be an American adult that's at least 18 years plus that supports Trump. Hi, how old are you?
I love you, Dean.
Okay, please don't break my rules. Oriana, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal saying you're amazing. I love you. I love you too, Oriana. Thank you so much for the $15. You're awesome. Everybody watching, show some love to Oriana down below in that chat while we are still trying to get that very first guest in here. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, they left. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, I'm going to go ahead and ban your account. We're just going to tap there. Hit block, hit confirm. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest tie loaded in. Ryan, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. That's very much appreciated. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 26.
26, and what time is it?
It is 3:53.
Great! Why do you support Trump?
I don't support everything he does, obviously. I think the guy, frankly, is a dick bag, and I think he makes a fool of himself on TV all the time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't support him as the leader of the country. I feel like he's doing an all right job. I think he's doing as best as he can, even though I don't like him as a person.
Okay, I think he could have done better. You know, like he could have not cut 10 million people off of healthcare. He could have not cut 3 million people off of food stamps. He could have not done a wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich. He could have not passed the most expensive policy in American history. So when you tell me that, you know, he's doing the best that he can, Well, these are all things that if he didn't do them, he would be doing better, right? And he had the option to not do any of these things. You know, like he could have not passed Executive Order number 14160 that explicitly contradicted the Constitution. You know, like come on, you know, he could have done much better by simply
I
not
agree.
doing things
And
that
no,
are
I did not. I did not vote for him, chat. I did not vote.
Okay,
But,
so
yeah.
so you didn't support him during the election, but you support him now. Why is that?
Well, what I'm saying is I more support the ideology that he was behind back in 2016, 2017.
Okay, so then you would have voted for him in the election if you ultimately supported him because of those things. But you told us that you didn't vote for him.
No, not for this election. I said I support him in the traditional sense that, you know, the MAGA. That idea was good during the swamp, but obviously with the whole shabacle with the Epstein files, the way he handled that was terrible. I think he's on the list too. So,
Okay, so do you still support him today?
as a president, yes, but as a person, no.
Okay, why do you support him as president if you think he's literally on the Epstein files?
Because I think almost all politicians are on the Epstein files.
Okay, Kamala Harris definitely wasn't.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Do we have any reason, any indication whatsoever that she would have been?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then we can't just assume that she was.
No,
So if
well,
your
I'm not
reason for
assuming
still
that she
supporting
was.
Trump as president, even though he's on the Epstein files per your own admission, is because you think all politicians are on the Epstein files. Well, funny enough, the politician that he ran against was not.
Yeah, I actually don't disagree with that. That's why I didn't vote, because
Okay. So then why do you still support him?
as president, I feel like
Yeah,
that
why?
because I feel like he's doing some good, and I
Okay,
feel like
okay,
he's
like
actually.
what?
Well, he's making peace. I think that he's making some progress in that.
Okay,
I think that
where?
he's tried his best. Well, I think he's tried his best with the Russia situation in Ukraine.
He's literally made it worse. Then he had to concede to what the Democrats wanted to do in order to make it better. Like, you understand that he ran on, like, defunding Ukraine. So then when he got the office, he did defund Ukraine. That emboldened Russia because it made their victim weaker. So then Russia launched their largest attacks yet on Ukraine. And then he conceded to the Democrats. He conceded to what Kamala Harris wanted, and he resumed the funding. He resumed the funding. So you're saying that the only proactive steps that he's taken in the last 200 days are, in all reality, after trial and failure for 175 days and a final concession to what Kamala Harris and the Democrats wanted to do all along? So he's been able to make peace by doing what I've wanted him to do forever. Okay, well, this just tells you that ultimately speaking, you shouldn't support him, because the original way that he wanted to go about it, the way that he tried to go about it for 170 days, was a failure that did not create peace and only caused more commotion, more turmoil, more innocent people to die, more innocent people to get ethnically cleansed before he conceded and did what the people on the other side of the aisle wanted him to do.
Yeah, so I think you can make the argument that he was dumb, because I'm just trying to say I think that he was trying to stop it, and I think his intent was good. At
Okay,
least
so
in,
I just want to clarify. You support Trump as president because you think he intended to bring peace to Russia and Ukraine, even though he didn't actually bring peace to Russia and Ukraine until he did what the person he ran against wanted to do on day one.
I think I was just clear with what I said earlier about how I agree with the idea of the draining the swamp, the getting rid of corruption, and those sort of things. I don't necessarily.
So
agree.
what has he done to get rid of corruption in the last 200 days?
Nothing, which is why I'm very disappointed.
So then why would you support him as president?
I'm not in this cycle in the way that we're talking about.
Okay, so then you don't support Trump. So then why did you tell me that you did support Trump?
I mean, I support him as president, but not in every single ideology he holds and every single idea he has.
I'm asking you to give us one reason why you support him as president, and you can't. So why do you support him as president with no reason?
I think he was the better of the two options. That's all.
And why is that?
Well, I believe that the way that he can talk about economic policy and the way that he implements economic policy is a bit more robust than the plan that Kamala Harris had and the plan that Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden had. I feel like that his economic policy is superior. I kind of am economic in that way. I like to think economically.
Okay, so you're a fan of the Big Beautiful Bill?
Not every part of it. No.
Overall?
Overall, I haven't looked enough into it. I do know that I like the no taxes on tips
Wait,
idea.
overall, wasn't that his economic policy?
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that that's not how it works. It's not his. He didn't write it. His buddies wrote it, and then
Well,
it passes
that's how
through.
Congress. That's how Congress passes legislation. But he directed it. He influenced it. He got what he wanted. He put his name on it. That was Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. And you're the one that told me that you liked the economic policy that he
Yeah, I
ran
know.
on.
He's got to work
So
within.
so do you or do you not overall like that big beautiful bill?
Overall, I think it's all right. I don't think there's anything hugely wrong with it. I do
Okay,
believe
so
that.
overall you think it's good, right? Why?
I think the no taxes on tips is a good idea.
Okay.
I like that idea.
Okay, so guess what? That no tax on tips, A, only deducts up to $12,000 per year, B, expires in 2025, and C, comes alongside a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid that is kicking 10 million people off their services and increasing the premiums by 75% for everybody that doesn't lose service, and a $156 billion cut to food stamps that will kick 3 million people off in the next 10 years, as well as massive cuts to the DOE that are projected to cut free school student lunches for 18 million school children in this country, and D, massive rollbacks on clean energy credits that are projected to increase the price of energy for the average American household by $500 per year. And guess what? Kamala Harris also ran on no tax on tips, but she didn't include any of the negative things that I just described, that according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities is going to effectively reduce the after-tax income on average of every American making at or beneath $51,000 per year, even when we factor in the no tax on tips. So how can you tell me here that no tax on tips plus fuck you die is going to be better than no tax on tips without that fuck you die portion?
I actually didn't know all that, so thank you for telling me that. I actually did not know. That's good to hear. I think that knowing that Kamala Harris also ran on the taxes on no tips, I think that we can push that aside and more just. Do you know anything about like the middle class cuts and the tax code there and how that applies? Because I feel like that was more favorable, at least from the big beautiful bill's perspective.
Yeah, the big beautiful bill reduces the purchasing power and leaves you with less money at the end of the year if you are middle class. Once again, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, as well as the Congressional Budget Office, because of all the cuts I've already described and more, the big beautiful bill puts the average American more in the red than in the green.
So the cuts are destroying the purchasing power. Is that your
Yeah,
claim?
the cuts are destroying the purchasing power. By making
Interesting.
energy more expensive, by making parents spend more on food for their kids, by making parents spend more on food for themselves that are low income, by making premiums for Medicaid significantly more expensive, by cutting a lot of people off of Medicaid. Yeah.
I actually understand that perspective. I've heard that perspective before. I think that's a fair argument to make. I think I just have a different opinion. I'm definitely not as
So why do you have a different
well-versed
opinion?
on the topic. Yeah, well, I'm not as well versed on the topic like you are. You have a lot of information. I don't have all that. But yeah, I think we can just.
Well, then what I'd recommend that you do is definitely research those things. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Sorry, and once again, the source to research those things can be found on the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities, as well as Emmanuel. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody, please show some love to Emmanuel down below in that comment section for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you. Sorry, on PayPal. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now while we're showing some love to Emmanuel down below in that chat, as well as Madison. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying you give me hope for our country. Keep educating MAGA. Love you so much. Keep being amazing. Appreciate you for the love, Madison. And then Ryan with a 1 and Brendan with a 2. All right, chat. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. If you are watching and you are MAGA, go ahead and let me know down below in that comment section by dropping a MAGA with your age, and we will get you pulled up here, y'all. We are only talking to American adults that are at least 18 years old that support Trump. Howdy ho. Are you MAGA?
Yeah,
And how old are you?
18 or 19, sorry.
Okay. And what year were you born in?
2006,
Okay. And how old are you?
19,
19. And what month were you born in 06?
January.
Do you have a driver's license?
I do.
What does a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line in the middle of the road mean if you're driving on the side with the dotted
If you're
yellow
driving
line?
on the side with the dotted yellow line, that means you can pass. If you have the solid line, then you can't pass.
Okay. And do you work a job?
I do not.
Okay. So you're unemployed?
I am, just like
Okay.
you.
Whoa. I'm not unemployed. I wasn't even like trying to like throw a jab at you. I was gonna like wrap that into like Trump, but what do you mean I'm unemployed?
You just asked a question, I answered it.
Well, I no, you said okay, I am unemployed, just like you. Like I wasn't trying to be a hater. Like I was about to wrap that into like obviously that means that you're low income, and because you're low income, like you shouldn't be supporting Trump because of a lot of the things I just went over the last guest. But instead, you were like, okay, just like you. So why do you think I'm unemployed?
Because you're always on your phone. You're always just making videos of yourself.
Okay, so you're now just describing
I
an
remember
aspect
seeing
of my
that one where it
job.
was like, what did you say? You were like,
now you're just describing an aspect of my job.
Respect me, chat. Respect my anxiety pen.
Yeah, you should respect
Crashing
the
out?
anxiety pen.
what?
You should respect the anxiety pen.
I don't expect, like, what? It's not even an anxiety pen.
It's
yours.
an
It's fucking
anxiety
hard.
pen.
It's not. It's probably a vape.
God damn it. Shut the
That's why
hell
you cover
up.
it. If it was an anxiety pen, why didn't you show it?
It's really funny when we have like these media illiterate like Trump supporters because they all
Illiterate?
like think
What did I say that was illiterate? What did I not? What
yeah.
did I say that was not a word?
yeah, media illiterate. And what media illiteracy means is basically like a lack of understanding of comprehension as it relates to like media.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about a video where you're screaming about an anxiety pen. How did I misunderstand that?
Right, because you think that it's serious.
Why were you crashing out if it's not serious?
Because it's a joke.
Was it supposed to be funny?
Yeah, it is funny.
Oh, it is?
So why do you support Trump?
Just a much better version than Kamala. I mean, obviously
Kamala's
I
how
don't
you pronounce
support,
her
like,
name.
I don't know him. I can't really support him as a person, you know? But, better than Kamala, for sure, 100%.
Kamala is how you pronounce her name?
I really don't care, honestly.
Okay, are you just telling me that Republicans are so effing stupid that they can't even pronounce words?
No, we're not stupid. We just don't care. We're not going to... Just like you tell us to call men women, we're not going to call men women.
I have a question.
I'm not going to call...
Why are you pronouncing all words right outside of Kamala Harris's name?
That's just what everybody calls her, Kamala. I'm from Texas. That's what we call her, Kamala.
Kamala is actually how you pronounce her name right. There you go. Good job. Everybody does call her Kamala. You just slipped up. You just ate your own words. You just slipped up. You just said everybody calls her Kamala. That is how you pronounce her name. Good job. Everybody does
But that
call her
was
that.
how I
Thank
pronounced
you.
her name. You said something about how I pronounced it wrong. I said Kamala.
You said Kamala.
Kamala, however the fuck, Chameleon, whatever the fuck her name is.
Oh, so now you're intentionally mispronouncing it even after you just slipped and yeah, now they left. They slipped. They said everybody pronounces it Kamala. Everybody calls her Kamala. Her name is Kamala. After like arguing that it's pronounced Kamala, Chameleon, and all this other shit. Oh my god, I love to see them dunk on themselves. Like take note, get embarrassed, then leave. So she actually left everybody. We're gonna move up onto that next guest, Gracie, right now. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message over in that YT stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. How old are you, Gracie?
18.
All right. Can you move a little bit closer to your microphone? Maybe if you have any headphones, headsets in, etc., AirPods, take them out, disconnect your Bluetooth so we can hear you a little bit more clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Definitely. Okay. It's a little bit better. So, Gracie, take it away. Why the hell do you support this orange fascist, adjudicated rapist with shit, terrible policy and characters president? Let's hear it.
Why the hell do you support? Oh, my bad.
Whoa.
Kamala Hairless.
What's going on today? Okay, so the second Republican in a row that just like can't read? Like you read Harris is hairless? And you pronounce Kamala as Kamala? And then she just slurs? Dude, the people that we're talking to today, where are these people coming from? Do they just live in like caves? I think that's probably the answer. They just live in caves. They only go out in the sun like once every 2 months to mispronounce words, demonstrate their unintelligence, and slur. That's their life. And then for the other 11 months and 25 days of the year, they just like live in caves and eat slop. I don't know. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just, do be patient while we're working on getting the next guest loaded up into the box, everybody. We got Tara loaded in. Here we go, everybody. In the meantime, for everybody over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, we talked yesterday. I think you might remember.
We did. Well, we only try to talk to individuals one time on this live, but I really do hope that that conversation yesterday did something for you and that you'll change your mind. Yo, Rashana, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo saying love your streams, dude. Thank you, Rashana. That's very kind of you. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. Once again, guys, we're only looking to talk to Trumpies. We're only looking to talk to Trumpies. If you're trying to join the live, make sure that means that you're at least 18 American and MAGA. Welcome in the debater. Do you support Trump? Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, everybody. Just looking to talk to Trumpies. That one kind of scared me. Samantha, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying I got some sad family news today, and your stream is the only thing keeping me keeping me okay. Samantha, well, whatever the news was, you know, I'm sorry that you had to get sad family news. I mean, I've gotten sad family news before, and it's hit hard. So I hope that everything's okay, and I hope it's not as bad as whatever I'm envisioning in my head. And I appreciate you for being here. I hope that this stream does help today, Samantha. Show some love to Samantha while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here. If you want to skip the line and come right up onto the live, go ahead and let me know down below in that comment section by dropping a MAGA with your age. Keeping in mind that we're only looking to talk to American adults that are MAGA and support Trump. Welcome in, Evan. Are you MAGA?
Fuck no.
Okay, so then don't hop in the queue. In fact, I banned you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody follow the rules. Follow the rules. Hi, do you support Trump?
What's up, dude?
What's up, Reed? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What?
I'm 18.
18. Okay, Reed, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump?
He's a good president. Do you vape?
Nope, I do not. So why is he a good president?
What about the worldwide pandemic about the anxiety pen?
I don't even know if that was like a complete sentence. I just heard gibberish, something about a pandemic and something about an anxiety pen. I'm just going to choose to ignore it and re-ask you the question. Why do you think that Donald Trump is a good president?
Policy.
Okay, well, which ones?
All of them.
Okay, so you were a fan of the Fuck You Die bill that kicked 10 million people off of health insurance, 3 million people off of food stamps, and 18 million school students off of...
Fuck You Die bill?
Yeah,
What?
yeah, and 18 million school students off of free school student lunches. Okay, you just left. You just left? Okay. Chat, dude, the debates today are running quick. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just like running through every single one of these Trump supporters. Every single one is just getting like absolutely obliterated in like less than a minute. Dude, we're on a roll today, folks. We're on a roll today. So let's keep that roll going by moving on to the next guest. Just give us a minute. Honestly, let's see if we could continue to get the Trump supporters to literally leave and run away from me in like less than 30 seconds from the moment they join the stream. We're at 3 in a row. We're at 3 in a row. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
How old are you, Dustin?
22.
Very nice, Dustin. Go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Well, I support Trump as president because I do like the aspects of the big beautiful bill. I think with the tax cuts that he's doing, that's helping out the average Americans. Like, for example, the ones that he made permanent from 2017, that keeps people from in a lower bracket from entering a higher bracket. I really appreciate those. That's actually helped me out personally in my life.
It's keeping poor people poor?
Well, it's helping out poor people.
You just said that it's making sure that if you're in a lower bracket, it'll keep you from going into a higher bracket.
Yeah, of taxes. Because when you're in a higher bracket of taxes,
you make more money.
You pay more in taxes, yeah.
But you also make more money.
Yeah, but like you can be in a lower bracket and make more money and still pay less in taxes. So, like, for example, right?
I don't think that he really, Dustin, I don't think that you understood what you meant to say, which is like fine. I think that you meant to say that like he's just reducing like taxes on the average American. Was that basically the conclusion of your claim?
Yeah, I probably worded it wrong. My bad.
That's fine. That's fine. I picked up on what you were trying to lay down. So you're actually right. Everybody gets a tax cut under the big, beautiful bill. Is that tax cut larger and disproportionately large the more money you make? Yeah. Does this mean that he's not focusing on the average American? Yeah. But guess what? When we consider all the cuts in the bill, even though the average and low-income Americans are getting a tax cut, they're still paying more than they're gaining from the tax cut, meaning that they're, at the end of the day, in the red more because of the cuts in the bill than in the green because of the cuts to the taxes. And this is according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities that tells us at the end of the day, all things considered, it will make the average American and everybody below them worse off than if it were never passed.
We'll see. And I understand where you're coming from because that's a very good argument. And my rebuttal to that would be, The speculation aspect of it is when Trump is making these tax cuts, he's also trying to increase like the job market. So the more people who work jobs, that adds the extra taxes. So that's not going to be a huge detriment on the average day American who are just working right now. More people will be coming into the workforce and they'll be paying more in taxes as well.
Oh, no, he's also downsizing the workforce. So not only did the tax cuts from 2017 not cause any new macro-level business reinvestment per a financial study from Brookings, so we'd expect the same thing via the extensions now, but because of his mass deportation and his forceful layoff of 8.3 million of our workers and forceful excommunication of 12 million of our consumers, which is projected to reduce our GDP by around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, he's actually making the labor force significantly smaller by making our companies produce less and making our consumers buy less.
Okay, see now that aspect of it when it comes to immigration, you got me there. I can't defend that because I think that is
But it plays
reprehensible.
into the economics.
Okay, all right, bro, you got me. I was trying to defend Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. He's just a hard man to defend. So
He is Dustin. He is Dustin. We're gonna move on to the next guest. All right, we're at 4 in a row. We're at 4 in a row, chat. We're at 4 in a row. We're at 4 Trump supporters in like literally the last 8.5 minutes that have come up here, made an argument, and either got embarrassed and left, or like got embarrassed, said that they weren't MAGA and that they got God and that they can't defend him. So we're at 4 in a row, everybody. Let's see if we could get our 5th in a row. We're on a roll today. I mean, this is like great. Let's go for 5. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yup.
You do? How old are you?
18.
And what year were you born in?
December 5th, 2006.
Very nice. And what time is it?
It's 2.
It's 2. And what state are you in?
Colorado.
Oh, shit. Where in?
Boulder.
You're in Boulder?
Yeah.
Really?
But I wasn't born there. I moved there.
I lived in Boulder for a couple of years. I'm surprised that you're a Trump supporter up there. Do you feel very socially ostracized in Boulder being a Trump supporter?
Nah, I'm closeted, bro.
You're a closeted Trump supporter? Well, it's because everybody in Boulder is like very fucking based. Now, anyways, go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I just like that he's making the country safer.
Okay, how's he making the country safer?
By deporting criminals.
By deporting criminals. So he himself is a criminal and you let him in the White House. But if you enter into this country and commit a misdemeanor, you should be sent back to your country. That's pretty hypocritical. Not to mention, do you know what percentage of violent crimes undocumented immigrants account for?
Tell me.
Wow, literally 1%. And like both you and me are natural U.S.-born citizens. And undocumented immigrants are actually 3 times less likely to commit crimes than both you and me for that reason. 3.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens. Isn't that crazy? You know,
Really?
Yeah, you know who commits 90% of crimes?
Americans?
No, men. Men like DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a cop on J6, attempting to kill Officer Fanone. That man was pardoned by Trump,
Wait,
let to roam free in the streets of this country and labeled a patriot.
but it's 5 in a row now, bud. It's 5 in a row.
Do you also give up?
Yeah.
You don't feel
Does
like
he-
you even want to like try to respond to any of that?
I mean, he shouldn't have pardoned him, but I mean, no, it is what it is, you know. Like, you can't change the past, so I'm trolling.
Oh, he's trolling. Can y'all stop trolling? Please. Don't do that. I don't want y'all to do that. I really don't want y'all to do that. I want to talk to actual Trump supporters. Please. Only request up if you're actually a Trump supporter. I beg you. I beg you. Let the actual Trump supporters try to make the arguments. What's going on, Eli? Do you support Trump?
I love Trump.
You love him.
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
2007.
2007. Do you typically love like men that are held liable for rape, or just in this one circumstance?
So I just like what he does. I didn't say I like him as a person.
Okay, you like what he does. So what has he done that you're a big fan of? Let's hear it.
So I'm a big fan of the deportations of the illegals.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a good thing.
Why is that a good
Why?
thing? What good does that
Because I
generate
think
for
there
this
should be.
country?
Well, good. I think there should be zero illegal people in here.
Okay. And what good does it generate for the country to
Why?
just deport them
Why?
all?
Why? What good?
Yeah, how does it help the
Because
country?
like you said, they commit 1% of crimes. There should be 0% of crimes by illegals.
Did you know that if we did a mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants tomorrow, we would literally have more crime in this country?
Would we really?
Yeah, because poverty would
By
go
who?
up by U.S. citizens. There'd be a higher total nominal amount of crimes committed because poverty would go up and crime, particularly violent crime,
Why would poverty go up?
because our economy would become weaker, as our manufacturers would be destabilized and less productive because we'd be forcefully firing 8.3 million of their workers.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have hired them in the first place.
Oh, so you're just basically saying at the end of the day you're okay with overall crime going up? So then the issue's not about crime.
Well, no, not 100% crime. That's not the.
Ah.
That's one of the reasons.
Well, it's not. It's not at all because you're at the end of the day still telling me that you're okay with a mass deportation and you'll still support it even if it causes
So just
crime to
answer.
increase. So I don't know. Isn't that a little bit funny? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical for you to suggest that we need to do a mass deportation because of the crimes that undocumented immigrants commit, even if it
I don't
causes
think
a
crime
total
would
amount of
increase.
higher crimes?
What makes you think that crime would increase?
I already gave you the argument. Do you want me to repeat it? I don't mind.
Yeah, please repeat it.
Yeah. So a lot of
So you
crime
think poverty's going to go up?
is a material result of poverty. If we do a mass deportation, poverty would go up because our economy would be destabilized and less productive and would grow at a lower rate because we'd be firing 8.3 million of our laborers and firing like 8 million of our taxpayers. Our government would lose $100 billion per year in revenue and our GDP would lose 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year.
What makes you assume that illegals pay taxes?
Well, it's not an assumption. It's data given to us by the IRS. Undocumented immigrants, let's call them undocumented, not illegal. Let's be humanizing, not
They're illegal though.
dehumanizing. So you're just saying
What does that mean? I don't care.
So you're just saying it's because you have
Are they not illegal?
It's you
Are they illegal?
You define the term illegal as an individual that is in America without a legal standing, so therefore you think you're okay in using the term. Well, it's dehumanizing to call people illegal.
Are they illegal though?
When you ask me the question, are they illegal? What does that question mean?
Someone who comes over the border, jumps the fence, or where there's no border, just comes right across and sneaks right into the United States. Are they illegal? Are they here illegally?
Are they here illegally? Yes, they are. They committed a misdemeanor when
So
they
they're
came in.
So they are illegal.
So
They are
so you're
illegal.
telling me that the way that you define the term illegal is being here legally, right?
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Well, did you know that white supremacists define the N-word as a black person? So this is like a white supremacist telling me that, oh, they actually are the N-word because I define that word as a black person. Okay. Well, listen, I understand that's how you define the term illegal, and per the definition of your term and per the definition of your term, right, it would fit. I'm just simply saying that it is dehumanizing and wrong to use the term illegal to address undocumented immigrants. I think that it leads to an increase in hate crime against individuals of Latino descent. I think that it leads to dehumanization of everybody, including undocumented immigrants that are immigrants as a whole. This leads to people being told to go back to their country because of the color of their skin or the language that they speak. This has led to a fiance literally Googling, do illegals have the right to life? And then he murdered his fiance. This leads to an belligerent disdain of human rights. It upholds a system of such too. I mean, that we have undocumented immigrants being illegally deported to CCOT where they're being beaten and tortured and starved for 3 weeks. We have undocumented immigrants that are being illegally deported, violating their constitutional rights because the Trump administration is denying them due process. We have undocumented immigrants being herded up in places like Alligator Alcatraz where they're fed one meal a day, some of those meals having maggots in them. Our government and a lot of our people have systemically just dehumanized them and taken that away from them. You know, instead of looking at undocumented immigrants as hard workers that want to do something for them and their family, as business owners, as entrepreneurs, now we're looking at them like violent criminals. Donald Trump is calling them gang member P3DOs. We're taking their dignity away from them. I think it's time to give them a little bit of that dignity back by not using a belligerently dehumanizing language to refer to them. And that's why I say that we should refer to undocumented immigrants as undocumented, not just as quote unquote illegals. And by the way, if this all just hinges on them committing that misdemeanor of undocumented entry, well, you refer to a 34 count felon, you refer to a man that was held civilly liable for grape as the best president in modern American history. So I think that we can use terms that don't dehumanize or disrespect to refer to people that have committed crimes. At least you think that because of your implication statements and reference of Trump.
I think the felony part was just because he has more than 2 misdemeanors or whatever it is. Most of which, the 34, they all just became felonies because a bunch of them, it wasn't a felony, they were all misdemeanors. That's for starters.
You said that they
Number two,
became
they were-
felonies because they weren't felonies, they were misdemeanors. That's not an argument. In fact, that's like barely a sentence. I'm not sure if there's an independent and dependent clause there.
They were all misdemeanors, and they're considered felonies because there's a few of them.
Okay, so then they're not misdemeanors.
Yes, they are.
So then they wouldn't be
Which
considered
felony did he
felonies.
commit? So which felony did he commit?
Yeah, the Class E felony in the state of New York, which is committing fraud of business documentation with an intent to commit a second-step crime.
Which the person who prosecuted him is being investigated on also.
Okay, what is the name of the person that prosecuted him?
Letitia James.
No, it's Alvin Bragg.
Well, Alvin Bragg was the AG, but Letitia James is the person who's in charge of.
No, Alvin Bragg was the prosecutor.
Correct, but who does he work under?
I don't know.
Letitia
who he
James.
works under.
Letitia James. I'm in New York. I know.
And what are they being prosecuted for?
What is she being prosecuted for?
Yeah.
The same exact thing.
Okay, so you're saying
Receiving-
that Letitia James also committed this felony? Okay, what?
I'm just stating a fact.
Okay, what is the relevance
not
of
being-
this fact?
It's also not a felony what she's doing. It's a misdemeanor.
Okay, so I literally told you like the class of felony that it was, and I defined it for you, and yet you're still denying it. Why is that?
All right. So I don't believe it's a felony, but
Okay, why?
I don't have stuff in front of me.
Okay,
so
why don't you believe it's a felony?
I can't. Because I don't think it is.
Oh, you just with what fucking reason? If it wasn't a felony, how come it went through the criminal justice system, was found guilty as a felony,
keep the cursing down?
then was
Just
sentenced
keep the
as
cursing
then
down?
was sentenced as 34 felonies, and then there was like no appeal from Donald Trump or his attorneys? If Trump
He didn't
accepts
need
that
to.
they're felonies, wait, of course they need to if they falsely accused and found him guilty of felonies that weren't actually
So
felonies.
why is he not in jail right now?
Because
why
they
is he not in
didn't
jail right
sentence
now?
him with jail time. What does this have to do with you trying to defend
So
your
what-
position
what did they
that it was a
sentence him with?
felony?
What did they sentence him with?
Yeah, because he was president when sentencing came along, the judge literally just let him off. No sentence.
They didn't. Why is that?
Why is that? I don't know. Go ask the judge. What does this have to do with your statement that they weren't felonies?
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Yeah, my speculation on why the judge sentenced him to 0 jail time is not relevant to your statement that they were not felonies.
I don't. We could look it up. I could look in my spare time. I don't believe it was. That's
Okay.
just
Okay, why?
the information
why,
I have.
Why don't you believe that? What is the information that you have that is driving you to said conclusion?
The people that I was listening to. I don't know the
what people?
podcasts that I
What
listened
podcast?
to them. I don't think. Why don't next time you debate Charlie Kirk? Why don't you ask him about that?
Okay, so now you're just telling me to go ask some random fucking dude with a receding hairline and big gums the same question because you can't answer it? That's not how you debate, man. Listen, at the end of the
One
day...
second.
Listen, at the end of the day, I hope that this really goes to show... One second. At the end of the day, I hope that this really goes to show that, like, a lot of people in the MAGA cult, a lot of people on the right that support Trump as president, just, like, believe things for no reason. Like seriously. And then even when they have somebody explaining why they're wrong, you know, like I described to him that no, it is a felony. I gave him the classification of the felony. It's a Class C felony in accordance with New York state law. I told him why it's a Class C felony. It's bumped up from a misdemeanor because he had an intent to commit a second crime, and that's what the jury of 12 unanimously found him guilty of. And he just rejects that, throws it all out of the window, and just continues to believe in this make-believe BS claim that they actually weren't felonies with no reason, no evidence, no explanation. This is just disheartening. It's a wave of anti-intellectualism that is like consumed to the minds of so many Americans and has now empowered a fascist to run the country. It's so sad.
Obviously, he's important enough that you follow him around places and go debate him. I think. So don't
What was that supposed to respond to?
the point that you said. Why should I go ask some guy with a receding hairline and whatever BS you spewed?
Yeah.
Just saying, you think he's important enough that you run around the country with Parker.
So my very clear explanation of how you're misled and how you're a member of a cult and how you have a mind virus has now been completely ignored by yourself. Why is that?
Well, just to answer that, why do you follow him around if you think he's not important? Then I'll answer your question, no problem.
Whoever said that I don't think that Charlie Kirk is important.
You said, why should I go ask this guy with a receding hairline and stuff
I
going
think that,
after his looks.
I think that he's important
That's
in the
like
sense of
making fun of someone for
galvanizing.
their name.
I think that he's important in the sense of galvanizing electoral power on the right, but I don't think that he's important in the relevant sense of you just referencing his name and like using that as an argument.
Was all I was saying about him was that when I listen to what he says, I could not word for word quote him, but that's where one of the places where I got my information from.
Okay, then give
That's
me
all that I said.
Then give me the general idea of what Charlie Kirk says to argue that they weren't felonies. Let's hear it.
I don't know offhand. I'm gonna watch it again tonight.
Okay, so you have a
but
mind virus. Can you concede that you have a mind virus?
I don't. Why? Because I can't quote something offhand.
No, because you believe in things without any reason, and then even when somebody uses reason,
There probably
to
was a
describe why
reason.
you're
I just
wrong,
don't
you
remember it
throw
right
out the
now.
window.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm gonna look into that.
So do you accept?
All I'm saying is that I don't have it in front of me.
Do you accept or reject the fact that it was a felony in the state of New York, Class C1 to be more precise, and it was a felony because he didn't just commit the business fraud, but he committed the business fraud with an intent to commit a second-step crime, and that's what all unanimous jurors found him guilty of. That's what he was sentenced for, and that's what him as well as his attorneys accepted with no pushback through an appeal.
I don't know. I'm gonna look into that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's not true. I can't debate you on that, whether or not the
Okay,
law
so
is
what
what the
can
law
you
is.
debate me on? Let's hear it.
Why do you think the stock market is up right now
What do I
to
think
all-time highs?
All-time highs? What the stock market generally goes up year by year.
It does, but it went down in the past. It goes up and down.
Yeah,
So you're
well,
just saying
it's gone up and down so far
all-time
in Donald
highs?
Trump's term because he's implemented blanket tariffs and then rescinded the blanket tariffs.
I think tariffs are a good thing.
Okay.
All they're doing is encouraging American-made stuff,
Do you think that
which is what they're supposed to do.
Do you think that innovation is important?
Yes, 100%.
Would you still support tariffs if they'd significantly reduced innovation?
Significantly reduced innovation by who?
By American like companies. If it significantly reduced innovation, specifically and only for American companies.
And no, I wouldn't support them, but I don't think they're doing that.
Okay. Could we agree that competition drives innovation?
100% it does. But if competition is real, if competition is a real
can we
thing,
agree? One moment. Can we agree that tariffs stop competition in the American market?
no.
Really?
They
Aren't
don't
they
stop
supposed
it.
to stop companies
They
from other
just
countries
discourage
from
it.
engaging in
They don't
the
stop
American
it.
market?
They don't stop it. They just discourage it.
Okay, so then they don't stop goods produced in other countries from being sold at the same levels in the American marketplace.
No, if something is really good and you really want something, you're going to pay for it, whether or not it's $100 or $150 or $200.
Can we agree that it will significantly reduce competition? That's kind of the point of them.
Well, yeah,
Okay, so
that is the point to them.
So you said that if tariffs significantly reduced innovation, then you wouldn't support tariffs. You agreed that competition causes innovation. Then you agreed that tariffs significantly reduce competition. So therefore,
I don't know about significantly.
You already agreed that they did. And if they don't,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say the word significantly.
If they don't significantly reduce competition, then they aren't significantly working.
What does that mean? Of course they are.
That the impact of them is insignificant.
I don't think so.
Okay, so then
I think
that
they
the
do what they have
impact
to do.
is significant?
Repeat what you said. Which impact? The impact of tariffs
The
being
impact
good,
of tariffs.
or I think they're good. They got the U.S. money, and I think they
Okay, is their impact significant or insignificant?
yes, it's significant.
So then they'd significantly
Impact of
reduce
tariffs is
competition
significant.
from international companies in the American
No.
marketplace, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if
No,
they
not
yes or
not
no?
significantly.
Okay,
No.
So then the impact would be insignificant.
No.
Okay, so then they significantly reduce competition. How could they insignificantly reduce competition while having a significant impact?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that
You don't understand it?
let me-
It's very clear. How could they have a significant impact without significantly reducing competition from international companies? Because it would be the limitations and the restrictions that they'd place on those international companies engaging in the American marketplace that would lead to their impact of like driving more companies to move to America, driving to more American companies to perform better and sell to more consumers, right? Those are all of the significant impacts that you like to prescribe. So this just means that
Yeah.
they'd have to significantly limit competition from international companies in order to have a significant impact. Now, if you want to argue that they insignificantly limit competitions from foreign companies engaging in the American marketplace, then they're going to have an insignificant impact of driving companies to move to America or driving American companies to sell more to Americans. In order for it to have a significant impact, it must significantly reduce that competition from international companies.
Right. So now let me tell you what it does is that it's significant.
No, I'm just asking you if you accept or deny what I just said.
Yeah, what you said is making sense. Now I'm going to explain to you what I meant.
Okay, so you just accepted that they significantly reduce competition. And if you agree that competition breeds innovation, thereby you'd also accept that they would significantly reduce innovation.
No, so they significantly.
How can they significantly reduce competition without significantly reducing innovation if competition breeds innovation? Tell me.
So no one, you should stop shutting off my mic just because then I can't talk.
Right.
But
No, so I was just leading you down the argument, and I got you to like
No.
concede, then logically contradict yourself like 5 times in a row. It's pretty funny.
No, so now I'm going to explain to you why. Because take, let's say, the Ford, which is being manufactured in Mexico. What it does is that by increasing the tariffs, what it does is that now they're actually producing it in the United States, which I believe is a good thing.
Okay, so you're
I
not
believe that
responding-
U.S. companies shouldn't.
You're not responding to my argument about its
No,
impact
no, I
on
will.
competition and thereby
Right,
impact
so
on
it's-
innovation. And also,
Right, so what it
everything
does
you
is
just said
that
was already
significantly.
false.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Companies aren't producing.
Where does Ford?
aren't
Where does Ford produce their motors?
in the United States now.
No, in Canada, and they still do.
In Canada, though? So it might not be Ford. That's what I'm telling you. I can't quote offhand. But what it does is that tariffs significantly, yes, they do significantly. They make people want to buy more from the United States, which is a good thing. But at the same time, as you said, yes, it does decrease the competition.
So therefore,
you
it
said.
decreases innovation.
But it doesn't, though. I don't think. Because at the same time,
wait. So that if you're telling me that it reduces competition without reducing innovation, then this just means that you don't think that there's a relationship between competition and innovation, right?
No, I think there is. I just don't think it's as significant as you think it is.
Okay. So if there is a relationship between competition and innovation, if it decreases competition, what will that mean for innovation?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Tariffs.
If you're not sure, then this means that you're not sure there's a relationship between the two variables. That's just a logical implication. Let me explain to you a logical. Yes, I'll explain to you. So
I know what a logical implementation. I know what that means.
If you think that there is a relationship between two variables, x and y, right, and these two variables necessarily interact with one another, and that forms the relationship. If one variable changes in a relevant sense, that other variable will also change in a relevant sense, right?
Correct. That's what that means.
So if we see a positive correlation between competition and innovation, if competition goes up, where does innovation go?
All right, then it would go up.
If competition goes down, where does innovation go?
It would go down if you see that.
So you told me that tariffs reduce competition. What does that mean for innovation?
Correct. Then it would go down.
So you concede.
I think there's enough competition within the United States.
So you concede, right, that the tariffs will reduce innovation?
Not necessarily. No, they reduce competition.
Get off of here, you fucking low IQ bootlicker. What is going on today? What is going on? Dude, he literally, I explained to him like this positive correlation. I explained to him the variables. I explained to him the association. He accepts all these things. He even accepts that if competition goes down, innovation goes down. And then he said that tariffs will cause competition to go down. What does this mean for innovation? Oh, it's going to stay the same. I don't know. I don't even need to explain that one. I don't even feel the need to explain that one. That one doesn't even need an explanation. That should be ridiculously abundantly clear how DUMB that was to everybody watching. I don't even usually when we have crazy guests that are so abundantly wrong, I'll kick them or they'll leave and then I'll do a short little breakdown about why they were wrong. For that guest, I don't even need to do the breakdown. It was just clearly wrong. He was saying that the sky is red. If competition is related to innovation, if competition goes down, so does innovation. But if competition goes down, innovation doesn't go down, apparently, in this circumstance. Welcome in, Amanda. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
That would be a very small child, everybody. Goodbye, Amanda. Make sure that if we're joining, we're at least 18. Moving on to the next guest here. If you're in that queue, make sure it's because you support Trump, y'all. As well as we got a couple people to thank here. Caitlin, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Caitlin says, hey, Dean, I love you so much. I'm Democratic, but all my religious friends say the reason why they're Republican is because of the Bible. Caitlin, you should give me a little bit of an explanation about what in the Bible leads them to say that they're Republican. I could give you a couple ideas. Thank you for the love, Caitlin. Everybody show some love to Caitlin down below. As well as Eliza and Sammy. Thank you both for the $10. Everybody watching, please show some love to Caitlin, Eliza, and Sammy down below in that chat. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in right now, everybody, as well as quickly Michael. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Michael says, I'm a 51-year-old man. I've been watching you for about a year now. I really appreciate what you do, and it gives me hope for a future for the U.S. Thank you, Dean. Michael, thank you for being here. It makes me happy to hear that there's like older people watching the live streams. It tells me that I'm doing something right. Welcome in, Ben. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Literally everybody today is 18. What year were you born in?
7 April.
07 April? Dude, I don't know why everybody is like 18 today. I don't know. We got a bunch of young people today. I mean, I guess it's good that we get to talk to the younger generation, whatever. So why do you support Trump?
I like his views on deportation.
You like his views on deportation? We've already debated deportation for around an hour today. Is there anything else that you want to support, want to talk about?
I don't necessarily agree with letting abortion be open to everybody. I think that it should be for certain circumstances.
Okay, so what circumstances?
I think if like the mother's life's in danger, or if it's like an underage that wasn't like a case of grape or something.
Okay, so grape?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think it should be banned in elective circumstances?
Well, I believe that ending a life is generally wrong, and I think that life begins at conception.
Okay. So are you a vegan?
No.
Okay, so you don't generally think that ending life is wrong?
Well, I guess I should have said human.
Ben, just real quick, be honest. Are you actually 18?
Yeah.
I don't buy it. We're gonna move on to the next guest. I tried to see if I could buy it. I couldn't buy it. Let's see. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. Y'all, if you're not like 5 and you want to come up here and debate, that'd be great. Let me know. As well as Jackson, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat, man. Appreciate that. As well as let's see here, Alex, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. No need to read on stream. You got it. I appreciate you so much for the love. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at that message afterwards. Alex, thank you for the $20. Everybody watching the stream right now, let's go ahead and show some love to Alex down below in that chat. Let's get 200 Alex W. Seriously, man. Thank you so much for your kindness, as well as welcome in Katie. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, as well as Lola. Thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal, Lola. Lola says, here's some money for some Uncrustables. You need to get the brain power after these talks. You know what? I sure damn diddly darn do, Lola. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody watching, show some love to Lola down below. Thank you. Thank you, Lola, for the $30. Show some love to Lola. And Katie, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Okay, so I'm gonna say you and Parker have changed my mind on a few issues.
Right.
So, I respect you guys a lot, and I'm also super nervous, so I'm so sorry. But can I say abortion?
Yeah.
Okay, so abortion is the main issue for me.
No. Okay, why?
So I believe once the fetus has a heartbeat, that it would be wrong to unalive them.
Okay, why do you draw your line at the heartbeat? Sounds pretty trivial.
I mean, I don't know, because I don't know.
You don't know?
Believe,
Are you just like,
that's one of the...
is that just kind of like a random point that you've determined with not much reason?
No. So like a heartbeat is like one of the basic, essential things for life.
No. A heartbeat is not essential for life.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. Think about like microbial life forms. None of them have a heartbeat. Like
Human life.
There is like more life on Earth that doesn't have a heartbeat than those with a heartbeat.
Right. Human life is what I should have clarified. I'm sorry. I'm really nervous.
No worries. Okay. So, I mean, even for human life, it's not an essential because essential means necessary. And is it like necessary to possess a heartbeat in order to live as a human? Absolutely not. Just look at a fetus before 8 weeks. They're alive and they don't have a heartbeat.
Okay. I'm sorry. Um, it's just that that's the point in which in the pregnancy, I believe that it's going to continue, and, become a human. At any point, I think before that point, it can, I don't know if I can say miscarry.
So,
So I
miscarriages
believe,
can occur after 8 weeks as well.
okay.
So I guess like I appreciate you for being respectful. I want to try to have a respectful conversation with you too.
Yeah.
My point here is just to show you that it's an arbitrary line that you're drawing without any reason. And if like
Okay.
if you're accepting the idea that people are entitled to draw an arbitrary line without much reason insofar as when they think that abortion becomes morally wrong, well then logically speaking your argument is identical to an argument of a pro-choicer that draws that arbitrary line at birth.
You mean at conception?
No, at birth. A pro-choicer that says
At
it's
birth?
not wrong until
Oh, a
birth.
pro.
They're drawing an arbitrary line at birth, the same way you're drawing an arbitrary line at the heartbeat.
Okay, I really don't believe that anybody would draw the line at birth, but I
Well, then
get
how do
your.
we distinguish between the views? Why should we draw the line at the heartbeat and not draw the line at birth? If you could give an explanation and an answer to that question that's backed through explanatory power, you'll have an argument.
Right.
But right now, I don't think you have an argument. I think that you have an arbitrary belief without much rationale. So tell me, why should we draw the line at the heartbeat compared to birth?
So, can I explain that this is like a step further than like I used to believe, which was at conception, but I've kind of shifted my view a little bit to the heartbeat because I felt like that was more humane, if that makes sense. But you're correct. I concede I do not have an argument for the arbitrary line.
Okay, think about it this way. Now that you've conceded that you don't have an argument, I'm not going to tell you to stop thinking that it's wrong. Instead, I'm going to do
Okay.
something that's a little bit more pragmatic. Because you think that it's wrong, but you don't have any explanatory power insofar as why you think that it's wrong, I'll ask you this question.
Right.
Should we be voting for legislation that infringes upon people's access to health care without good, just, explanatory reason insofar as why?
Oh, uh, no.
No. There you go. So I
No.
think that right now, because you don't have good, just explanatory reason why you think that an abortion is wrong, you should not
Okay.
vote for legislation to impose that view onto other people. Continue to think that it's wrong. Just say at the end of the day, because you don't really have a good argument why it's wrong, other people should be able to make that decision for themselves.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's like fully going to change my mind. Something that was going to change my mind, which you brought up, was the laws. Like I was kind of for the like maybe the limit for 8 weeks, maybe 12 weeks, or something early term. But then something that has been kind of making me waver on my stance is cases like, I don't know if you heard about the woman in South Carolina that ended up getting arrested because she had a miscarriage. So like I'm seeing stuff like that, and it's really making me question
Okay,
everything.
I'm going to make you question your stance even more. Did you know that
Okay.
every single 24 hours in America, there are 60 women that got pregnant as a result of SA that tried to
Mhm.
access abortion that are declined and don't have access in 10 of our states where they have a total ban?
Are you serious?
Yeah, every single 24 hours. And like the people that voted for and implemented those total bans,
Oh.
including great victims, had logic similar to yours. They think it's wrong. They can't explain why. They can't give an argument. They can't give explanatory power. They just think it's wrong without any reason. And that's led to 60 pregnant victims of rape being denied access to abortion every single day. Right? Like that's why I surely endorse the view of be legally pro-choice. Continue to think it's wrong and continue to
Okay.
do things to reduce the amount of women that are accessing abortion, socially speaking, by addressing poverty in young Americans, poverty in young women. 54% of women that get abortions indicate it's because of financial instability. So if you make women more financially stable, less women will get abortions. Instead of voting for legislation to prevent their access to health care, advocate for social systems to reduce poverty and financial instability in women.
Okay.
A lot of
that makes
other other women and girls will get abortions because they didn't engage in safe sex, right? So maybe advocate for sex ed in school and free and easy access to contraceptives in public schools,
actually something I
universities,
agree
etc.
with.
Right? Support
Yeah.
those social systems that materially will make young Americans, both men and women, more financially stable and more educated. And byproduct of that, you'll have less abortions. And that is a really good way you could implement this emotional view of yours that abortion is wrong without infringing upon the rights of others with no good reason and without yielding very negative outcomes like women being arrested for a miscarriage, turned into a human carcass when they're brain dead, or being denied access to
God, I heard
abortion,
about that.
being denied access to abortion, even in circumstances of rape.
Right. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, of course. It's just a really
I
good
do-
way to implement your view.
Yeah, I completely agree with the sex ed. I really do think that's important. Education in general about reproductive systems and stuff is really important. So I agree with you there.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to go over?
No, I thank you for your respectful conversation. I was really nervous.
Have a
But
good.
thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
So I think that we could all acknowledge here, and I'll go over this real quick while we're moving on to the next guest, that people will always think that abortion's wrong. There's just a certain percentage of us that will always think that. And I actually think that there's a really good way to work with that, and that there's a way that people who think abortion is wrong can serve a very productive and positive, aspect of society. And that is through everything that I just described of reducing the amount of women that are getting abortions, not by criminalizing their access, but by removing the incentives. Because most of this incentives for abortion are things that shouldn't exist, like poverty, like financial instability, like a lack of an access to an education or contraceptives, all of these things. Welcome in, B. Rice. Do you support Trump?
I just have a quick question for you.
I'm sorry. Are you MAGA?
It's partially.
I'll take that as a no. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone give us a minute to get that next guest, Jam, up in here. Jan, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying that ICE is burning through $8.4 million per day to fund fascism. Yeah, man, that's where our tax dollars are going. I hate it. I literally hate it so much. Thank you for the $10. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to join up. We got the next guest bin loading in. Jonesy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, as well as Brianna with the $5 as well. Jonesy says, can you simplify what fascism is? Literally just look up the 14 tenets. It'll be a very simple explanation of how we see fascism, historically and today. Welcome in, Ben. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah.
Okay, how are you?
22.
Great. Quickly, Denise, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Denise says, Dean, I find it fascinating how Trump worshippers fixate on what you ingest, just like they obsess over the personal business of LGBTQ plus folks. They have so much time to be up in everybody's business. No, I agree. They're always up in everybody's business, never focusing on their own business of, I don't know, seeking an education. Thank you for the $20, Denise. Show some love to Denise down below, y'all. Ben, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so number one, I was lying. I just wanted to see if you want to play Battlefield 6 later.
Get out of here, man. Moving on. Go to put a MAGA in that chat if you want to come up. Yo, Rachel, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rachel. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, y'all, as well as in the pin message over in that YT stream. I get 100% of those proceeds, and they come to me through a notification on my phone. I'll read out your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages. Welcome in, Thomas. Do you support Trump?
I'm gonna be honest.
Nah, they're like 5. Bye. Let's go to get that next guest, Michelle, up in here. Here we go, y'all. They're like literally 5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2005.
2000. Ooh, what month?
October 5th, turning 20 soon.
Tell us something only a 19-year-old would know.
What do you mean by that?
Let's see. Are you in college?
Yeah, I go to Penn State.
You go to Penn State. Okay, what is Wharton?
Huh?
What is Wharton?
Oh, I don't know.
And you go to Penn State?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. How many credit hours do you typically need to get per year to stay on track to get a 4-year degree?
Mm.
Okay. They left. Moving on to the next guest. That was a kid. It's going to move on to the next guest, Rise Up Gaming. Wrong school dean. Whoops. Well, okay. I'm glad I asked the second question to confirm it, even though my first question was referencing the wrong school. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Rise Up?
Shake that booty. Shake it off.
No clue what they said. Someone in the chat said, I have no clue how many is required and I'm in college. Well, your amount of credit hours are probably around the point, which is how many you need per year to get a 4-year degree. It's around 32. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Sean?
Oh, nah, that guy's an idiot. I just wanted to know who would.
Base. Moving on. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. While we're looking for the next Trump supporter, go ahead and show some love to Elizabeth down below in that chat. Elizabeth says with her $10 donation, you are brilliant and I'm so thankful for you. We need more of you. Can we please multiply you somehow? Actually, yes, you can. His name is Barker. He also does these debates. Shout out to him. Jonesy, thank you for another $5 over on Venmo. Saying I'm a certified personal trainer. Would love to hook you up with some free programming. It's funny fetus. You know what, Jonesy? You should hit me up on Instagram. In fact, you included your IG on there. I'll actually text you because I'm actually just now getting back into the gym. Actually rebought my membership today. Dropped like $80 on 2 months because that's what they require. So, it's like now I got to be in it for at least 2 months. I'd love to text you. That's actually a nice offer of you. And you just so happen to be offering that at the perfect time. I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of your Instagram. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
28.
And why do you support the orange fascists?
The hypocrisy of any Democrat calling them a fascist is pretty hilarious to me. But the main reason why is I support him was his pro-life position.
All right, we've been talking about abortion all day, but you said something there about the hypocrisy. So you said it was hypocritical for me to call Trump a fascist. Why is that?
I mean, whenever you are supporting a democracy and or the Democrats, and they don't hold a primary behind your candidate for presidency, kind of pushes off the fascism on your side. Okay. So I believe both parties have a little bit of fascist ideologies on both sides.
Yeah. How is it fascist to have Kamala Harris step up and get nominated by over 50% of the delegates at the DNC to run on the official presidential ticket when Biden dropped out of the race 107 days before it occurred? How is that fascist?
I mean, they didn't hold any votes whatsoever other than the delegates that are already.
Yeah, and it's the delegates that vote in every single primary ever.
Okay, well, that was some information to me.
Star, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for the love, Star. So I don't think it's hypocritical for me to call Trump a fascist because he's like, I don't know, illegally deporting people to be tortured and beat for 3 weeks, or signing executive orders into law that explicitly contradict one of the most important amendments to our Constitution, then defending it.
I mean, you got to sit here and understand that your party has sat there and made injunctions on every single thing that he has tried to push forward. That is forcible suppression of the opposition. Constant federal judges.
Do you think that the injunctions offered on Executive Order number 14160 that rescinded birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants was forcible suppression or just like an enforcement of our Constitution?
Can you repeat that one more time? So I got to Google right now. I'm trying to.
Do you think like the national injunctions issued on Executive Order number 14160 that banned birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil were forceful suppression of political opponents, or just a true and accurate enforcement of constitutional law?
Looks like the 14th Amendment, what you're talking about right now, that was not made for illegal immigrants to come into the country and have kids. And as soon as they have a kid, they have birthright citizenship. It was made for slaves whenever slavery was back in the day.
Okay.
And they gave the birthright citizenship towards the slaves after the slavery ended.
So are you saying that the people that drafted the amendment didn't intend for it to be offered to the children of immigrants born on American soil? Or are you saying that like literally the children of immigrants born on American soil are not covered under the 14th Amendment? Which one?
it's an interpretation. I
Oh,
mean,
so you could interpret the 14th Amendment in such a way that would exclude the children of undocumented immigrants. Okay. Well, let's be clear on the text of the first section of the 14th. All persons born or naturalized on American soil. Actually, I already fucked it up. I got ahead of myself.
I have it right here. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside.
Perfect. So go ahead and give me your interpretation of that exclude the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. Let's hear it. Nice.
I'm reading the rest of the amendment right now. So
Although the first section is relevant to birthright citizenship.
You got me on that one. Yeah, you are correct. The interpretation on that one can be it should not have been legalized to stop immigrants from having kids because I mean that's on the Constitution. You're correct.
Right. Yeah, and it's actually been that way since 1898. So you told us that like it wasn't originally intended for immigrants. That's actually not true. If you read the congressional debate for the ratification of the 14th on the floor of Congress in 1865, they explicitly debated immigrants. And then point number 2, in 1898, there was a SCOTUS case, like Kim Wong versus the U.S. And in said SCOTUS case, like only 30 years later, they interpreted what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means to determine who qualifies. And they just set explicit parameters for who doesn't qualify. That being insurgents from invading military forces of other countries, foreign diplomats, and indigenous Americans. Now, of course, they later passed federal law to update the indigenous Americans part, but this just means the only two categories of people that explicitly do not qualify for the 14th's protection are foreign diplomats and insurgent militant invading forces from other countries, meaning that undocumented immigrants and their children born on the soil do indeed qualify. So that's why, like, Donald Trump passing that order was, like, authoritarian as fuck, because it explicitly contradicted one of the most important amendments of our Constitution. Like, how pissed off do you think the GOP would be if when Biden was president, he signed an executive order into law that said no American citizen has the right to own any gun at all anymore. You've lost this right completely and totally. Like, everybody would be screaming at the top of their lungs, calling him an authoritarian, myself included probably, because it is explicitly contradicting the personal liberties that are guaranteed to us under the Second Amendment, right? So why would we hold any type of different approach to Trump when he's signing in this executive order that is taking away some of the personal guarantees made to people born on the soil under the 14th Amendment?
So you got to understand where he's coming from. I get that it's an overreach, and I understand that. But whenever you have 6.7 to 8 million immigrants that were let in during Biden's administration, illegally coming into our country, undocumented immigrants coming into our country, that is, let's say each family has 3 kids. That's our population. And every single one of them has a citizenship, and that wasn't made on accident. That wasn't a coincidence. That was made to control the votership of this country. And Biden was also trying to legalize every single undocumented immigrant inside the country to be able to control the votership afterwards.
Okay, so no, Biden did not try to achieve mass amnesty, but it would have been so based if he did, because that would be great for this country. And where's this crazy conspiracy theory coming from? That it was designed to allow these people in so they could have kids that would be citizens and vote for them in the future? Where's that conspiracy theory coming from?
Not necessarily the kids being voted for the future. I'm talking about the legal, undocumented, and I don't want to say illegal.
But undocumented immigrants can't vote. What the hell are you yapping about?
What's that?
Undocumented immigrants can't vote.
That's what I'm saying. They were trying to legalize them to be able to vote.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. I wish that they would have, but no, they weren't. Where are you getting that from?
They literally proposed a bill. The Congress, United States Citizen Act of 2021. They proposed a bill for it.
So somebody in Congress proposed a bill that doesn't necessarily reflect on the Trump on the current presidential administration. And if it does necessarily reflect on the current presidential administration, well, then do you think that congressmen who tried to pass a bill through Congress to allow Trump to run for a 3rd term reflected on Trump, and that was something that Trump himself tried to get done? And if you think that Trump himself tried to get a bill passed through Congress that would allow him to run for a 3rd term, then you think that Donald Trump is a massive fucking authoritarian that hasn't just launched an attack on the 14th Amendment, but also I believe it's the 22nd Amendment that says no person can serve more than 2 terms as president?
he denounced that he's not going to run for a third term. I mean, he's almost 80 years old. That's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
And,
So
but
then,
you,
like, any policy that's just merely proposed to Congress by a random representative doesn't reflect on the administration necessarily unless they themselves promote it. Now, did the Biden-Harris administration promote this mass amnesty bill?
yeah, it literally says the Biden administration have made efforts to legalize immigrants during his presidency.
I
It
mean,
was- it
shit.
was-
I think that. What are the efforts? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, the United States Citizenship Act of 2021. I mean, regardless if they're
We've already went over just because a bill's proposed to Congress doesn't mean it's an effort of the presidency. And if it does, well, then you think that an
Supporting
effort
it.
of Trump's presidency would have been to that bill to get him to run for a third term.
so supporting it, regardless, is you backing it. That,
Yeah, but
that party.
sure, that is. If you support it, you back it. So how do we know that the Biden-Harris administration supported this bill?
You want me to pull up a direct quote of Sleepy Joe?
Actually, yes, it is, and I'm just curious. If you could prove this to me, like you'll win the debate. But I'll actually be happy because I think that they should have.
This is the
This
thing,
is new information to me. I think that they should have supported that. If you're telling me that they supported that and that the Republicans shut it down, you were just giving me like a significantly better argument. Because this whole time I've been over here saying that mass deportation is the worst policy in modern American history. Mass amnesty is the obvious solution, and like this is a belief that's farther left than the Democratic Party. So I have to critique both the Dems and the Republicans for this. But you're about to prove to me that the Democrats actually tried to get it done. So please give me a quote from Joe Biden endorsing mass amnesty.
Why do you support mass amnesty?
I'll happily tell you after you could follow up with your promise and give me a quote from Sleepy Joe
I'm searching
endorsing the
right
policy.
now. Before you sit here waiting on your live the entire time while I'm searching it up.
Well,
I'd
while
like
you're
to know.
searching it up, I'm going to thank a handful of donors, and I could even get another guest up here if you're not done by the time I'm thanking the donors. Stephanie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying, what do you think about Trump's health checks and all the people he's chosen to be a part of it? I haven't looked too much into that. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the love, Stephanie. Everybody, show some love to Stephanie down below. As well as Christiane, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. If everybody watching right now could show some love to Christiane, that'd mean the world to me. Thank you, Christiane. Christiane says, thank you so much for using your debate skills to educate others. I think an interesting point on abortion is to consider that we don't mandate organ or blood donation. But it's rather something that we opt into. We recognize and prioritize bodily autonomy over saving lives when there is a female body that can be controlled. Good point. Thank you for the love, Christiane. Everybody, show some love to Christiane down below. As well as Star, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the love, Star. That is incredibly kind of you. Everybody, show some love to Star down below. As well as make sure to show some love to Laura for the $15 over on Venmo, saying that I'm awesome. Thank you for the love, Laura. Shauna with the $1, thank you. And yeah, we're all caught up. Thank you so much, everybody. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the stream and what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message over in that YT stream, guys. Thank you all so much for the love. You could also support me over there with the super chats. Now, were you able to find that quote, Donovan?
Yeah, so it wasn't necessarily a quote. It's actually directly proposed by Joe Biden.
Okay, so the president can't propose policy to Congress. It has to be a congressman and woman.
HR 1177, 117th Congress of 2021 and 2022 U.S. Citizenship Act was proposed by Joe Biden on his first day in office.
No, it was actually proposed and sponsored by Representative Sanchez and Linda T. They're serving as House representatives in the 38th District of California as Democrats. And that's according to Congress.gov. Just go on Google, type in Congress.gov, HR 1177, U.S. Citizenship Act.
Yeah, I'm reading it right here.
Right. So do you see how their sponsors are not Joe Biden? Because the president can't sponsor proposed legislation. Congressmen and women have to do it.
But he can back it.
And and remember, you're supposed to try to give me evidence that he was backed by him. And remember, I want this. I want this to be true. It's like, how do we know that this is true?
I get that you want it to be true, but I can't quote somebody that could barely make a sentence in this third week of his term. So
okay, so you're just basically telling me that you don't have evidence it was backed by Biden, but it's not your fault. It's Biden's fault.
His administration backed it.
Okay, where are you getting that one from? It's like I'm not even trying to be too hard on this guest. I want this to be true, but he just doesn't have an argument. Unfortunately, I think this may just be another BS MAGA claim to tout and perpetuate.
This is not even the
conspiracy
subject
theory.
that I wanted to talk about.
I want to talk about it now that you've brought it up. Don't run, kid.
No, I'm not running. To address what the Biden administration considers the root cause of migration, the legislation allowed up to $4 billion in aid to Guatemala. So this is This is literally the act, the Citizenship Act of 2021. There is no direct support from Biden's administration for this that I can find at this moment. And if I ever do, I would definitely DM it to you. But I'm looking for it, and I do not see any direct administrative support for this act.
I found your source that it was proposed by Joe Biden. Wikipedia.
I'm looking at it on BidenWhiteHouseArchives.gov right now.
Wikipedia.
The WhiteHouse.gov? BidenWhiteHouse.gov? I could send you the link if you want it. In fact, President Biden sent an bill to Congress as part of his commitment to modernize our immigration system.
Oh, wait, so you're finding this on Biden's White House?
Yeah, BidenWhiteHouse.archives.gov.
Okay, and it's saying that he sent this bill to Congress?
Yes.
Okay, then you're right. No, you're right. You've given the evidence. Good job. I appreciate that. I actually can't believe that. Thank you so much. Biden just actually became a lot more based in my brain. That's awesome.
Now, why do you support that?
Yeah, because mass amnesty is objectively the very best way to deal with undocumented immigrants in this country. Because instead of forcefully removing them all from our country, destabilizing our economy, reducing the production of our manufacturers, reducing the purchasing power of consumers by excommunicating 12 million of them, by reducing our GDP by around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion per year, and the process of committing a bunch of heinous human rights violations by separating families and sending undocumented immigrants to the gulag down in El Salvador where they're tortured, beaten, starved for 3 weeks. You're instead offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship where they could become residents, become citizens, and because of that have more bargaining power against their employer so they could collect and garner higher wages. And because they could collect and garner higher wages and they'll also be more incentivized to pay taxes since they could be able to claim federal benefits, they'll pay more in taxes and they'll contribute more to the GDP. It'll be an economically robust plan to center this country in the global stage by endorsing policy that's America first, finally, instead of the age-old, well, let's do this mass deportation that's going to destroy this country, destroy our economy, cause all these heinous human rights violations, cost $2 trillion, and help nobody in the process.
Okay, I would actually agree with you on that one because not only what you just stated, there is a birth deficit in almost every single country right now, and adding more personnel to our ranks. I'd say ranks. I'm an Army person, but they're adding more personnel to our country would not hurt us. But
it helps us, right?
It helps us. Of course, it helps us. It helps us in every single aspect. Competition for jobs, higher wages for everyone, blah blah. Down the line, it helps us. But that isn't the argument that I wanted to come in and argue. I wanted to come in on pro-life, but I went on this because you wanted to go about it.
First and foremost, I appreciate you for the concession. Wait, this just means that Biden was trying to get policy passed in Congress that would actually be really good for immigration, right?
Done correctly, yeah. Done correctly.
Yeah, man. Wow, this is a great agreement we got here. So now that we understand that Biden was actually trying to get good immigration policy passed and the GOP stopped him, who really caused the immigration problems in the last 4 years?
Last 4 years, you said? Or
yeah.
last couple decades?
Well, last 4 years. Last couple decades, that's a more nuanced answer. Last 4 years under Biden, you're telling me that he tried to get good immigration policy passed and the Republicans stopped him. So who really caused the issues?
I'd say the GOP. I mean, you can't argue that.
You know what, man? I am enjoying this conversation. You are great. You are awesome. So now, where do we even go from here? It's how could you even continue to be MAGA after this? I feel like your eyes just open, and all of a sudden you're consuming the facts, and you have a whole new perspective on the world. I just don't see how this perspective can possibly align with one that's pro-Trump anymore.
No, like I said, pro-life was my reason why I voted for Trump. But I'm open to everything.
Single issue voter. Okay, well, let's talk about pro-life. We finally got there. You conceded on the last point. I'll entertain a conversation about it. Why are you pro-life? And are you pro-life with exceptions of grape, life of the mother, etc., or pro-life with no exceptions at all?
Pro-life with exceptions.
Okay, awesome. So why do you think that elective abortions should be banned?
So it should be banned up to. So let me just start with this. What do you consider sentient?
What do I consider sentience?
Yes.
Subjective first-person experiences.
Okay, so whenever a fetus has the ability to hear and to be able to have one of those five senses that a human objectively needs to experience life.
Right.
Sentience.
Right.
To experience something.
Yeah,
I hear
a low level comprehension of said experiences. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So at that point, abortion should not be allowed.
Dude, do you know when that point is?
I'll look it up right now. What gestation that is? Yeah.
20 through 24 weeks. My boy, you're pro-choice.
It's 18 to 20 weeks.
Well, 18 to 20, 20 to 24. It's somewhere in the 18 to 24 week part, week point. Generally agreed upon between 20 and 24 weeks because of the thymocortical connections, but there's some prevalence of evidence that it could occur at around 18 through 20 weeks because of development in the prefrontal cortex. The general, neuroscientific consensus is 20 through 24, which also aligns with the point of viability. Dude, you are pro-choice. Can I tell you why?
Man, you might be changing my mind in this debate that you got going on here.
I've been debating abortion for years, right? I have never been able to find a single circumstance of a woman getting an elective lethal abortion after 20 weeks. Those are late-term abortions. Every single time we see a woman get a late-term abortion, this is like after they've already picked out a name for the baby. This is after they've already built a crib for the baby. This is after they've maybe even bought the first clothes, after the gender reveal party. This is after that this child, this fetus has been accepted by the family, and now they've begun planning about where they want their future to go. And the only women that are getting an abortion at that point are the ones that need it, because if they don't get it, they could die. The only women getting abortions at that point are the ones that need it because they were a victim of rape, and it took them a handful of months to meet all the qualifiers in Republican states that would prevent them and all the hoops that they'd have to jump through in order to get that abortion, or it's banned in elective circumstances. The only women that get the abortions at that point, even in elective circumstances, for whatever reason, because they changed their mind, are not killing the fetus, they're inducing labor. So it's like when you tell us that you think that abortion should be allowed until that point, you are truly pro-choice. In fact, you align with the Democratic position of Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade protects every single woman and girl's access to any form of abortion until 21 weeks, 21 through 24. And then after that point, it passes it back down to the state to legislate on it. But we could agree here that we think that exceptions should be legal in all circumstances after that point. So you're even farther left than Roe v. Wade. And it is that decision that you, for the most part, agree with, then your only disagreements are even further left with more protections. It is that Donald Trump overturned.
I mean, I can see my argument.
Okay, I'm gonna even take it one step further here. Can we agree that when you infringe upon somebody's bodily autonomy without good reason, you're violating their human rights? Think kidnapping. You kidnap somebody, you're infringing upon their autonomy, and there's no good reason to do it, so therefore you're violating their human rights. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know you're going back to immigration on this.
We're not going back to immigration on this. We're staying on abortion, because if infringing upon somebody's bodily autonomy without any good reason is a human rights violation, and both you and me have now agreed that there's no good reason to be doing that in elective lethal circumstances before consciousness, well, Donald Trump has now effectively banned women and girls' access to elective lethal abortions before consciousness for 66 million of them in this country. This means that he, as well as the Republican representatives of these states that have banned them, have infringed upon the human rights of 66 million American women and girls.
Disgusting.
Right, exactly. And that is why I think that the abortion position of the right, of the GOP, of Trump, is incredibly morally abhorrent, incredibly disgusting.
Well, I know where I'm voting next election.
Man, I appreciate you. You've been one of the best guests I've had in a while. You've seriously been one of the best guests I've had in a while. When you came up here, right, like you were like very obviously like holding to your positions 10 toes down. You were giving me pushback. You were defending what you believed in, but I saw that light bulb turn on in your head when I said a handful of things that I did, and you were like, "Damn, man, you might be right." That is what like an intellectual person with an open mind looks like. You are why I do these live streams, and you're why I have hope in the future of America.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your time taking with me, and hopefully the next person that comes on here has the same type of mindset.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day, man. I mean that seriously. Take care.
You as well.
We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Holy crap. What a beautiful thing. I appreciate you for that, Live Star. Like, dude, people like Donovan are why I have hope in the country. Like, I just want to make that so clear. Like, Donovan is why I do this. Donovan is why I have hope in this country. Like, Donovan is why I don't think that we're going to be living under this rule of anti-intellectualism and a protest of human rights forever. They're why I see, like the green grass on the other side of the hill that we're all like slowly walking towards. And that genuinely like puts a smile on my face and reinforces my optimism that I have in the future of this country. That is great. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this point, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. That is awesome. McLaren, I appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal saying that you converted to Trumper. You're doing amazing work, dude. I appreciate you for the 10, McLaren. Like we change minds. We change minds. You guys would be surprised about the DMs that I received of minds that I've changed. But like usually it's not like inside of the conversation. Like usually when people have like their preconceived beliefs challenged, they have to like sit on it for a while. They got to let it simmer. They got to think about it. They got to come up with like possible counter arguments. But like, this was like on the spot. He realized he was wrong. So that was awesome. Welcome in, Chris. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
You do? How old are you?
Me? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm 25. Why?
Okay, because I need to make sure that you're not a little fetus.
A little fetus?
Yeah.
I thought you don't care about those little fetuses.
Well, I care enough to make sure they can't come here. Remember, I don't like them. I want to kill them. So
Yeah.
So I just, if you were a
Did
fetus,
you
I'd have
watch
to
the
kick you
new
from the
South
live.
Park
I'd have
episode
to
and
kick
just
you
think
from
that
the
you're a
live.
master debater and that's what you do now, or what?
Yeah, that's me, buddy. That's me. So do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Real quick. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Stephanie. Stephanie says, I hate that white cis Republican men have the biggest opinion on abortion. So frustrating. Love open minds, though. I think there's reasons for that. We don't need to go into that. Thank you for the love,
but
Stephanie.
you're literally on TikTok live talking about it.
Like I'm like a white man talking about abortion?
Yeah, you literally spend all day long doing this for a living, sitting here complaining about things in the world instead of going out there and changing it.
Well, I hope that you understand that like inspiring people to critically think, sharing access to knowledge, information,
Critically
and
think is
critiquing
changing
that
the
thought
world?
is changing
Just
the world.
thinking changes the world? Is that how that works
Yeah,
now?
because our thoughts drive the outcomes of elections.
Thoughts drive outcomes of elections.
Yeah, because your internal thought processes is what dictates what circle you fill in on the voting ballot.
That's an opinion.
Right.
That's the whole point of America, ain't it? To speak our opinion?
Right, and critically thinking can better inform us on what opinions we should hold.
Bro, this is probably one of the guys that thinks like drugs should be illegal.
Actually, I hold a little bit more of a libertarian position on that. I don't want to hop into that. Tell me, why do you support Trump?
Because he is thinking in the mindset of America, not in the mindset of everyone should be a happy little person that gets everything they want, because that's not how the world works.
So you support him because he makes people like not happy?
Where did you get that from?
You said like he supports America, he doesn't support people being happy.
I said he supports America.
Would you say that people in America being happy is
He wants America to be out of national debt. He wants America to be a prospering country, not a country that lets anyone into our country that literally does anything they want and then they get away with it because they just leave.
Yeah, you're killing it right now. I have a question. What is our current national debt?
Current national debt? I don't know exact numbers, but it's high up there.
Don't worry,
The
I
billions.
do. Don't worry, I do, my friend. It's 27 trillion. And what portion of our 27 trillion dollar national debt is Trump personally culpable for?
Why would he pay it off? He's not responsible for the national debt.
Well, he's actually
You
personally
think it's all
responsible
the rich people
for
in the world to
21%
give
of
away all their money? Do you give away all your money every day?
Where I don't know how you yielded that conclusion.
You said how much of the national debt could Trump pay off right now?
No, that's not what I said. I asked you how much is he personally responsible for in the sense of how much has he added as our president. He's personally responsible for adding 21% of our current national debt. So how the hell are you going to tell a man that is personally responsible for 21% of our current national debt and as of 3 weeks ago responsible for passing the most expensive bill ever proposed to American Congress, the BBB, good for national debt?
Okay, so you said the national debt was what?
27 trill.
Okay, and when was that? 27 trillion. When?
Like right now. We have like a perpetually increasing national debt clock. It's available on the Congressional Budget Office website.
Off of a website. What website?
The Congressional Budget Office's website. The
What
Budget
website?
Office of Congress. The Congressional Budget Office.
You can't say a website. Why can't you say the website? Let me go.
I am the Congressional Budget Office's website, cbo.gov.
Because I just went on the national.gov website of the government, and it says a totally different number than what you told me.
Okay, what are you seeing?
I see 33.
Oh, what the dude? What the hell?
And it's gone down since Trump's been in office.
Okay, you see
by
33.
over multiple millions.
So it looks like I was wrong.
The national debt has
Wait,
gone
33?
down
Wait,
since Trump's been in
wait,
office.
33s are. Wait, you said that 33 figure has gone down?
No, that's how much our national debt was. When Biden was in office, our national debt was up to like 50 trillion.
You understand, and now that 33 trillion figure has gone down since he's been in office?
No, I'm saying it's at 33 trillion now.
You're reading the GDP, by the way. That's not the national debt. So I thought I was going to see if I could trap you into saying that our GDP has gone down.
GDP?
Yeah, our GDP right now is around 33 trillion. I don't know like where the hell you're getting any other figure from.
This guy's stupid as fuck.
Why are you calling me stupid when you're like misunderstanding their current gross domestic product as their national debt, bro? Calm down. Think.
Calm down.
Use your brain for the first time in your life, please.
So fucking mad. Here,
Yo, one
another
second,
guy was talking.
Romy! Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Romy,
Yeah, thank
you were
you, Romy.
awesome.
Thank you. Anyway, my
Well,
name's Caden. I'm Chris's friend.
Okay,
I just wanted to ask you real quick. Are you retarded on purpose?
Okay, hey, real quick, how many continents are there?
How many what?
Continents?
Condiments? There's like...
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I just like to show that people that use terminology such as the R word typically confuse continents for ketchup and mustard. So we're going to move on to the next guest. But seriously, Romy, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. Oh, that one was good. That one was good. That one was funny. Thank you, Dave. Thank you myself. I made a funny joke. It's we're gonna move on to the next guest. Unfortunately, it's not a joke. It's not a joke at all. Okay, give us a minute. But no, Romy, seriously, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Romy. Everybody in that chat while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here. Show some love to Romy. Oh, calm down, bro. Calm down, G. Relax, guy. Romy says, to baby killing and world-changing funds do not stop. Romy, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you for being here. $50 is a lot of money, and just know that I really appreciate you. Everybody, while we're working on getting the next guest up here, show some love to Romy. And then also Chloe, this came in 14 minutes ago. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Saying I love you, Parker. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm never going to stop. Thank you so much. It means the world. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying I was not referencing Dean when talking about men's opinions on abortion. It's the pro-lifers that are frustrating. Well, Stephanie, I could not agree more. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to Romy and Stephanie down below in that comment section, everybody. Now, welcome in Neil. Do you support Trump?
I absolutely support Trump.
Oh, dude, Neil, you really shouldn't. He's a terrible president.
Oh, come on, man. That's not true.
Yeah, why do you think it is not true?
There's a lot of stuff I agree. There's a lot of stuff he's doing that I support.
Okay, like
I guess I wanted to ask you something though. The caller who said you were talking about abortion and you said the heartbeat doesn't matter, and you kind of downplayed that, and I think that's wrong, right? Like if she believes a heartbeat is significant, then that's what she believes, right?
No, that's not the way that we should approach the world around us. We shouldn't just say, if somebody believes something, then that's just what they believe. We shouldn't downplay it. We shouldn't criticize it at all. Because guess what? That thought process right there is what led to slavery. It's what led to white supremacy. It's what led to racial segregation.
Okay, fair. Let me explain it a little bit better then, right? You asked her to give an example. So when you see, if you were to come across someone that's unconscious on the ground, what would be the first thing that you check for? You check for a
to see if they're
pulse,
dead.
right?
Yeah.
And why is that? Because
because like typically if they don't have a pulse, they're dead.
Right, exactly. It signifies life. A heartbeat signifies life. So if you believe that, hey, there's a heartbeat, you're not okay with abortion, it's because you're taking away a life. Like that's where that concept comes from. I actually believe the same. I believe, if there's a heartbeat, that's what's important to me. That's what matters. That's what signifies life to me, and that's why I've always felt abortion post heartbeat is not okay.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds
Yeah.
good. Here's my next question.
Yeah.
If the heartbeat signifies life, does this mean
Yeah.
that the fetus is dead before it has a heartbeat?
This is a great question. Does that mean that it's dead before it has a heartbeat? I don't know. I think that's almost like putting the wrong terminology to the phase of growth. I don't
Oh, actually, better question.
I
Can
don't,
dead
I
things
don't know.
grow?
I'll actually have to think about that. Actually,
Well,
that really makes me think about it.
well, the thought process. I've already thought about it. Don't worry. I've
Yeah,
done
tell me.
I've done the legwork for you. You don't
Yeah, please,
actually
tell me.
need to think about it because I've already thought about it, and I could give you my take. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So organic material, biological matter, can either be alive or dead. There's no other option. There's not a suspended state where you're not alive or dead. If you're biological or organic material, you're either alive or you're dead. All right? So if you want to argue that the heartbeat means that you're alive and that the fetus is like this organic biological life form, this just means prior to the heartbeat, the fetus would be dead. There's no third option. But dead things can't grow. And if dead things can't grow, well, then this means that the fetus isn't growing. But we obviously know that the fetus is growing. So therefore it's not dead. So therefore it's alive. So therefore the heartbeat doesn't start its life.
I guess, yeah, if you're saying there's no life prior to heartbeat, then yeah, I agree with you. That's why I'm okay with abortion prior to heartbeat. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that it's alive from the moment of conception. That the heartbeat doesn't start the life.
Oh, you're saying it's alive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could see that too, right? Like once, I don't know if you've seen this. I'm actually a scientist. I've been working in I work in pharmaceuticals actually. But like one of the
There's no way that you're not. There's no way that you're trolling. You got to be trolling then, right? If you're a scientist that works in like organic chemistry, pharmaceuticals, like you'd obviously like know this.
why does that mean I'm trolling just because I work in pharma? I'm sorry, I kind of lost you on that.
Like you seemingly have like a significant academic background in like somewhat related subjects, and I feel like
Yeah.
having any type of academic background in related subjects, you would know that like obviously the fetus is not dead before a heartbeat. Does this mean like if you do think it's
sure,
dead
yeah,
before a
I-
heartbeat that it's like a zombie? Because
No,
zombies
I
are
guess,
like
like,
dead
I
things that
actually-
come alive. So
I was actually about to say,
is everybody
I
a
don't know if
zombie?
you- No, not at all. I was actually about to say, there was recently this video that came out where it's called the spark of life, and it's where the sperm first fuses with the egg, and there's actually a literal spark that happens.
You're not a
And
scientist.
yeah, I am.
If you're a
What do you think?
scientist, then you would have read the peer-reviewed research that produced the Spark of Life video. It's not fake, but you're misinterpreting it. So that was where some scientists, kind of like you, some researchers, put either magnesium or zinc on a sperm cell and an egg, because when these two materials interact with one another, they cause a very small spark of light. And the reason why they wanted it to cause a small spark of light when the zinc interacted with itself was to track when exactly the moment of conception occurred. Now that was artificially produced with the use of zinc, it doesn't actually happen.
Wow, that's still pretty cool though, right?
No, it is cool, but it doesn't really tell us anything about divinity or God and the spark of life when conception occurs, etc.
No, to be honest with you, I do agree that life starts at conception. I'm okay with abortion in cases of rape and so on, but I'm also okay with pre-heartbeat. I'm also okay with that too.
Okay, well, how about we talk about
Where I'm
something
at,
other
you
than
know?
abortion? Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. I've been there for like 2 hours. I think that we've been talking about abortion like all day long. You know,
Yeah,
like
let's talk about something else. How
yeah,
about-
yeah.
let's
Like,
talk about
I would, if
positive.
you want, like, I would love, like, if I could change your mind on that. You should just like once you're done here, go to my YouTube
I
and
will
just
tell
like
you that.
watch back the first 2 hours. Like, I swear.
I will tell you though, I have a lot of respect for you. You've definitely brought up some things that definitely made me think, and I definitely appreciate you a lot. I've been watching you quite a bit, and you've actually got me into, debates and stuff, and I really appreciate you a lot, actually.
Well, that's awesome, man. I'm happy. So, yeah. What are your other reasons why you support Trump?
I like what he's honestly. I like the idea of Trump wanting to help with Gaza, and like I don't know. 2 days ago, I saw something where I saw in on the news. You know, he has to take over the aid getting into Gaza because I gotta tell you, man. Like, I know that Netanyahu is the problem. I know that he needs to be held accountable, but people are starving and dying, and I've been really trying to personally see what I can do to help in that situation, just to get food in. And I feel
Good.
Trump,
Can I tell you
Trump
one thing to do to help?
yeah, go ahead.
Don't support Netanyahu's lapdog.
I gotta tell you, man, like it's a really tricky situation, right? Because at the end of the day, we're not going to burn a bridge with our only ally out there. And
Our
the
only
truth
ally?
is,
Well, we have many other allies outside
in
of
that
Israel.
area,
Can I tell you that that Germany burnt that bridge with Israel? That
yeah, a
Australia
lot of
burnt
people
that
have.
bridge with
Yeah.
Israel? That Canada burnt that bridge with Israel? I think we absolutely should burn that bridge
Is it
with
smart for
Israel.
us to do that, Dean? I don't know, man. I
I'll
don't.
tell you why it's smart to
Yeah.
put international pressure onto Israel to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, to stop breaking international law, to stop war criming innocent journalists and killing them like they did yesterday with all remaining Al Jazeera journalists on the Gaza Strip. They bombed a press tent. And killed every single remaining Al Jazeera journalist on the Gaza Strip. And then they admitted to it. They said, we did that. Did you know that's a war crime? UN international law doesn't allow you to kill journalists in war, quote unquote, right? Oh, and maybe why they did this is because the Israeli government approved not even a week ago that a plan to take over and ethnically cleanse the rest of the Gaza Strip. That's also violating international law because under UN international law, people have a right to self-sovereignty and self-determination. By them approving that legislation to claim the rest of the Gaza Strip is by proxy approving a conflict and a violation of all Palestinians' right to self-determination. So there's two breaks of international law, and like the last 7 days, alongside the billion other international law breaks that have to do with the intentional forced starvation of everybody on the Strip and the baby that's died every single day. You know, like these are international rights, these are human rights, and I don't think it's crazy for me to suggest that we have conditional allyships and we stop being allies with countries that are breaking UN international law, committing war crimes, and are committing an onslaught of human rights in association with ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I hear loud and clear what you're saying, man. I couldn't agree more, man. It's so sad what's happening. I wish it would stop, and I just
The only way to get it to possibly stop is to stop backing Israel. That is the only way. The only way I truly see an end to Israel's onslaught of Palestine is if they lose all international support. That's the only way, man.
I just practically don't see that happening. I don't see us burning a bridge with them, and let's be
Because
honest.
because you voted for and support a president who would never do that in a million years.
Dean, to be fair, if the Democrats were in charge, we'd be sending double the money to Israel. They have no regard for.
Actually, I agree that the Dems were pro-Israel, and I didn't like that
Yeah.
about Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But
Yeah.
Donald Trump removed all weapons restrictions that the Biden-Harris administration had placed. Donald Trump removed all restrictions on like extra heavy bombs, and he also originally said that he supported ending humanitarian aid to Palestinians. And on top of that, he personally announced a plan to personally help Israel finish the job and to finish ethnically cleansing the Strip by forcefully relocating and ethnically cleansing the remaining 1.2 million Palestinians living on the Strip. So no, I agree that the Dems were bad, but Trump is worse.
I want to address the ethnic cleansing that you brought up, right?
Right.
So I do acknowledge that Trump did say that, but I also feel like our system has checks and balances to where, we wouldn't let something like that happen, right? So
We
I mean,
already
like,
have, my friend. We already have.
just hear me out for a second,
There's
right?
checks and balances of one weakness. That weakness is money. And do you know how much money AI PAC has given to our checks and balances to ensure that whatever Israel wants, Israel gets?
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Donald Trump, the number is $230 million.
Well, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. I guess my last point on this is just, to me, this is the first time you've seen a U.S. president see some beauty in that area to where he wants to make it better. I know he said he wants to, annex it, take it over, and I know what he said about the ethnic cleansing. That's wrong, but I do feel that like we should support the guy, help him build on that idea, just because ultimately I feel like it would help the people of Gaza, which is frankly what I care about doing.
So ethnic
Netanyahu
cleansing can sometimes be helpful. Is that your claim?
No, my claim is that we wouldn't let that happen at all, right? Like that idea would go through our Congress. We would clean that idea up and execute. We would never do something like that. That's ridiculous.
Congress has already approved the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people by continuing to send Israel signed bombs.
I think I don't think that's the right way to do it.
You could literally see videos of representatives like Nancy Mace signing the bombs that are doing the ethnic cleansing. Is that not approval from Congress?
Oh, I mean, I've not seen that. I've not.
Go on YouTube, watch it. Watch her sign one of the bombs that probably killed a Palestinian child or an innocent press journalist with a smile on her face.
I definitely will, because if that's true, that's wild. Oh my God. Yeah. Can I ask you one more question?
What?
We've been having good convo. I'm curious, right? Donald Trump. Back to your question. Why do you support Trump? So I have a question for you. Second term Donald Trump, from inauguration to today, has Donald Trump done anything good that you agree with?
That one bill that was supposedly supposed to reduce the amount of like AI corn.
Wait, reduce what? Sorry.
Like the use of like AI and deepfakes and pornography. I think that was
Oh,
good.
okay. Okay, yeah, I agree. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. If you're in that queue, make sure it means that you support Donald J. Trump, y'all. Let's go to get the next guest, Connor, loaded up in here. In the meantime, Bella, thank you so much for the $30 Australian over on YouTube Super Chat. Everybody, show some love to Bella down below in the chat while we're working on getting that next guest up in here. But guys, make sure that if you are in the queue that you're an American adult that's at least 18 and supports Trump. Make sure that you're an American adult that's at least 18 and supports Trump. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. But y'all, seriously, show some love to Bella. Bella, thank you. Bella didn't leave a message, only the love. I hope that you're doing well, Bella. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that is like a 6-year-old. Goodbye, fetus. Moving on. We got Mike loading up, and here we go. As well as Beverly. Oh my goodness gracious. Beverly, thank you for the $75 donation over on Venmo, Beverly. That is absolutely insane. Holy crap. Beverly says you are the best. Thank you. No, thank you, Beverly, for these $75. That is so much money. I do not deserve a single dollar of that. That is so incredibly kind. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Chad, if you could please show some love to Beverly down below while we're working on getting the next Trump supporter loaded in. That would mean a lot to me. Seriously, a billion times over. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Phoenix with the $10 saying, thanks for changing the world from Nixie. Nixie, huge shout out to you. And thank you for the $10. Show some love to Beverly and Nixie for the 2 donos over on Venmo down below in that chat. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember you, Jackson. Do you still support torturing 9-year-old girls?
So you actually changed my mind about that.
I did?
You did.
Very good,
But
Jackson.
only it's not Jackson, but up to a certain point, I still believe that rape and incest, I think those two should actually be.
Very good. Very good.
But I want to ask you about something.
I'm happy that you made those exceptions.
But I wanted to talk to you about the debt, because you were talking about debt, and Biden put us in like $8.4 trillion in debt during his 4-year term.
According to whom?
According to the sources I was looking at earlier.
Yeah, you're probably just like tracking the national debt clock. You have to isolate for what debt he signed into law. You can't just say how much it increased in his 4 years. The reason being that there's a lot of reciprocal debt that is like ongoing from previous administrations. that we obviously like want to associate with him. Like one big one would be like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that Trump signed into law in 2018. That cost $2 trillion over the 10 years it was in effect, which would average $200 billion per year, meaning that every single year Biden was president, like there would have been $200 billion worth in debt that was like because of Trump and his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So, like, obviously, that's a bad way of calculating his responsibility. The way that we calculate his responsibility is by looking at the executive orders he signed into law and looking at the policy he signed into law and seeing how much that costs. When we make that isolation, we see that he only signed $4.6 trillion into law. And of course, we'll do the same thing for Trump. Trump signed $8.6 trillion worth of debt into law.
So it had nothing to do with who I can't remember who. Even right now, Biden's not putting ourselves into debt right now. Still,
there's probably some there's still probably some debt from Biden from like the infrastructure bill, sure, but like that's calculated in the $4.6 trillion that he signed into law. Like most bills that are passed through Congress are like have a lifespan of around 10 years, unless they're permanent. But a lot of expenditure bills are 10 years, right? So it's possible that like the infrastructure bill is still costing us money. I know that the Chips and Science Act is still costing us money. The PACT Act is still costing us money.
And he also left a whole bunch of military equipment overseas. And that cost, I'm pretty sure it was a few $100 billion. I can't remember.
No. So if you read what is it called? I forget what the name of the report is. We were talking about this the other day, chat. Can y'all help me out here? What's the name of the report? It is very specific. I forget it. But no, anyways, there was the cigars report. There was $83 billion worth of military equipment sold to the Afghanistani government, meaning that we're paid for it.
He still pulled our military back and left equipment there. They did not pay for all of that.
Yeah, so all the equipment that we left there that was American was disabled. And the reason why it was disabled and made inoperable and not brought back was because it would be more expensive to bring back.
What do you mean?
Hey, do you promise that you're
disabled.
do you promise that you're 18?
Yeah, I swear to God.
Why are you following people that look like they're 14?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I mean,
I
I got
happen to follow like a lot of like women or girls that look like 14 or 15.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I think that you're lying about your age. I think it's more probable that you're lying about your age. So I'm just gonna go to kick you. Have a good one. Chances are he's the same age as him, and he's just lying about being 18. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Izzy loaded into the live, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure that you are MAGA, at least 18 years old, and support Trump. Yo, Feisty, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love, Feisty. Feisty says, school this child. I'm in perimenopause. Well, I kicked him because I think he was a fetus. Thank you for the love, Feisty. Let's get 200 Feisty W's down below. I hope you're doing all right today. Thank you for the love. As well as Josephine, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. As well as your message. Your message is really cute, Josephine. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Josephine down below. And then Justin, thank you for the $17 donation over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Justin. You were awesome. Show some love to Justin, Josephine, and Feisty. Welcome in, Izzy. Do you support Trump? Quite frankly, Izzy's not here, so we're going to go ahead and kick her and move on to the next guest. Sorry. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in the comment section. If you want to load up here, just ignore my loud-ass cough. I just coughed on all of you. My bad. Moving on to Rosalina. Here we go, everybody. Moving on to Rosalina. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Get 100% of the proceeds. It goes into a notification at the top of this phone right here where I could read your name. I could read your attached message and the amount.
Thank you for educating the Trumpies. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Oh my God, thank you.
Well, that would be a W fetus chat. But you got to be at least 18 to join, and you got to be MAGA, so skedaddle, quite frankly. Moving on to that next guest, User. We're going to go to get User up in the box. Here we go. Welcome in, User. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I think Trump is the best president.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're British, right?
No.
I can't hear it. What time is it?
5:48.
Really? And what state are you in?
Georgia.
Really? Name 3 cities in Georgia.
Sewanee, Cumming, and Gwinnett.
Okay. Chad, is he right? I'm too lazy to do the research.
No, I'm being so free. I'm in Georgia.
Okay, now it's sounding more like a Southern accent than a British accent. There's a little bit of an overlap between a Southern accent and a British accent, so with the first 3 words, I can never really tell. All right, you just cooked me. Welcome in, Jess. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
18. Why does everyone think I'm a child? 18, October 2006. I'm turning 19 this year in October.
Okay, I believe you, actually. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of a 1v2 here, or do you feel like it's still unfair and I should bring up another guess? It's up to you guys.
You know what? You're actually really good at this. I want to see you do a 1v3.
Okay, if you're
I've
MAGA,
been
let me know
watching
down
you for a
below. I'll pull you up. Sure, let's do it. Why the hell not? If you're MAGA, let me know down below. We'll load you up. Let's go ahead and do a 1v3. Let's do it, guys. Let me know down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here. Everyone, just give us a minute to get our 3rd Trump supporter loaded into the box. Let's get our 3rd Trump supporter loaded into the box right now. Who will it be? We see to top it all. Also, Lizzie, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Lizzie says, I love you. I love you too, Lizzie. Thank you for the love. What's going on? You support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Don't believe you, my friend. Plus, you got an echo, and your background is loud as fuck. That's a child, quite frankly. What about sports card 512? I'll try for a 3rd guess. If we can't get one quickly, we'll just do a 1v2. Don't need to be too over the top. Welcome in, sports card. Do you support Trump?
I'm 4 years old.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right, we'll try one more time. We'll try with one more guess. If we don't get somebody up with this one last guess, we'll just do a 1v2.
Yeah, that's okay.
Welcome.
I sure do support President Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 24.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. We got 2 Southern
All right, I think it's a
men.
1v3.
And then,
Well, let's talk about a factual thing here. I support him taking over D.C. and federalizing the guard to make that city safe again.
Okay.
That's true. That's so true.
Very nice. So you think that it's a good thing to make DC safer?
Yes.
Absolutely. D.C. should be safer. The guard should be there. We should put violent people in prison.
Did you know that he literally pardoned violent offenders who tried to kill and beat up cops in DC on January 6th?
Did you know Democrats inspired riots throughout the country in 2020? And there was billions upon billions in property damage?
Okay, I don't understand what the relation of that would be to the fact that our goddamn sitting president personally pardoned
Well, I'm just saying-
individuals that attempted to kill cops in D.C. on January 6th, called them
Why are you
patriots,
trying to censor
then apparently turns around and says that we need to make the city safer by deploying the National Guard on Americans. Isn't that a little bit hypocritical to suggest that we need a safer D.C. when he's personally culpable for inspiring violent crime in D.C. and then pardoning the people that committed it in D.C.? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical?
So if you want to break that down about being hypocritical, right? You guys tell me to condemn J6 every day. Condemn J6. Condemn J6.
This argument
right?
isn't even asking you to
Your
condemn
party
J6. This
does
argument
not
is pointing out the
condemn
hypocrisy in
someone.
the pack. One second. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut you off. The reason that I'm cutting you off is this argument isn't even supposed to get you to condemn J6. This argument is supposed to get you to address and respond to the hypocrisy of Donald Trump literally letting people out of jail and labeling them as patriots that committed violent crime in D.C. But then you turn around now and you're like, oh, this guy's the best thing ever because now he's really like cracking down on crime in D.C. Like, isn't it hypocritical? Like the same area that you're now saying that you really support him deploying the National Guard to really crack down hard on crime is the same
Those you're afraid
area
of.
where earlier this year on January 20th and 21st, he gave presidential pardons to people that committed very violent crimes in that area. How is that not hypocritical? Tell me.
So yeah, if you want me to explain it. So firstly, it seems like you're kind of afraid because you keep muting me. But if you want to bring up that exact point, J6 was a mostly peaceful protest where some people got out of hand. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of debate? Why do you have to censor me?
That mute was for fun. That mute was for fun. The reason I did that
that's-
mute for
that's
fun is because you're being hyperbolic and you're trying to make false suggestions, which you know are false.
I'm not making false suggestions. If we look statistically, it was mostly peaceful. 100,000 people were there. Less than 100 actually committed violent acts that day. They went to prison. They got punished. Trump pardoned them. He let them out. It was a chapter where there's a lot of things going on there. But yeah, it was violent. Some people were violent. They got punished. I think a lot of them got over punished, but I mean, that's how it is.
Right, and it's hypocritical that he pardoned 72 people that were sentenced to jail time for violent assault on police officers and called them
You want to talk about
patriots.
violence?
And the hypocrisy is rooted in the fact that now you're saying you support him federalizing D.C. to make it safer when he personally let people out of jail that made it less safe by trying to kill and beat up cops. That's
When
the
was there
hypocrisy
more
that I want you to
property
respond
damage,
to.
J6 or 2020 riots?
Why aren't-
What had more property
Why aren't
damage?
you responding to my point? You know, earlier you said that like somebody's scared to debate. I'm pretty sure the only person that's scared to debate here is you.
Ask me a
because you
specific
literally
question and I'll
can't-
answer it.
I've already asked you one very specific question 5 times and you haven't answered it. Are you now telling me with confidence that you
About
will answer it on
J6,
the
do I
stage?
think it's hypocritical? No, I don't. I
Okay.
don't think it's hypocritical to secure DC right now.
Okay. So explain to me how it is not hypocritical to let violent criminals... Hi, Jess. What's up?
Sorry, I'm gonna leave because stupid fucking MAGA are going in the chat wanting to come up here. So get someone else up here.
Okay,
Get someone else up
they
here. I'm
will chill.
sorry.
Okay. All right, James. We're going to try this one last time.
Sure.
I think it is hypocritical for Donald Trump to suggest that we need a safer DC, that we should deploy the National Guard to crack down on crime, to bring liberty to the district once again, when he is personally responsible for letting violent criminals that committed violent crimes in DC out of jail and then referred to them as patriots and painted them in a positive light.
So you want me to answer that? You think it's hypocritical? I don't think it's hypocritical.
And why
Those
is that?
people got overcharged. So what happened was when Trump left office, the Biden administration took power, and the Biden administration is not a pro-MAGA group, so they overcharged a lot of these people. They put them in prison. They really put the full book at them. And if we're going to be honest, right, our rioters, end of the day, we sympathize with them, but, you know, it's wrong. Right? Democrats, it's the same thing. If it was Antifa or BLM that did something, you guys would pardon them. You would donate to bail funds. That's just how it is, if we're honest. I think a lot of people have this cover like, I condemn violence, I condemn violence. The truth is nobody condemns violence. They condemn the ideology behind it. I think most people, if someone was trying to unalive the leader from Germany in the 30s, I don't think people would condemn violence for that. So the truth is no one condemns violence. They condemn the ideology. I think a lot of those people were overcharged, but I think there's nothing wrong about today by securing Washington, D.C.
Okay, perfect. Well, the main thing that I want to, respond to there is your claim when you said that individuals were overcharged. But before I respond to that, I got to respond to the yap, because you just said that because sometimes violence is viewed as permissible, this means that nobody truly condemns violence. I have a question. Is killing other people sometimes permissible?
I think if they're going to, if they break into your home and they're going to, attack your family, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So does this mean that nobody truly condemns killing other people?
I think people condemn it, but I think ideology has a lot to do with how seriously you charge them or prosecute them.
Right. This doesn't. So exactly. Thank you for proving me right and you wrong. Just because sometimes
Well, I
some
agree with
things
you.
are okay given context doesn't mean that individuals don't generally condemn the action, given that generally speaking, it's in a context where it is condemnable.
I condemn anyone on J6 who was violent. Simple.
I don't even know what you just said. Would you repeat that?
I condemn anyone on J6 who was violent.
Does Trump?
Does he condemn violence?
Does he condemn the violence on J6? Like, for instance, let me give you an example. DJ
I
Rodriguez.
think so.
Well, one
Yeah,
second.
I think so.
Okay, so he condemns like what DJ Rodriguez did, for instance. DJ Rodriguez getting a stun gun from the belt of Officer Fanone and then driving it into Officer Fanone's neck, causing him to have a heart attack. Do you think that Donald Trump condemns what DJ Rodriguez did?
So you want to keep talking about J6 and DJ Rodriguez here.
Yeah, I do. Can you answer my question? I asked you a very specific question. Do you think that Trump condemns what DJ Rodriguez did?
President Trump condemns violence. That's why he's putting the National Guard in D.C.
So
to
did
secure
Donald Trump
Washington.
condemn what DJ Rodriguez did? Yes or no?
Do you condemn Luigi Mangione for pew-pewing a healthcare CEO?
Nice deflection. Answer my question. Did Donald Trump
Well,
condemn
I'm
what DJ
asking you,
Rodriguez
right?
did?
You talk about
Oh,
it.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah, you asked me a question in response to my question. It's very bad faith, and it demonstrates that you're scared of engaging intellectually. Because you know if you answer yes, that you won't be able to defend your answer because Donald Trump literally pardoned DJ Rodriguez and called him a patriot, and then you're going to look silly as fuck. Your only option here is to pivot and deflect. Because if you answer yes, you'd be silly as fuck for the reasons that I just prescribed, and if you answer no, no, saying that Donald Trump did not condemn violence in DC, well, then all of a sudden my argument about hypocrisy about his current federalization of the National Guard in DC today is clear. So once again, I'll simply re-ask you the question that little James down here is too afraid to answer. Did Donald Trump condemn the violence of DJ Rodriguez on January 6th? Yes or no? Everybody watch this. I have a crystal orb in my hand. James will not answer the question. He's going to ask me a question instead. Watch me be proven right in 3, 2, 1.
I'd love to answer the question, but you keep muting me, so it's kind of tough when I get muted. When we talk about violence on J6, right, I'm talking about violence today. I'm not talking about violence. Why don't you talk about the topic today? Why do you keep bringing up J6?
I'm so good
Why
at
do you
this.
keep bringing up J6?
God, I'm so good
Why
at
don't you
this.
talk about right now how Big Balls got attacked by a violent mob of people in Washington?
I'm so good at this. He literally just ate his ego. He ate his self-respect, and he proved me right after me saying that he would prove me right just to not answer the question. James, be a good faith debater, man. Just because you're about to lose on this point doesn't mean that you shouldn't engage with it. I want to make this clear. Being wrong is not the end. Being wrong is a stepping stone to a new beginning where you could critically explore the world around you. I don't understand why so many people that join this live stream hate to be wrong. I understand through your demeanor, tone of voice, and attitude since you've joined this stream that you think that you're an incredibly intelligent person, likely with a large ego, and it is human nature to hate the thought of us possibly being wrong. But this is supposed to be a productive, good faith debate space. Entertain that possibility of you being wrong. Genuinely answer the question, even if it's going to lead to a slam dunk. Go ahead and answer precisely. Did Donald Trump condemn the violence of DJ Rodriguez on January 6th? Yes or no?
So you want to keep talking about this? You want me to answer the question specifically? I don't think he said anything particularly with that individual. He pardoned everyone who was involved in J6. Some people did violent crimes. Some people did some things that were violent, but he pardoned them all. And if we want to be intellectually honest, you talk about, oh, DJ Rodriguez did this. There is no condemnation I hear from the left for any of the violence.
Sorry, I heard the left, so I muted you because the left is a deflection away from the question that I asked you. Chat, we're gonna go to take a poll. How many more opportunities should I give to James?
Being afraid.
Yeah,
Stop being afraid.
Nobody believes the narrative that I'm afraid, James. It's very obvious that I'm muting you because you're clearly deflecting from my question. Should we give him like one more chance to answer the question?
Why are you?
A lot of the people in the comment section
I'm gonna kick me because
zero.
DC crime. DC crime has doubled since 2019. That's something you don't want to talk about. We have homeless people literally sitting in Penn Station. No one wants to talk about it.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to talk about anything else apart from an answer to my question.
I'm afraid to talk about J6. You're afraid to talk about this. I think that's the most honest answer I can give.
So you just said that you were afraid to talk about it. Okay. Well, James.
Yeah, it's a bad day. It's a tough argument to defend.
Right, James.
If you want me to be honest, it's tough to defend. Okay, but you don't want to talk about crime in DC because that's a tough argument to defend as well.
So listen, if you admit that it's tough to defend and that you know you can't defend the idea that Donald Trump condemned the violence of DJ Rodriguez on January 6th, this just means that we could agree that he didn't condemn it. So this is, once again...
I never heard him condemn it, no.
This is the argument that I tried to give you when you joined, that he's hypocritical. Because in one sense, he condemns violence in D.C., but in other senses, he doesn't condemn violence in D.C. That's hypocrisy 101.
It's the same way with everybody. Democrats are the exact same way, if we're being honest. They yap about J6 24/7, but they say nothing about 2020. They say nothing about Antifa. They say nothing about ICE agents being attacked. Nothing is said about it.
Okay. Well, the reason why somebody can talk about J6 and say nothing about the BLM protests in reference to the conversation that we're having is an evaluation of the thoughts, wants, needs, desires, characters, attitudes, and actions of the people running the country, right? And even as it relates to BLM, right? We didn't see Joe Biden pardon people that try to kill cops on BLM, pardon people that cause millions of dollars in property damage on BLM. And in reference to the conversation that we're having here, we're talking about Trump. And we're talking about how Donald Trump did not condemn the violence and how individuals tried to kill cops on January 6th, drove stun guns into their necks, giving them heart attacks, beat them with metal pipes, yelled, grab their gun, and kill them with it. And I just think it's like an indefensible view for you to suggest that the federalization of DC that we do today is truly good intentioned with a desire to reduce crime in DC, given that it's abundantly clear that if Donald Trump doesn't even care about violent crime on cops in the Capitol, why would he care about violent crime against citizens on the street?
So I can agree with the fact that both sides need to do a better job at condemning violence. Republicans have to do a better job at condemning violence. Democrats have to do the same thing. There is a violence problem in this country, and I think it doesn't matter about what your ideology is when violence is used. Anything, whether it's J6 or cities are burning down, both have to be condemned. It should not matter what your opinion is, but unfortunately people are based on their opinion. So if you want to talk about DC crime, I think using the National Guard and giving the DC police extra resources and also not allowing teens who commit violent crimes out on cashless bail or giving them a slap on the wrist, I think that's an effective way to stop crime from happening.
But you can see that Donald Trump doesn't actually care about it, right?
I think he cares about solving crime in DC, yeah, 100%.
Okay, so then that sends us right back to J6 that you were too scared to talk about.
J6, you know what? J6 is tough to defend. It's tough to defend Kamala Harris donating to the Minnesota Freedom Fund as well, which bailed out rioters. This is the thing. If it was MAGA,
I don't know why, dude, listen, I get it that you want to try to do a dunk on the left or whatever. I'll let you make your points, but don't make those points as a deflection. You know, one thing that I feel like a lot of people that join this live, such as yourself, James, or even people that watch the live, is that it'll be often that I will not entertain a point that a guest will bring up because it doesn't serve any greater purpose in the context of the conversation that's had and is just merely a deflection or a pivot. And if I were to entertain deflections and pivots, this space would not be productive at all. At all, James. So stop trying to engage in them so I can stop muting you and getting you back on track. It's very embarrassing for you, and it's very tiring and annoying to me and really everybody watching. Right? My argument is clear. And every time I brought in this argument up, you've wanted to talk about the Democrats. Every time I brought this argument up, you've wanted to talk about the left. You've wanted to talk about Kamala Harris. Let's talk about my argument instead. Donald Trump doesn't care about crime in DC. And it's very clear that he does not care about crime in DC. Because if he didn't condemn, but actually, in some sense, supported violent criminals beating, assaulting, and wanting to kill cops at our Capitol, then why would he condemn violent crimes by citizens on citizens in the streets?
So yeah, if you're going to argue in good faith, I'll argue in good faith. Deal? We'll both do that. I won't defend something that I truly think is wrong. You want to talk about J6? It got out of control. People misbehaved. A lot of things went wrong. That's true. The crime on the streets, I think everybody should agree that getting crime down, not having violent carjackings, not having a bunch of unalivings, a bunch of issues in DC is a good thing. It is the capital of our country. It should look beautiful. It should look amazing. People should feel safe. That's what DC should be. That's where we're at right now.
So you just said everybody should agree. But the thing is I don't think everybody does. One of the people that I don't think agrees is Trump. For the reason, the argument that I gave.
So you think because of J6, he does not care about crime?
Yeah, I think it made it clear.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to change your mind on that issue. I mean,
exactly, because the data aligns with my belief.
But he doesn't care. Well, right now, I think.
Seriously, if somebody actually cared about crime, then they wouldn't support violent criminals that try to kill cops in our capital. You know, it's just come on, that one's clear. That one's a given. That one's duh, obvious, right? But he does. He still supports the pardons. He issued them 4 years after it happened. He had 4 years to introspect and come to the conclusion that violent assault on cops in our country's capital is something that should be condemned. He had 4 years to come to that conclusion, and he done it. He obviously doesn't care.
I mean, I just disagree with that. Yeah, he did pardon them all, right? But if me not being Trump, I can condemn it. I can say there was things that went wrong that day, 100%. But if we look statistically, yes, there are people who are violent. Yes, there are people who assaulted cops. Yes, there are people who attacked cops. But the vast majority of people that showed up to the Stop the Steal rally did nothing violent. They were mostly peaceful. Some people did bad things, and
the data that you're now introducing, that apparently most of the people there were peaceful, like, doesn't change my argument at all. You know, like for instance, if we all agreed that we shouldn't give P3DOs $100 for whatever reason. I'm just trying to come up with an example. Actually, let me reword that. If we all agreed that P3DOs don't deserve chocolate ice cream, and that we all really care about P3DOs not having chocolate ice cream, if I went out there and I gave a random selection of 1,000 people chocolate ice cream, but I knew that random selection of 1,000 people included 100 P3DOs, and I possessed the power to specifically exclude them from the people I'm giving the chocolate ice cream, this would make it clear that I wouldn't care about giving P3DOs chocolate ice cream. The same way that even if what you're saying here is right, that if most of the people pardoned by Trump were not violent and did not commit crimes, because it still included 72 people that were violent, that did assault or attempt to kill police officers, and he had the ability to exclude them from the pardon, it makes it clear that he doesn't care about letting violent criminals walk. And if he doesn't care about letting violent criminals walk, even when those violent crimes are committed on our law enforcement in our country's capital, literally, then why would he care about violent crimes in the middle of streets, in the middle of nowhere? You know, it's like, there's just like no way that I'm wrong here. Like, this is just one of those beliefs that is clear. And, you know, like, maybe somebody could say that, well, oh, like, you know, he just made this brash decision and it was emotionally driven because he just lost the election and he's crazy. But he actually does care. It was just an oversight. He had 4 years to think it over.
So using your analogy with the ice cream, okay, 1,000 people, he gave ice cream, but he knew 100 of them were P3DOs, right? You can say he shouldn't have given ice cream to the people that were P3DOs. But if he's now at this point in time saying, hey, I'm going to put the P3DOs in prison, I think that's something you should celebrate. If we want to talk about J6, it is a difficult thing to defend. That's why you don't want to move off from it. That's why you want to keep harping on it.
Listen, no, the conclusion is like very related to your argument. The conclusion is that Donald Trump doesn't actually care about the violent crime in D.C.
Well, I think he does, because using the military and helping the police get harder sentences on people, that shows you care.
I think that there's like a billion different motivations that could yield said action outside of caring about the violent crime. And I think that the argument that I've been suggesting this entire time, that you've repeatedly misrepresented, that you've repeatedly just kind of left out of any of your responses, makes it clear. You know, it's like I wish that you would please like engage with the substance of the argument that I'm providing with you here. It's not just trying to hone in on January 6th to deflect from your position. It's using data from January 6th and Donald Trump's response to it 4 years later to represent the clear conclusion that he doesn't care about violent crime.
But I just reject that conclusion because
okay, but you reject the conclusion without giving another explanation for the data.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's something that people have to talk about. But if you want to keep like J6,
give another explanation for the data.
The data, okay, but you keep saying J6 about this, about crime. Okay, look, you want me? I'm not a J6 lawyer defending J6.
So you don't have another explanation of the data. So you have.
I have an explanation, knowing that there is violence in D.C. It's out of control. It's not unreasonable to say, hey, people committing violent crimes, people that are committing repeat violent crimes, they should be in jail. I don't think that's.
I think it's unreasonable to say that the reason he federalized D.C. is because he wants violent criminals to be in jail.
Why do you think he federalized DC?
Well, I mean, I don't affirm any other hypothesis. I could give you possible ones that are likely. You know, like a distraction away from the Epstein files, an exertion of the power that he does possess because he loves power, and we've seen many marks of authoritarianism and fascism true of him in a second term in the last 200 days. You know, like there's like about 1 billion like different possible reasons why he could have federalized DC. I just simply rule out the explanation. It's because he really cares about cracking down on violent crime or putting criminals in jail for the reasons that I've already given. We have like like this mass amount of data to suggest that he doesn't really care about it. And unless you have another explanation for that data, I think I'm going to be holding the most rational view here.
Okay, so you brought up the Epstein files, right? If we want to be honest about these files, do you really think the government has like, hey, these billionaires did this at this place with these people and they hid it for like 6 years? I mean, like, the thing is with these files, it's not like they have like clear-cut evidence this person did this here and there. Because if that's true, that means Trump covered it up, Biden covered it up, and Trump's covering up again. It's like the Kennedy files. Like, you really think the CIA tells exactly how they knocked off Kennedy? No, they burned that stuff. They never made a file.
So
for
you
how
don't
they
think
did
any
it.
of the unreleased Epstein files implicate anybody?
I mean, they may allude to certain things, but there's not like a clear-cut smoking gun.
So then
No.
why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail?
She's in jail because she got convicted for, what is it, trafficking, minors or something? I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
there's a smoking gun for her.
Well, yeah. But like the thing is like the file, like, is there really like a file, a blacklist that says every single, like, I just don't think that's the thing. There may be files that allude to certain people, but there's no like blacklist of this person did this.
Okay, so you accept that there's files that could allude to certain people. So maybe it alludes to Trump.
I mean,
and that's
maybe
why he doesn't want
allude,
them to
yeah.
go public.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why it might not want to go public. I mean, the thing is, like, look,
I don't know. I think
I've
that
been
this one.
upset
I
with
think that
things
this.
not
I
being
think that this
released.
one's clear too. I mean, realistically, think about it. 2003, Trump signs a letter to Epstein with a picture of a naked woman in the statement. May every other day be a new wonderful secret. Okay, what's next? Epstein gets caught. He goes on deposition. He's answering all of the prosecutor's question. The prosecutor comes along and asks him the question: have you and Trump ever socialized in the presence of females under the age of 18? He pleads the fifth for the first time in that depositional interview. Okay, what's next? Donald Trump runs on releasing these files publicly. He promises them to his base. He promises them to America. He runs on transparency. Okay, what's next? May 2025. The DOJ tells him that his name is in the files.
There's no proof of that. That's speculation. There's no proof of that.
The proof would be the reporting from
that's
the Wall Street
speculation.
Journal.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal, which has made up thousands of stories using anonymous sources throughout President Trump's first and second term. Okay, like, if they don't have hard proof, like, it's just speculation.
If they didn't have hard proof, why isn't he talking about it? If he didn't,
Why
isn't he denying
I don't know
it?
what he can release. I mean, it's not like there's a
think about it. Donald Trump loves to come out and call reporting wrong, and in my mind, he actually calls a lot of reporting that's not wrong because he probably doesn't think that they have the hard proof that they do. A good example of this would
They
be
don't.
listen. A good example of this would be like what the Wall Street Journal reported on about the letter to Trump. Right? The letter from Trump to Epstein. So I think that like Donald Trump probably assumes that the Wall Street Journal had no hard proof of that actually happening. So then he launched a lawsuit on the Murdochs, right? Right? So he probably doesn't think that they have hard proof. So he's trying to call their bluff by suing them. In my mind, I'm going to say that they actually do have that hard proof. Now, let's move on to the reporting about him having the DOJ tell him that he's on the files. He has never denied them. He hasn't started another lawsuit at all. And I think the only possible explanation here is that he knows they have hard proof because he was the one that was personally told, like their reporting said, that he was in the Epstein files by Pam Bondi, by the DOJ.
Okay, but that's all speculation. You're telling me if the Democrats
What
they
is
had this for 4
speculation?
years,
Tell
they
me,
wouldn't have released
tell me what speculation is.
You are assuming
Tell me
based
what.
on what
No.
sources
Real
say.
quick. Tell me what
Through
speculation.
anonymous
is.
sources.
I want you to tell me what
You
speculation.
are guessing.
is.
You are speculating.
It's a guess.
You are
Okay.
guessing.
Would you say that a guess would operate inside of a realm outside of the use of evidence or a preponderance of evidence to indicate a conclusion that's likely true?
Guests look at things through their worldview and they make an opinion based on their worldview and what they believe is
Right,
the
but not
information.
based upon like evidence and reason. Because when we come to conclusions with evidence and reason, they're not guess. They're like what? They're
You mean
facts.
like what?
We look at them like facts. We look at them
Yeah.
like things that are more likely than not to be the case. We look at them like rational conclusions. And typically we don't use terms such as speculation or guesses, all right, and in the same ballpark as rational conclusions. And I believe that we can rationally conclude the reporting from the Wall Street Journal saying that the DOJ told Trump himself that he was on the files is true based upon the preponderance of evidence that I've already suggested. I'd say that the key indicator here that it's true is one going to be the fact that if this reporting was wrong, they could be held for liable and sued. 2 would be the fact that if this reporting was wrong, we have good reason to believe that Donald Trump would deny it because he loves to deny reporting that he thinks is wrong. 3 would be the fact that literally 2 weeks before he made this report, he sued that same company for other reporting.
But why didn't
that
the
he accused
Democrats
as wrong.
release it when
And
Biden
now,
was there?
and now he's not suing them for this reporting. He's not even talking about.
Don't
this
you think the
reporting.
Democrats would have
And I
released it if
ultimately
there was
believe
hard-
that this is because, once again, he knows that yes, he was told by the DOJ that he was on the files. Now, I don't want any deflections here. I want you to
Not
solely
fact,
engage with
not
the argument
fact.
that I
That
gave
is
you to
speculation.
demonstrate that there's
I
not.
will engage.
It's not speculatory, but we rather have a preponderance of reason to believe these
I will
things.
engage.
And I want you to specifically engage in the preponderance of reason that I
I
detailed.
will. Let me engage in the reason you just gave. So, based on things going on, when Donald Trump was running for office, he got charged in 4 different jurisdictions. He was prosecuted to the teeth. Everything he ever did in his whole life got dug up. The Democrats under President Biden had these files in their hands with evidence hiding at the DOJ. If there was hard evidence proving Trump was involved in any of these things, they would have released it 1,000% and it would have destroyed his campaign. If there was actual proof, the Democrats 1,000% would have done it because they made up every single other crime against him. You're telling me they're not going to release something that's actually true about him being on Epstein Island?
Yeah, there's 2 theories that dispute your claim that it is necessarily the case. If Trump is on the files, then the Biden-Harris administration would release them. Are you ready?
Or leaked. They would have leaked it. They wouldn't have just released it. They would have
Are
leaked
you,
it.
are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. The first theory is that they were sealed for the first 3 years of the term, so they couldn't touch them because they were tied up in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and prosecution. When they were unsealed and available to the DOJ in early 2024, January of 2024, the Biden administration operated significantly different than the Trump administration and saw the DOJ as an independent entity that they didn't want to touch. That's theory number 1. Theory number 2 is a little bit less benevolent than that, and it's just that it would indicate other Democrats.
I mean, maybe they're all protecting each other. I mean, I don't know. They might be. I mean, that could be a possibility, honestly.
Right. So that absolutely disputes your bullshit claim saying that if Trump was on them, then Biden would have released them.
I mean, I'm just saying. I think if he was on them, I think they would have done a little bit more than just going after him for some business expense thing. And
Yeah, I don't think there's proof. Like, there's
Listen,
no proof. I think-
if he's not on them, why did he call them a Democratic hoax faked by Obama? And compare them to other things he said were faked by the Democrats to persecute.
You don't think
and target
Democrats
him.
are doing hoaxes? You don't think they used false intelligence in the Russia scandal of 2016?
No, I don't actually. But now I just want to clarify here. If you think it actually is a hoax, if you think that that Trump was telling the truth, it was a hoax created by Obama, then why didn't Biden release them?
I mean, why didn't he? Why didn't Biden release them? That's a great question. That's something you'd have to
I
ask
don't know.
President
Did you
Biden.
think that rules out that they were hoax created by Obama? And if they were hoax created by Obama, why the hell didn't they indict Trump?
I don't think it was Obama.
How can you
himself, but I
believe that
think he
How can you believe
pushed
that
it
Trump
through.
is not on the files and that they were a hoax made by Biden and Obama? I'm actually going to take your own arguments and I'm going to spin them.
I'm
No,
not
no,
even
no, no,
saying
no,
that, and
no, no,
you're
no, no,
just
no, no,
like-
no. I'm going to
now
take
you're
your
gonna be making
I'm going
me
to take your
scared.
own argument. No, I'm talking and you're interrupting me. And I haven't even muted you yet. Just calm down. I'm going to take your own argument and I'm going to turn it back on you now. Let's go ahead and just roll back the stream to when you were popping off your conspiracy theories about how the left has targeted Trump. 1 second.
Conspiracy theories. Guests look at things through their worldview and they make an opinion based on their worldview and what they believe.
Right, but not used terms. DOJ already reporting anything. He's even he was on the reasons.
When Donald Trump was running for office, he got charged in 4 different jurisdictions. He was prosecuted to the teeth. Everything he ever did in his whole life got dug up. The Democrats under President Biden had these files in their hands.
Oh, so you just told us about how the left dug up everything in his life to politically prosecute him and
They
threw all
would've
these
if they had
BS claims right at Trump to prosecute him to
You're
the
not being good
teeth
faith. I'm being
before
good
the election. And you're telling me that
You're
and
not-
while they were doing this all, Obama and Biden were also creating the fake hoax of the Epstein files. And for whatever reason, you thereby
Because you're
also
afraid.
believe that they
Talk about-
didn't create this fake hoax of the Epstein files while they were politically prosecuting him to the teeth in courts to include and indict Trump.
They were. They lied about him. They indicted him, and then they tried to take his life 2 times. Everybody knows that.
Exactly. They lied about him, they indicted him, and they tried to take his life 2 times. And on top of that all, they created the fake hoax of the Epstein files, and you're telling me that they didn't include Trump in them? Really?
The Epstein files, if they had real truth, they would have put it out there. They had real truth, they would have put it out there. But you want to go on
Wait,
these
so now you're saying if they had real truth, they'd put it out there. Guess what? I'm going to use your other arguments against you. So that means all the political prosecution of Trump is real truth since they put it out there.
Why don't you want to talk about issues that affect people?
Stop
Why do you keep
dodging. I'm using your own argument against you. Since they put out all that prosecution of Trump out there, it means that it's real truth, right?
Well, look, you want to look at the business thing? There is a why do you keep it's not funny. I'm being honest. The business expense thing in New York, there was a legitimate payment made that was an expired misdemeanor, but there was some things that was basis. Was anything flat out made up? They stretched the truth.
In the civil court that held him liable for SA? Was that also real truth?
Who funded her case? Who funded her case?
Yeah, the guy
Let's
from
talk about that.
LinkedIn.
Who funded
The guy from LinkedIn was just wanting to put real truth out there.
Reid Hoffman. And how much money has Reid Hoffman spent to get Trump off the ballots and fund candidates against him?
So much. He's fucking based. I love Reid Hoffman.
Millions, not billions, millions upon millions.
His
of dollars.
team is awesome. I've personally met a lot of his team. He's awesome.
You're bought and paid for by Reid Hoffman. Yeah,
I'm not bought and paid for by Reid Hoffman, but one of his assistants did get me did get me dinner one time. Yeah.
I mean, that's good. I mean, I'd take a dinner. I don't blame you for it. But the thing is, if you want to look at that case, right? This was from 20 plus years ago. A he said, she said that got funded by Reid Hoffman.
Oh, so I just want to clarify. Do you think that it's real truth or not?
Do I think it's true? No.
Oh, but I thought you said that the Democrats would only put it out there if it's real truth.
Well, they take a story. I'm not saying they don't take, but you're just like taking things I said like out of context like 20 seconds ago, and then you're saying, "Oh, well, you into real truth."
I'm sending you in circles. Can I detail all the circles I've sent you through?
You're like, my brain is like frozen right now.
I know.
Like,
it's because I'm running
all
labs
these
around.
circles. Like,
I know,
you don't talk about
the
issue. Like you do everything besides the actual issue.
I'm running laps around you, bro. I'm running. Okay. So I've frozen your brain by bringing up how you.
What actual topic do you want to talk about that actually affects?
We're actually talking about the real topic that actually affects people's lives right now. Stop interrupting.
Nobody's affected by this.
The second interruption.
No one's affected by this.
Third interruption. Do you want to go for a fourth?
I'll mute.
Good. Thank you, James. So here's the big circle I've ran around you that I want you to address, that you're dodging so hard for no reason. You told us that you kind of agree with Trump, right? When Trump said that the Epstein files were a Democrat hoax made by Obama and Biden. The way I've been running laps around you with this claim that they're a Democratic hoax is by replaying you that clip of you talking about how the Democrats threw everything at Trump. They investigated every aspect of his life. They falsely accused him of rape. They threw all these felonies at him, all these civil courts at him, all these lawsuits at him. And you even said that they tried to kill him twice. So you're telling me that they tried to take his life twice. They threw all these lawsuits at him, fake felonies, fake great case. And on top of that all, they even threw these fake Epstein files that were hoaxed and made up by Biden and Obama out there. But you're also saying that Trump's not on them? If they were truly a Democratic hoax, and the Democrats had truly thrown all this stuff at Trump and tried to take his life twice, wouldn't we expect Trump's name to be on them?
So we're getting really down the rabbit hole here. If you want me to answer that question specifically, with the Epstein files, it was legitimate casework that was from trials, it was from witness testimony. These were things that went on Epstein's been investigated for decades, so I'm sure they have dozens and hundreds and maybe thousands of pages of conversations, investigations, interviews within these files for sure. Just like any major, file, like the Kennedy files or whatever, there's probably a bunch of different files. But when I say did they not make it up? I don't think it was made up. I think it was from a bunch of different lawyers. It was basically just it's files from interviews and stuff like that with witnesses and all.
So then they're not a Democrat hoax. So then why did Donald Trump lie and say they were?
I mean, they're not. When you say they're a Democrat hoax, they're being used as a Democrat hoax, but they're not an actual hoax made by Democrats. It's files
what is a hoax?
Something that's made up, like Russia collusion or Hunter Biden laptop, stuff like that.
So something that's made up. So you just said that Russian collusion was made up. I mean, Marco
100%.
Rubio and two special counsels under Trump's first term disagree.
Do you believe the Russians went in and manipulated votes? Do you think they changed votes?
I don't, nor does Obama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but
Is that the only way for them to collude in the election?
He colluded with the Russian government. They made up a story about how he was in a hotel in Moscow with a bunch of strippers and doing cocaine. They made up that story.
So when I say collusion, I mean that they colluded with the election. They interfered with the election.
They had Facebook troll accounts online that talked about Donald Trump being great.
I guess Russian interference was not a hoax, so thank you. But anyways, to get back to the topic, you said a hoax was something that's made up. Oh, wait, he said the name. James, you got cooked. Sorry, man, you can't say the name instead of the D-R-U-G-S on TikTok Live. I was about to cook you, too. I was about to get your ass, too. Go ahead. Wait, real quick.
All right, let me say my stuff, because I've been sitting here. All right, so look. So I guess I'll go to the Epstein a little bit. I had something else in mind. We'll do Epstein. So I don't think, like, all the Epstein lists, all that, like, bullshit. Like, that's just not, like, Trump's name was not on there.
The DOJ said it was.
Who?
The DOJ. And, like, we now know that, like, Trump then, like, told the FBI to flag everywhere in the files where his name was mentioned, and then to redact everywhere in the files where his name was mentioned. This is
because
like
of Hillary Clinton.
What?
Democrat lawmakers begin to seek records about Epstein after the Miami Herald's late 2018 investigation into the case. Before then, political coverage of the Epstein case was typically framed.
Is Hillary Clinton in government in 2018?
Wait. Listen. Framed around the financiers' ties to former President Bill Clinton. His wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, lost a presidential election to Trump in 2016, and her role as Trump's rival kept the Epstein topic alive.
Okay, so Clinton talked about how shitty Trump was, and that kept the Epstein topic alive. What does this have to do with the DOJ telling Trump he was on the files in May, and then him telling the FBI to flag and redact anywhere where his name was mentioned in June and July?
Because he doesn't want to be in there.
So
he doesn't want.
So why would you want in there? You've already.
Why
conceded.
would you want your name on that list?
You've already conceded. Remember, you came up here trying to argue that he wasn't in there, and now you're saying that he is in there and he doesn't want his name on that list.
But I'm saying, like, okay, there's the proof that his name's on the list is so bad.
No, it's not.
It's horrible.
No, it's not. It's cross confirmation of senators, some FBI whistleblowers and DOJ whistleblowers. It's pretty rock solid. Like, we had a senator testify to this in Congress, that he told the FBI to flag everywhere in the files where his name was mentioned. And this was separate, decoupled, and unrelated to reporting from the Wall Street Journal telling us that Pam Bondi and the DOJ told Trump that he was on them in May. It's really good proof. It's rock solid proof, actually. And that's why Donald Trump hasn't said otherwise. That's why Donald Trump hasn't called the reporting fake. That's why he hasn't said fake news, because he knows it's true. And it's all going to come out from the FBI and the DOJ themselves the next time a Democrat's in office, if he were to create this scandal of denying it. So he's not going to deny it. He's just not going to say anything about it. And he's going to hope that people like you basically deny it, even though we have all the reason in the world to know it's true. Not just believe it's true, but to know it's true.
Why is he not in jail then? And why is he still president?
Well, he's fired the people that have attempted to put him in jail. Yeah.
So, I mean...
Jack Smith was trying to put him in jail for attempting to rig the 2020 election. Jack Smith is a G. I love Jack Smith. Jack Smith got Trump to admit in court that he tried to rig 2020, but just appealed to presidential immunity and stalled the proceedings until he won 2024. But then when he was back in office, he just fired Jack Smith, so the case went away because the prosecutor went away.
Got all these great people, trying to take him out of office, put him in jail.
Yeah, he should be in jail.
People that are good at their job doing it, but they can't do it. Like, they don't have proof. Like,
dude, whoa. Once again, Trump literally admitted to trying to rig the 2020 election.
Then he wouldn't be president.
No, because this motherfucker was able to make the legal argument that because he was president when he tried to rig it, and because him trying to rig it was an official act of his presidency, he should be immune from criminal repercussions.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, man, that was their legal argument. Bro, his attorney, Will Scharf, will publicly talk about this. He did publicly talk about it when they were going down. We're like, yeah, we sent the alternate votes that said Trump won states he lost to verify the authentic outcome of the election. Remember, Trump denied it, so he thought the authentic outcome was that he won. And that this was an official act of his presidency. He should have presidential immunity. Like, yeah, it's crazy that not more people know about this. I have, like, many critiques of people like Destiny. I think he's a terrible guy. He's done terrible things. But, like, the one thing that he has done good is to promote how, like, insane that is for the last 4 years. He's, like, one of the only people that actually cared. Nobody cares about this for whatever reason.
All right, so look, with Epstein, I guess, like, you got me a little stumped there. Now, I'll take you on this, though. Immigration, right?
Before we move on, quickly, let me thank a couple people. Zach, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love. You're awesome, Zach. Let's get 500 Zach W's down below in that chat. Zach says, it shows that he will do literally anything to deflect away from Epstein, and the cultists like this dunce will lap over it. We'll lap it up without question. Yeah, that last guy's James. He was a little bit of a cult member. I think I've talked to him before. I should have kicked him out when he joined because I recognized his voice, but I entertained the convo. Thank you for the $50, Zach. Let's get 500 Zach W's. That is just Z-A-K down below in that chat. Thank you, Zach. As well as a handful of other people here. Everyone, just give us a second here. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Olivia with a $1 on Venmo. Thank you. Sharon, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for the quote-unquote knowledge. Thank you for the love, Sharon. Everybody watching, show some love to Sharon down below. I appreciate that, Sharon. Adam with a $10 saying my best friend is a Trump supporter and only follows him based on quote-unquote Catholic values and his parents' belief. How do I approach him when he doesn't understand the concept of separation between church and state? Well, literally tell him to join my life. Brett with a $10. Thank you so much for the love. Saying, ask the MAGAs why Trump can deploy the National Guard in D.C. now, but couldn't on J6. Good question, Brett. And then Tyler, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, saying, ask him what he thinks about a pardoned J6er being appointed to the Justice Department. Fuck, I forgot to bring that up. Yes, a pardoned J6er that was literally screaming about how he wanted to kill the cops is now working for the Justice Department. Thank you guys for the love. Show some love to our donors. As well as Glory with a $10, calling James a hypocrite. So real Glory. Show some love to Glory down below. Catherine with a 5, Julie with a 3, Eva with a 10, and Josephine with a 10 as well. Thank you everybody so much for the love. If you want to get a message across to me, you can do that on Venmo or PayPal. Anyways, so user, you said that you support Trump on immigration?
Yes. So I think, especially in Las Vegas, there's been like 13% less amount of illegal immigrants in there, and there's been so much better, cleaner environment, the people, because all there is just a bunch of like gang members coming in and like, trying to kill everybody. So, and then like, why do Democrats, like, why do you want them into our country? Like, what makes you be like,
what percentage
come
of
on,
violent
come in our
crimes?
country?
I have a question. Are you natural U.S.-born citizens?
Yes.
You're 3 times more likely to commit crimes than undocumented immigrants. And if undocumented immigrants are a bunch of gang members that want to kill everybody, what does that make you? Why are you statistically speaking 3 times more likely to commit violent crimes than murderous gang members? Who are you?
But I mean, like, where are you pulling that from?
PNAS. It's a research. It's a research company that has existed since the 19th century, pulling their crime and
what PNAS?
Yeah, pulling their crime and arrest stats from the FBI. So if you're like 3 times more likely to commit a violent crime than a murderous gang member, what does that make you?
I mean, I guess that makes me like Darth Vader, but like I'm not. Like, that's the thing. Like, do you see on the like?
I think they're trolling. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. All right, we got Bella loading up in the box. Yo, all right, everyone, give us a minute. Yo, John, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo, John. Thank you, John. You're awesome. Thank you, John. John says, "Here I am again. Thanks for the fight, John. It's good to see you again. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Everybody, show some love to John, Mr. John Regal, back with us here again today. Good to see you. Thank you for the $25, John. Welcome in, Bella. Are you MAGA? Nope. If you happen to be one of the 8.7 thousand people over on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, folks. And hop in that queue if you support Trump and you want to come up here to debate. Just make sure that you're following the rules. You're at least 18 and you support Trump. Catherine, thank you for the $25 over at Venmo saying keep preaching. Thank you, Catherine. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Catherine. Let's get 250 Catherine W's. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much, Catherine. Based Catherine W's. Hell yeah. Moving on to Greg. Here we go. This guy doesn't have a shirt on. Put a shirt on, Greg. Greg needs a shirt right now. Please put a shirt on. Let's see if he loads in. Hi, Greg.
Just wanted to say I love you.
Oh, keep your shirt off. Love you too, Greg. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on. Greg, keep that shirt off. Let's go, Greg. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Dylan. Do you support Trump? No, Greg's not here. Moving on to Dylan's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Sorry, Greg. Sorry. Show some love to Greg. I feel bad about that one. Show some love to Greg. Greg,
Yo.
what's up, Drusky? You support Trump?
I don't, and I really appreciate what you're doing because fuck Trump and fuck that guy. So.
Base, man. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. We got Ben loading up, and here we go. Welcome in, Ben. You support Trump?
Wait. Okay, Dean, please let me talk. I've been waiting for so long to get up here. Please. 18. I know I sound really long. Please let me talk.
What year were you
I've been
born
waiting
in?
for so long. I was born in 2007 in June.
I don't trust you. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in the chat, everybody. I know that he really wanted to talk. Like, yo, poor Ben. You know, like, I actually feel bad.
Buddy.
But point...
I know that he really wanted to.
Point number one, he was calling me a soy boy in the chat earlier. And point number two, he stumbled when he was trying to answer the question of how old he is, which makes me think he is lying. We're going to move on to Lewis. Everyone just give us a minute here, y'all. Yo, Abby, thank you so much for the love over on Venmo with the $15. You were awesome, Abby. Guys, show some love to Abby down below in that chat for the $15. Thank you so much, as well as Coral with a 20. Coral says, keep bringing me hope for the future. I hope everyone is having a great Monday. You know what? I am, Coral, and I hope you are too. Thank you so much, Coral, and thank you so much, Abby. Shout out to Abby and Coral in those live chats. Thank you, Abby and Coral. Welcome in, Lewis. Do you support Trump?
No, he's a fucking pussy.
Whoa. Moving on to the next guest. We got a lot of people in the queue that don't actually support Trump. I'm going to start banning y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I just want to ask you something real quick.
Sorry, JJ. I gotta be like a hard ass on the rules. I gotta be authoritarian. Let me summon my inner trap. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna be an authoritarian. We're gonna enforce the rules. We're gonna be so hard on the rules. Quite frankly, the hardest you've ever seen us before. I'm going to be so hard on the rules. Thank you. And guess what? If you're breaking the rules, you're going to be punished so hard. So the hardest that's ever existed, so bigly punished. Do not break the rules. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Everyone give us a minute. We got Connor loading up in the box right now, quite frankly. Hello, do you support Trump, Connor?
I love John Boy.
Deported, quite frankly. Moving on. Here we go. Everyone just give us a minute. All right. Let's get back into things. We're gonna get real. We got OG loading up in. Here we go. All right. Go and put a MAGA with your rage down below in that chat. I'll happily have you up. We got Yuno loading in. I don't really know, y'all. Please stop trolling. All right. Yuno's not joining. Dr. Pepper fan is loading up into the box. Hi, Dr. Pepper fan. Do you support Trump? Pro. Okay. So at this point, we have close to 9,000 people in the live over on TikTok. Please follow the rules. Let's go over them. Gotta be 18 plus. Gotta be an American. Yeah. And you gotta support Trump. That's right. Hello, do you support Trump? This guy was just spamming MAGA in the chat. Oh my goodness gracious. We're gonna move on to the next guest. You know, I will say, we've actually had a decent amount of Trump supporters today. It looks like it's just setting in now that people aren't following the rules. But
Nicki Minaj for president.
bro, why do you choose to break the rules? I'm not even joking. I'm not going to kick you. No, don't leave. He wanted to be up here so bad that he wanted to leave. Mods, ban him. Ban him, mods. No joke. Find him and ban him. Okay, moving on to the next guest. You know what? Ban the person in the chat that said based. Moving on. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. Hey, what's up? You support Trump?
Oh, shit. Sorry, Dean. This is an accident. I love you.
Yeah, now you're banned. Just kidding. I actually ran you. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to get Hovey up in the box.
No, bro, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I accidentally clicked it.
Banned! Moving on to Riri. Here we go.
No.
Hi, do you support Trump?
No, sorry.
Banned! Moving on. We got Eli loading up in. Hi, are you MAGA?
You should come to Quebec.
Banned! Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. We got Lil P loading up in. Here we go. What's up, Lil P? You support Trump? Oh, they left? Banned! Moving on to the next guest. We got Achilles loading into the box. Here we go.
Yo.
Hi, what's up? You support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Really? What year are you born in?
2006, March 16th.
And why? Why do you support Trump?
Why not? He's
Because-
just like, I don't know. I don't support what he's been doing lately.
Oh, why
Like
not?
with the Epstein.
Oh,
but
why
like
not?
before I supported him.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, why not?
How long of an answer do you want? Doctoral thesis paper, 1-page essay, or paragraph?
All of them.
No, it's a. You can't select multiple answers.
I just did though.
I'm telling you that you can't do that.
But I did.
It's
So how can I not if I just did?
It's literally impossible for me to simultaneously give you a 1-paragraph answer while also giving you a doctoral thesis paper.
Says who?
Says the laws of logic.
Fuck him.
You can't fuck the laws of logic,
But I just did.
but you can't.
But I just did.
Okay, so you said fuck the laws of logic? Go ahead and make a
Yeah.
squared circle for me, buddy.
I just did.
Troll. Banned! Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got the next Trump supporter loaded up in here. Everybody. Oh, there's somebody named Courtney King in my queue. That's such a Trump supporter name. Let's get them up here. I actually am going to redact that because if they're not MAGA, then I'd feel bad. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Oh, you do? How old are you, Courtney?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
28th of August 2006.
Yeah, and what time is it?
11:45.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to Emily. Is there just no Trump supporters in the queue? Hi, Emily. Do you support Trump?
Oh, Parker! I meant Dean. No,
Oh,
I
you know
meant
what?
Dean.
You know what? Banned. Yeah, for trolling and for calling me Parker. If you're watching and you want to help pay my therapy bills, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. They send us a notification at the top of this phone. So right now I can see your name. Oh, like Jordan. Look at that. Jordan, thank you for the $10
Hello.
over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love, Jordan. Thank you so much. Let's see what Jordan says. Give us a minute, Mr. New Guest. Jordan says, have you discussed the current risks to gay marriage yet? It's almost like we told them this was coming. It's been difficult to because of TikTok terms of service, but we definitely should go over that. It's been formally recommended to SCOTUS to overturn gay marriage. I don't think it'll happen, though. But thank you for the $10, Jordan. Show some love to Jordan down below in that chat. Welcome in, Tom. Do you support Trump?
Oh, I do.
You do. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And what time is it?
I mean, it might be 11:45.
And now you're banned. Got to be American, chat. With how we went over this already, quite frankly. If you want to skip that line because you actually support Trump, let me know down below. We'll get you pulled up here. What's going on, Hallie? Do you support Trump?
Oh my God, Dean, I love you.
Okay, banned. What about you? Do you support Trump?
No, but I love
Oh my
you,
God,
Dean.
it's the same fetus. Banned. Kelly, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Kelly. You were awesome. Show some love to Kelly down below. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Kelly says, instead of banned, can you say
What do you think
beyond?
about social democracy?
Social democracy?
Yeah.
I am a social democrat, so it's based. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Banned. Moving on. Coral, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, why is it when I start listening, it's all trolls? Dude, I don't know. It just got really bad, Coral. Thank you for the 10. Very kind of you. What the fuck is going on? This is getting unreal. Like, hi, do you support Trump?
I sent you my first donation ever in a message, and you didn't say anything, and it was like an hour ago. Could you look for it, please?
Rachel, you are banned. I'm just kidding. I actually will look for it, and thank you so much for the love, Rachel. I'll make sure to look literally right now. Show some love to Rachel. Okay, moving on. Let's see here. Yo, Bella, thank you for the 15 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat for the therapy. And Dory, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying thank you for being an awesome human. We all love you. I appreciate you with that love, Dory. You are awesome. As well as Kelly, once again, with the $5 saying banned, like Steve Bannon. Oh, Bannon. No, I don't like Steve Bannon. I'm not going to tout his name. Fuck that dude. Danielle, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Danielle down below in that chat. Thank you for the love, Danielle. It's good to see you again. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you. Danielle says, first rule of lying about your age is to have a solid backstory. I feel like my generation has failed the children. Sorry for all the trolls. Appreciate you for the love, Danielle. We're definitely getting a couple trolls right now. Shit's rough. Hopefully we're able to find our way through it. Thank you for the $25, Danielle. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Mac?
No, but give a day where you talk to fans and maybe you'll get like better debate days when you do debates. You know what I mean?
I actually don't know if we will because a lot of the people that come up here are underage. I want to be even able to talk to them on those days. But Mac, you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. Go and hop in that queue if you support Trump. Let's get Oliver up here. Let's see here. Alex, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying I love you, Parker. My name is Dean. My name's not Parker, it's Dean. Welcome in, Oliver. Do you support Trump? Oh, banned. Moving on. Okay, guys. What about Cash? We'll get Cash up here. We see Kevin's back in the queue.
Hi, Dean.
Hi, Kevin. Real quick. We're not going to debate again. We already talked once. Have I changed your mind on anything?
You have, and I just one thing. I was wondering. Doesn't have to be today. I was just wondering if we could debate later on, like in a week's time.
You know what? Re-request in a week. I'll happily have a chat with you, Kevin. He's one of the more pleasant guests in the last couple weeks. Welcome,
Hello?
Cash. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, low, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we're off to a terrible start, but guess what? Like you're the only person in the queue that didn't say no. So how old are you?
I'm like 15, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Ban. No, it's not. Okay, we're going to go over the rules again, everybody. We're only looking to talk to American adults that support Trump. And by the way, if you ever want a glimmer of hope in America, think about the fact that we have over 9,000 people in here right now, and there's not a single American adult that supports Trump. 9,000 people. 9,000 random people. There's not one person that supports Trump. I hope that gives you a little glimmer of hope. I really hope it does. Kelly in the chat says American Trump 18. Like that gives me hope. Like it's annoying, but it gives me hope. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up into the box. It just means that we're really changing minds. It's like, I feel like the last time it was this hard for me to get guests on a topic was when I'd run the topic, why do you think women shouldn't be able to vote? So apparently belief that the 19th should be overturned is just as socially supported as a belief that Trump's a good president. G, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. G says, I hope my son turns out like you one day and doesn't get influenced by his MAGA grandparents. You know what? You just got to influence him yourself. Thank you for the love, G. You are awesome. Show some love to G down below for the 10. As well as Alana. Thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you, Alana. Alana says, thank you, Dean, for these live streams. I've learned a lot, and it's given me more confidence when debating my MAGA parents. Hell yeah! Have fun with it. You know, run them in circles. Dunk on them, as one would say. Thank you for the $15, Alana. Thank you so much. Show some love to Alana down below. As well as Josie with the $2 on Venmo. And Bjorn, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. Saying, I love you, Santana. Bro, I'm being called Parker. I'm being called Santana. I am Dean. Okay. I have an identity that matters too. Thank you guys for the love, though. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay.
And I live in Brazil.
You
So
live in
now
Brazil?
I live in Brazil, but a lot of persons here really enjoy Trump's idea. And
Okay. One second.
just
Are you an
heard-
American citizen?
if you consider that I live in South America, so
Bad. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Give us a minute. Cyrus, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal. Saying, been watching you since the start. Appreciate you. Parker. Y'all. I'm Dean. Dude, thank you for the $10, but my name is Dean. Kenna with the $2. Calling me I love you. Bro, Dean is my name. Hi, Bella. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Bella, are you like 15?
No, I'm 18.
Oh, what year were you born in?
2007.
There's a laugh in the voice. You know what I got to say to you, Bella? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Everybody, please give us a minute. Oh, my God. Liv, thank you for the £5 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate y'all for the love. Hi, what's going on? Do you support Trump? Jay Porth or whatever?
Absolutely.
Oh, but your mic is really bad. Is there anything that you could do to make your mic a little better? Maybe turn off the fan, come a little bit closer to it, go inside?
I don't know. I got to pull in my little mini mansion over here.
Oh, it sounds a lot better now. It sounds a lot better now, but I could hear it like a TV in the background. Do you think that you could like turn that off or like go into a separate room?
Yeah, let me mute that right quick.
You and your mini mansion?
Is that better?
It is much better. Before we hop into the debate, I'd like to quickly thank Robert for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Robert. As well as Dale for the $10 over on Venmo saying, keep up the great work, Pickles. Dude, it's Dean. But thank you for the $10, but my name is Dean. And then Cyrus with another $11 over on PayPal saying, sorry, Parker. Bro, dude, thank you for the $11, but goddamn, it's Dean. What the fuck is going on? Keely, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying, Parker, you're the bomb, much better than quote-unquote Dean. Dude. Okay, you know what? I'm going to ignore y'all. Jay Porth, get the fuck out of like the storm. Go inside. Turn the fan off. There's a bunch of background noise. Why do you support Trump?
There's many reasons. Where do we start? So do we start with the gerrymandering? Do we start with the Democrats calling out everything the Republicans are doing that they've been doing for decades? I mean, where do you want to start?
Oh, well, sure. Let's start with Democrats calling out Republicans for shit that they've been doing for decades. Like a good example of the way that Democrats have been calling Trump out is for like being, like an authoritarian. I bet you've heard that a lot. Like one of the very specific arguments is that he's an authoritarian because he signed an executive order into law, executive order number 14160, that just like explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. And there's like no way that he didn't know, making him an authoritarian. Is that something that Biden did? Did he sign executive orders into law that he knew were unconstitutional?
Absolutely.
Really? Which
Why
ones?
would he pardon? Let's start with pardoning his son, first of all, and doing pre-pardons for other people. We can start there. We can go into other way different demographics. Like the Democrats have been fucking corrupt for millions of years.
Okay.
And
Democrats haven't even existed for like 200.
Okay, so you want to take everything word for word and try to fucking pick it apart. But
Yeah, because that's what I do. I'm Dean the Machine. We get dunks here, right? Yeah, get pushed.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, so gerrymandering, let's go into that. How are you in Massachusetts and you have 30% of people that actually vote for the Republicans, and you have zero representation in that state.
Because of like small amounts of gerrymandering, or just like a really like lucky unnatural occurrence of them being perfectly spread out throughout the state.
So let's move into Illinois, and let's talk about that little line that goes through.
Yeah.
And
that's definitely gerrymandering. Yeah.
Absolutely. So right now, the thing that's going on is gerrymandering, and it has been proven in every blue state. And then now that the Republicans are playing by the same game, y'all want to get upset about it and say that it's unconstitutional.
You have an echo. Can you swipe in and out of the app?
I have no idea how to do that.
Just leave the TikTok app and go back.
Will I come back into our same?
Yes. Just leave the app, then go back into the app. Okay, he just left the live instead. Okay. I probably should have given him a little bit more of a of an explanation there. I'm sorry. My bad. I forget that he was old, so he just left the live instead. God damn it. He was like the first Trump supporter that we've had. Okay, I'll bring him back. What the fuck is his name? Dude, there's somebody in the chat named Fighting Passion that's been calling me a runner for like 3 hours. Fighting Passion, get your beauty up here. Okay, what was that last guest's name? What was his name? Because I think he's gonna hop back in the queue. Chat, who's Rachel? What'd I do to Rachel? Oh! $5 donation on Venmo. That was a joke. I didn't actually ban her. There's no justice because I didn't actually ban her. That was a joke. People that come up here and they say it was accidentally, I don't actually ban her. I don't actually ban them. Or like even Rachel, for instance. Okay, I found Rachel's donation. Thank you for the $5 an hour ago, Rachel. I'm sorry that I missed it. Rachel says, please pronounce unanimous with short A, like unanimous. You say it like unanimous. And if any smart Trump supporters exist, I don't want them calling you out on it. You know what, Rachel? Thank you. I do pronounce that word like unanimous. And it is unanimous. And I appreciate you for the correction. Thank you, Rachel. Justice has been served. Justice has been served, everybody. Oh my God. Steph with a $1 in Venmo calling me Parker. Ashley with a $1 calling me Parker. Madison with a $1 calling me Parker. Kathy, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Kathy. Shout out to Kathy down below in that chat. Lynn with the $2. Maisie with the $2. I appreciate y'all so much. And then Tyler with the $5 calling me Johnny. Thank you for the $5. Yo, then Blonde, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo saying justice for Rachel. Justice was served. Thank you for the $15. Blonde, show some love to Blonde down below. Then, oh my goodness, Mr. John, thank you for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, John. John said, I'm going to be offline for a couple days, so here's the appreciation when I'm not listening. Thank you, Dean Bro. John, I love you. You've been supporting me so much recently. I want to show some extra special love to John. I hope that he's still here. I mean, it just came in. Everybody, let's get at least like 2,000 John W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $100 donation. You were awesome. You were so freaking awesome. Thank you so much for the love. Welcome in, BK. Do you support Trump? No, BK's not here.
Me too.
Oh, no worries, BK. No worries at all. Banned. I'm just kidding. You're not actually banned. Cyrus, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal. Asking if I'm going to bring Dean up later. Stop it. Thank you for the $11. I appreciate it, though. Amani, thank you for the $25 donation over on PayPal as well, saying I'm having a really sad day and I've been crying a lot. Can I please get a few get push in the debates? You know what, Amani? We're gonna throw them in there just for you. I'm really sorry that you've had a sad day, and hopefully the stream could bring you a little bit of joy. And I will specifically throw in the get push just for you. Thank you for being here, Amani. Thank you for the $25. And I got you. I will pull through. As well as Tyra, thank you for the $10. And I've been here since... Love you, Parker. Okay, my name is Dean. Thank you for the love, though. Hey, Justin, thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. Show some love to Justin down below saying, love the lives. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Thank you for the $40, Justin. Let's get at least 400 Justin W's down below. What's going on? I'm not going to call you that. What's your name?
Hey, I guess just call me George, I think.
Okay, George, how old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay. Well, really happy I made that call. Gotta be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Follow the rules! If you're one, bro. Dude, take that out of your name. Take that out of your name, George. Take that out of your name, George. You are 13 years old. You are no father, George. You are no father. Moving on to the next guest. Simob, thank you for the $2. Appreciate you for the love. Jaw with the £5. Blood with the £5. Appreciate everyone so much for all the love and the donations, as well as Keely. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Keely. You are awesome. And then Caitlin with the $5. Julia with the $5. April with the $5. Thank you guys. Sarah with the $5. And dude, everybody's just calling me other names. Y'all are getting carried away with it. No. Christina with the $5 saying thank you for all that you do, Pickles. My name is Dane. Okay. Thank you for the $5. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next guest right now. Go ahead and put a MAGA in that chat with your age if you want to come up. Maddie with a $1 on Venmo asking what's wrong with the main account and why we're on the backup account. We got our live access taken from us. We can't like stream off of the computer. I don't know why. We didn't even get like a violation or anything. They just took it away. Trump's America, am I right? Welcome in, Aboot. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How do I pronounce your name? I feel like it's not pronounced Aboot.
Abaton.
Abaton. See, there you go. Thank you. How old are you?
I am 25.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald J. Trump, as president, Abaton?
Well, listen, I supported him in his first term much more than I support him now. But as of recently, with the no tax on tips or overtime, well, I work in a small business, and I make a lot of money off of tips, most of my money. And it being taxed before really messed with my home situation.
Okay. So, roughly, what is like your, what did you say is like your average tax bracket? What is your, I forget what it's called. It has a very specific name. But basically, it's like an essential? No. What is it called, chat? Somebody in here is going to know it. What is like your average rate of tax called? There's a very specific name for it.
I can't necessarily remember off the top of my head. I could grab
tax. So what would you like estimate your effective tax rate to be?
I can't have that off the top of my head. I'm so sorry.
We'll just say, what, 35%? If you make a lot of money, 35%?
Sure.
Okay. All right, well, let's see what 35% of the maximum deduction is. That is $4,375 that you'll be taking home per year for the next 2 years on top of what you already take home. Is that fair to say?
I suppose so.
Okay. Right. So keep in mind that this only extends for 2 years. So here's my question. The Big Beautiful Bill is cutting 10 million people off of healthcare.
No, listen. I hate the rest of that Big Beautiful Bill.
Do you mind if I set up a question for you?
Yes, sir.
Listen, the Big Beautiful Bill is cutting 10 million people off of healthcare, Medicaid. And for everybody that isn't cut off, their premiums are expected to increase by 75%. It's also cutting 3 million people off of food stamps. And it's cutting 18 million school students off of free school student lunches. It's also defunding clean energy credits, which is going to cost the average American household an additional $500 in energy per year because production is lowered. We factor that in for you. This means that per year, you're going to be taking home an additional $3,900 per year without any further exploration of your other costs, social safety nets that you qualify for, etc. So my question to you is, if you had a button in front of you, and if you press this button, you'd be given around $4,000 for the next 2 years and next 2 years only, at the cost of 10 million people losing healthcare, at the cost of 3 million people losing food stamps, at the cost of premiums going up by 75% for all low-income Americans on Medicaid, and at the cost of free school student lunches for 18 million school students in school. Would you press that button?
Not in a million years.
Right. all that you're telling me here is that you wouldn't support Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill in a million years.
Yes, sir. But my friends, you hitting that anxiety pen?
Yeah, I'm ripping that shit.
That's awesome. So my friends, all, total liberals, and I have no problem with that. Some of the smartest people I've ever met. And they really are trying to convert me to being a Democrat.
Okay.
I've thought about becoming...
The question should have converted you on its own, because that question concluded that you literally wouldn't support Trump in his policy in a million years.
That one policy.
So there's other things outside of the big, beautiful bill that Trump has done that you like. Like what?
I like what he's doing in Israel, trying to pull out. I like his response to Iran.
What is he pulling out of Israel?
Pulling out funding.
Really? Where is he doing that? Tell me. Show me.
Did he not pull out funding from Israel?
No, I don't.
That's what I
think
was
so.
told. I'm totally unproud as a Christian man that the holiest place in my religion is becoming a war zone for innocent people.
Okay, let's see here. Actually, no. So he has not pulled any funding from Israel at all. In fact, his spending cuts of billions of dollars left military aid to Israel untouched.
Oh. Well, shit.
Yeah.
I liked his response to Iran.
I have a question. Would you ever boycott an Israeli company because of what Israel's doing?
No, that doesn't affect as much as people say it does.
Okay, if it was effective, would you do it?
If it was making them lose $1 million every time I boycotted them, then yeah.
Okay, so if it was effective, you do it. So you ideologically agree with boycotts, given that they're pragmatically effective. Okay, here's the thing. Well, the Trump administration was on course to requiring U.S. cities and states to rebuke boycotts of all Israeli companies in order to continue to receive disaster aid and relief from FEMA. Did you know that?
Now listen, Mr. Dean. I have a question for you.
Yeah?
What are your thoughts on moderate Republicans? Those who don't support Trump?
Okay, everybody, you're telling me to look at his 21st video saying that he's a kid? Let's see here. 3, 6, 9,
Fuck
12.
out of here. I'm 15. I love you, Dean. Thank you for your videos.
Well, you guys were right. Okay, yeah, fucking beat me, dude. We got the investigators down below in the chat. I was getting ready to go off on y'all. I was getting ready to go off on y'all. I was going to say. It is, because it was a picture of him with a hoodie on with his face blocked out. I was going to say, just because a man is smaller doesn't mean they're a kid. I was wrong. You were right. Moving on to the next guest, Drew. Blood, thank you so much for the $15 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, Dean, at this point, just bold the rules and make them flashing red. Hope the trolls stop eventually. From a non-binary fan. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Blood. Thank you so much for the love. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't even have the ability to put the rules on the screen today on TikTok. I don't know why. It just isn't giving me access to that. I wish I knew why, though. As well as Brian, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for the anxiety pin fund. You know what? Thank you. Okay? Because I need that. I do, especially after today. Very kind of you, Brian. Thank you. As well as Jalen with a $1 over on Venmo. Name's Dean, not Ivy. Maddie with a $1, Christina with a 5, and April with a 5. You guys are great. Thank you so much for all the love. Welcome in, Drew, Upside Down. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but...
And we're going on around an hour here without a debate. Chat, I'm going to end soon. Because, we're at 3.5 hours. Realistically, we could end in the, right now, and it wouldn't be too much of a... it wouldn't be too upsetting. So if we don't get a debate soon, I'm just going to end 30 minutes early. I'm going to be honest. Chat, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, chat. Show some love to chat. As well as Lynn, that is LYN. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lynn. Lynn says, I'm 50 years old and have never really been big into politics until Trump ran. Thank you for teaching so many of us about how things work. You are my son's age, and I'm so proud to see young men standing up for rights and those that need support. Much love. You know what? Much love to you as well, Lynn. You are phenomenal. I appreciate you for being here. And, you know, if there's ever a time to get involved with politics, it's when Trump ran. So good on you. As well as Laura, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying day 2 of Dean manipulating me. Yo, let's go. Yo, that is a niche Steven reference. Hell yes. Thank you for the love, Lauren. You're awesome. Welcome in. Daniel, do you support Trump? Not here. Goodbye. Yo, Eli, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal saying don't spend it all in one place, bud. You know what? Yeah, no way I could. So yeah, much more fiscally conservative. I save my money. Don't you worry, Eli. Catherine with $1 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Catherine. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Let's try to find one Trump supporter that's watching that supports Trump. If that's you, hop in that queue. I'll pull you up here. We'll have a debate. That's right, everybody. Moving on to Gino. Here we go, everyone. Justice for Jayporth. I would love for him to come back. Welcome in.
Dean,
What's up? Do you support Trump?
don't block me. I need your help. You want to debate? There's this fucking guy. I'm sorry for saying the curse word, but his name is the Italian Charlie Kirk. And I just made him block his live. He stopped, but he's the most obnoxious guy, and he has nothing. They're the most myopic people, and they're like, "Oh, tariffs aren't doing anything. Will you show me where this is up? Where this is up?" And I'll pay you $100 to go on his live and debate him, because I'm an Italian guy, and I'm fired up, and and I start yelling and cursing and stuff. I'm not as level as you.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I love joining Trump supporters' lives. If I'm ever free and I see his live, I'll join it. And if you see me in there, feel free to send me $100. But if I ever see it, I'll join it.
All right, buddy. I appreciate what you're doing. You're doing God's work. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye.
And thank you for the love, Gino. No, dude, I love debating like very terrible Trump supporters. It's great. No, it's so much fun. You know, every so often, you know, when there's a night where my partner's working and I have free time, what I'll do is I'll join one of those Trump supporters lives, and I love it. It is so much fun. So that'll be on the to-do list next time I have some time and I see it. Some people are like, oh, they're saying do it now. What's up, Henry? Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Why would I vote for Kamala?
Her name is pronounced Kamala, but I bet you already knew that. And you're rage baiting.
Kamala?
Well, if you are so effing stupid, you cannot pronounce words, that's fine. But let's call her Miss Harris instead, all right?
Hairless?
Hairless?
Kamala Hairless? Kamala Harris?
Call her Miss Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Mr. Harris.
Well, then I'd be talking about Dougie. We don't want to talk about Dougie.
So do you let's try again. Kamala.
Yeah.
Say it with me.
Kamala.
Okay. So it's not Kamala, it's Kamala.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, you didn't say that.
Then what did I say?
Kamala is what you said. It's pronounced Kamala.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't vote for her either way.
Okay. Why? Is it because she's a woman and you're a misogynist?
What makes you say that? Definitely not. What makes you say that?
That's just a general question. There's absolutely no reason that I would ask that. Just generally curious. What are your thoughts?
That's you're jumping to conclusions. Maybe it's because
why didn't wait
Kamala's
one
a
second?
good presidential
One
candidate.
second. A conclusion would be a proposition that's true or false. I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's definitely not it.
Okay. So you just mispronounced her name again. You know, Henry, I'm not going to let you mispronounce her name because I know it's intentional. So if you actually want to debate, just pronounce her name right or call her Miss Harris. I think you got to kind of suck up the ego thing you got going on here, because ultimately, if you continue to intentionally mispronounce it, I'm just going to drop you, and then I'm going to have my whole chat laugh at you because you're running.
But how would I be running if you dropped me?
Because you knew exactly what would get you dropped.
Okay, I know liberals have soft feelings, so yeah, I did not vote for Kamala.
There you go, buddy. Liberals have soft feelings, and
Thank you, buddy.
Henry has a small brain. So why do you support Trump?
Bigger brain than Dean Withers.
Really? How many continents are there?
7.
7? Name like 3 of them.
North America, South America, Europe.
Okay, so now you've proven that you're smart as a 3rd grader. Let's go for 4th grade. What is the most abundant gas in our atmosphere?
What? Dog, I don't know.
Okay, well that one's nitrogen.
Wait, what was the question? Abundant gas in our atmosphere?
Yeah, it's nitrogen.
Okay, I mean, like, why would I know that off the top of my head?
Well, I don't know, because you said that you're more intelligent than me, and I knew that off the top of my head.
I am 100%.
Okay, let's have a debate.
Well,
Let's have a
yeah,
debate.
but
I have a question.
you probably study that.
Oh, you just okay. So I have a question. Do you think that Trump's an authoritarian?
Yeah. No.
No? Okay. Well, since you're smarter than me, could you inform me why I'm wrong? I think he's an authoritarian for multiple reasons. The big one is a disdain towards the Constitution. December of 2022, he said that he'd be okay with the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Then the day he was inaugurated for a 2nd term, he passed Executive Order number 14160 that explicitly contradicted the clear text and clear interpretation of the 14th Amendment. And that's a mark of authoritarianism. Why am I wrong, Mr. Smart Scientist, PhD, Doctor Smarter than Dean?
Oh, well, I mean, you got the smarter than Dean part right, but I don't think I'm old enough to have a PhD or be a doctor yet.
Okay.
An authoritarian is. Do you know what an authoritarian is, my man?
Mm-hmm. I think that a mark
I
of
feel like you don't.
So authoritarianism is understood in fascism.
No, I know what an authoritarian is. You don't have to tell me. I know what it is. I'm just wondering if you do.
So authoritarianism, as typically understood in fascism, could be broken down into 14 applicable tenets. They're not all necessary. However, there can be a sufficient mix. A handful of these tenets would include a disdain for human rights and a consolidation of power. And those are like the 2 tenets that I'd be hinging my argument on, making his statements about the Constitution and his executive order that explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment, a marker of fascism or a marker of authoritarianism. And I already gave you the reasons why, and I'd love for you to respond to them, but it doesn't sound like you can, so maybe you aren't actually smarter than me.
Oh no, I definitely am, but I will respond to you.
Okay, then do it.
Yeah, I don't think Trump's an authoritarian, but I just think he's a better candidate than Kamala Harris.
Okay, so now you're just denying the conclusion without addressing the argument. And that's actually a really unintelligent thing to do. I don't think that you're smarter than me.
I disagree.
Okay, so then address the argument to deny the conclusion. Don't just deny the conclusion without addressing the argument. Let me know if you'd like me to repeat the argument.
You talk insanely fast. Don't repeat the argument.
Oh.
You are telling me that you think Trump.
Well, I'm just
What?
talking at the rate at which I think. Does that mean that I think faster than you?
Well, maybe you're like, I don't know. Maybe that's just how your brain works. You probably I don't know, dude.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that means you're smarter than someone. You just talk fast. I mean,
Right. You know what makes it clear that I'm smarter than you?
what's that?
Is that I've now brought up these 2 points 3 times and you haven't addressed them at all.
Yeah, but you're gaslighting because you bring up points and then you pivot and start saying, "Oh, this is why I'm smarter than you," which you know I'm going to respond saying, "No, I don't think you're smarter than me." So then you can say, "Oh, well, you're just dodging my claim." I think everyone who has 2 brain cells in the chat, probably Trump supporters, know it's what you're doing, but all your little like supporters who have you on a leash, like they don't understand that. So I'm just like pointing it out for them.
So I'm gaslighting
I mean, I think you know that
because
too.
I'm proving that I'm smarter than you by bringing up an argument that you can't respond to? Noted.
You're bringing up a point, and then you're finishing off by saying, "Oh, this is why I'm smarter than you," which you in your head know that I'm going to respond.
Well, I
so you
mean,
know it's gonna try
this
to-
is one reason why I'm smarter than you. It's because I can bring up arguments that you can't even
You're not smarter than me.
acknowledge. Then acknowledge the argument. Let's see it, Henry.
This is not an authoritarianism. I just don't think
Wait,
guys.
you want to say that an
any-
illegal consolidation of power to circumvent the law of the land is a mark of authoritarianism?
Sorry, just repeat that. You cut out.
You wouldn't say that an illegal attempt to consolidate power away from the American Constitution and away from the nearly 500 people in Congress to one man is not a mark of authoritarianism. Really?
I think you're exaggerating it. Like, give a specific example.
Oh, I'll be very specific in my example. Executive Order number 14160, signed into law on January 20th, is an executive order on Trump's first day, directly after inauguration. The reason that this was an attempt to consolidate power away from Congress and away from the Constitution is because it attempted to change the law of the land, stating that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are not citizens, Meanwhile, the only people that have the ability to change the Constitution are Congress, as well as it circumvents the Constitution because it contradicts the 14th Amendment that guarantees birthright citizenship to nearly everybody born on American soil, including the children of undocumented immigrants.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, sure. Maybe that's not a good decision. Maybe that, children who are born in the United States should be natural born citizens. But on the other hand, we can't be having undocumented immigrants come into this country.
Oh, so remember earlier when you were talking about pivots?
I mean, I just responded to your argument. I just said, like,
Now
maybe
you're
it's not
setting
the
up for
best
one.
decision, but I think that.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. And I'm
no,
telling
remember, my argument wasn't just that what he did was bad, but how this is a mark of authoritarianism, since it's an attempt to consolidate power to one man and take power away from the 500 men and women in Congress and the law of the land, the most important doctrine in this country of the United States Constitution.
I mean, yeah, but on the other hand, it's all for the it's all for the important fight for getting undocumented immigrants out of this country. I don't think it's beneficial to our country if they're here.
Ah, okay. So you would say it's beneficial for our country for Trump to play authoritarianism.
I mean, like I said, I think you're too hung up on this point, my man.
No, that's just what you said. I gave you the argument that it was authoritarian. You said, okay, but I think it's beneficial for the country. So that
But
just
where in the
means that
Constitution does
you
it say
think
we can allow illegal immigrants into our country, though?
my argument had nothing to do with
Exactly.
the allowance of undocumented
No, you're talking about
immigrants
the
into
Constitution.
country, and it had to do with his executive order attempting to circumnavigate it and ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. Now to get back to what I was saying, without the deflection this time, Mr. Henry, silly pants Henry, I gave you the argument that what he did was authoritarian. You said, I mean, okay, but it's beneficial. So you affirmed that it was authoritarianism.
It is.
Then affirmed that it's beneficial. So you think that Trump is an authoritarian. You just want him to be an authoritarian.
I don't think he's an authoritarian. I don't think he's an authoritarian. I think that was an authoritarianistic trait.
Ah, okay. So then what's an authoritarian if
Okay, are
not
you a
somebody that
racist?
does authoritarian shit?
Are you a racist?
Am I a racist?
Yeah.
No.
Are you a racist? Have you said the N-word?
I have said the N-word when I was 14, meaning that I was racist
Okay.
when I was 14.
But that's a racist trait, isn't it?
Right, which made me racist.
But you're
when I
not a
was 14.
racist, according to you.
Because I don't say the N-word anymore. And I've grown,
Exactly.
I've changed, and I've learned. However, when I did say the
Okay,
N-word,
but
I was racist.
okay, I mean, you didn't erase that though. You still have said it. So if you're calling yourself not racist,
Oh, so you think
that's
once
a
a
racist trait.
so you think once a racist, always a racist?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just
Well,
saying.
you did. That's the
it's-
implication. Because I affirmed the position that because I said the N-word and that was racist, therefore I was racist.
I'm
Yeah,
critiquing your worldview.
yeah, but the
Dean.
critique doesn't work. Because I
does
affirmed
work. I mean-
that because the use of the word was racist, therefore I was racist. Yeah, I
I mean,
tracked
so
the logic.
if you want to, use all your hypotheticals on these guests that come up here, I think this is a pretty good one.
It's not a good one because I
Oh,
affirmed
your
how the logic
crazy
is not true.
hypotheticals.
Once again, it's not a good one because I affirm that the logic holds.
I mean, yeah. I mean, my argument makes perfect sense. You
No, it
showed
doesn't.
racist traits, but you calling yourself not a racist. Donald Trump did an authoritarianistic trait.
I said
He's
that I'm not
an
racist today.
authoritarian.
I said that I'm not racist today. And once again, I'll say this for the last time. When I said the N-word, I was racist.
Bro, your chat is full of the biggest losers.
The only-
Like, I'm reading some of these comments, bro.
I'm so sorry.
This is like embarrassing.
Yeah, the only big loser here is you. You tried to combat my argument with a hypothetical, but in the hypothetical, you literally affirmed the logic. Yes, if you are white and you do something that is racist, you are racist. And then you got upset that the logic of your hypothetical affirmed my argument. So then you started calling people in the chat losers. The only
Yeah, I
loser
mean,
here
they are.
is you.
I mean, you don't know me.
Oh, I know enough about you to know that you're a loser. Now let me ask you this: do you know everybody in the chat?
I mean, I can tell by the comments they're saying. I'm not making
okay.
I'm
So
not
then,
making
wait.
any.
So why is me knowing you a necessary pre-qualifier for me to call you a loser, but you don't need to know the people in the chat as a necessary pre-qualifier to call them a loser?
Because, dude, you read your own chat?
So you're saying that you can know enough about them by reading what they're saying in order to make that determination. So therefore, I know enough about you based on what you're saying to make the determination that you're a fucking loser, Henry.
You don't know about Dean. Do you have a job?
Yeah, I'm working it right now, kid.
Kid. This is ridiculous. If you think you're employed, bro, you're calling me a loser.
Okay, what's the
That's
job?
insane. Who's your employer?
I'm self-employed.
Exactly.
People
doing what?
are self-employed all the time. In fact, like my employer is technically my LLC. I just happen to be the sole owner of the LLC.
Bro, you debate. What else do you do besides debate Trump supporters all day?
Well, if you're asking for a business breakdown, it would not only be the debates that we have on here, but also the content that is syndicated to Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and I think we're on Facebook, but it's somebody else running the account, and it's an imposter. Anyways, so I guess that wouldn't be considered part of the business. And I will ask you, can you define job?
I just told you, a job is when you're employed. I mean, I don't know how much more simple I can make it.
Oh, okay. So according to the IRS, I'm employed. So does that mean according to the IRS, I have a job?
You're not employed.
Kai, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for the employment. Appreciate you for the love. So if I'm not employed, then how come I just made $15?
Okay, every job has a paycheck that comes from somewhere. That's not PayPal or Venmo. Where does your paycheck come from?
Wait, you're saying that individuals that get paychecks from their employers are the only individuals that are employed? So that means that the employers aren't employed.
Dean, you're actually
Kai, thank you for the $15.
Like,
I appreciate you for the love. No, man, I mean, you're telling me that I don't have a job even though I just made $15. Can you thank Kai for the $15 actually?
Okay. If you want to talk about employers,
Quickly,
do you pay people?
Quickly, Henry, can you please? Actually, yes, I do. Can you please thank Kai for the $15?
I'm not thanking Kai for the $15.
Oh, wait, why? Because they're supporting my job. Also, Kinsey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for payday, and Kristen for the $5 on Venmo saying that guest is jealous.
Dude, you're grifting.
I just made another $15.
Jealous.
Wait, so now I did. So now I'm an unemployed grifter? Wait, what's a grifter? Listen, Ethan, if I didn't know...
You're begging for money. You have your PayPal and Venmo on the fucking screen.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Let me make them bigger. In fact, everybody, you could find them in the link in my bio even easier. Thank you so much for the $5, Kimber. I appreciate you for the love over on Venmo, as well as Blonde with another $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Blonde says, for Henry since we heard his feelings. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Blonde. Thank you, as well as Ariana for the $5 over on Venmo saying that Henry's so emotional. Yo, can you thank Adriana for sending me $5? No?
Absolutely not.
No, so she said that you were emotional. I think I'm inclined to agree.
Liberals are probably the most emotional people.
You're the conservative that crashed out, got jealous, and is calling me an unemployed grifter just because I was able to prove that I'm smarter than you. Romy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo.
I think you
1 second. Be quiet, kid. Thank you for the 20. Be quiet. Shut up, buddy. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Romy saying, make me thank him again. Please thank Romy for the $5. Sorry, for the $20.
I mean, I'm not thanking you're a charity case.
Odessa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Megan with the $5 saying, get pushed. Catherine with the $1 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Catherine. Then Angie with the $7 over on Cash App for the great job. Thank you for the employment, everybody. I appreciate you so much. Joe with the $5. Thank you so much, Joe, for the job. Dude, the job is generating so much income right now. You know, it's really popping off. I appreciate you guys on everyone out. Thank you all so much. Yo, Pre, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Emma with the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate that. Pre and Emma. Hell yeah. Thank them all, buddy. You know, I don't know.
Okay, Bonnie.
So I think that we should go back to the question. After I thank Monique for the $10 over on Venmo for the paycheck. Thank you, Monique. Everybody show some love to Monique. So anyways, I want to go back to...
Are you going to address my point about why you want... Oh, okay, yeah.
Jacob, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the paycheck. And Nicole with the $5 on Venmo as well. Colin, Henry Emotional. Thank you, Jacob and Nicole. Sorry, I had to thank them for the donations. Go ahead.
Bro, you are sad, my man. You're sad.
Actually, no, I'm happy.
Your parents support this?
Wait, I just want to be clear. Henry, I want to be so clear. You just said that I was sad? Oh, no. I'm actually really happy right now.
Holy shit. Did you get kicked out of your family's house?
Thank you so much for the $3 over on Rachel. Rachel with the $10 over on Venmo for the payday. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel.
Did you get kicked out? Someone just texted me you got kicked out of your family's house.
Yeah, my brother's house. Yeah, that happened.
Okay. Dean, my man. You gotta get a job.
Want to know something crazy?
I'm looking out for you, brother.
Want to know something crazy?
As a fellow American, what?
My brother kicked me out of his house because he was so emotional that I was right and that I was a liberal that he couldn't take it anymore. And let me tell you, my parents, mom and dad are both Trump supporters. And they've cut off contact with him because of that. Nothing to do with me and all to do with him. And if that isn't affirmed by the most immediate members of my family that are also Trump supporters cutting contact with him, don't know what it does. Thank you so much for the love, Stephanie, with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying charity case base. Yo, let's go, Stephanie. Thank you so much. Show some love to Stephanie down below for the $20. Thank you so much. And then also Gloomy with the $10 over on Venmo saying get push. Thank you, Gloomy. Nah, man, I get it, Henry. I'm smarter than you. You can't handle it, so you crash out.
All right, let me respond to
Clara, thank you for the $17 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Clara. Everybody watching, show some love to Clara down below. Then a Cinda with the $10 over on Venmo as well. Show some love to Clara.
You're
and
not professional. You're not professional.
Buddy, this all started because you called me a racist, unemployed grifter. Okay, like listen, this was professional, Henry. I was telling you why.
No, but you interrupt people like that with your donations all the time.
Hey, buddy. Pipe the fuck down right now. Know your place. Thank you, Henry. This all started
know your place.
when
You're
I told you
little loser
that Donald
got kicked
Trump.
out by his brother.
He's freaking out.
He's sad.
He's crashing out. Everybody, unemployed loser. Back to that. Tell me what a job is. Define it right now.
I just told you. So, like, how do you not know what a fucking job is? It's a paid position of regular employment.
A paid position.
I'm pretty sure
of
that's the
regular
exact
employment.
definition.
Okay. Did you know
you work a 9 to
that
5?
What I'm doing right now with the daily live streams is not only paid because people donate and support it, but it's also regular.
Dean, that's like me going up to people and saying, "Can you Venmo me? Can you PayPal me?" And I'm like, "Oh, I have a job because people are paying me." You're literally asking for money on Venmo and PayPal.
So you're saying because people give their money to me,
you don't have a check.
I don't have a check. What it like?
Yeah, notice how it's donate money.
Like
you're being donated
check?
money. When people get paid for work, you don't say,
Yikes,
I got donated this money. I got paid for doing work.
Because
you're getting
you work for
donated
it?
money. People who get paid.
Because you place that as an expectation. See, that's honestly...
Bro, stop muting me.
I'll make it clear. So I understand what you're describing, and hopefully I could tell you the difference. Because you're saying that people will exchange their labor for the monetary income.
Exactly.
Right? And do you know what I do?
Nothing. You're not benefiting anybody in this chat.
I'll tell you what I do. I'm even more ethical than that. I don't necessarily exchange my labor for monetary income. I give my labor away for free and allow individuals to support it if they desire to. So it's funny that you're going to stigmatize
Who are
something.
you benefiting?
It's funny that you're going to stigmatize something that, if anything, is more ethical than what you just described. Thank you so much. Get dunked on, kiddo. Sorry. Get dunked on, kiddo. Now I'm going to clarify a couple things here. Gabby, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love, Gabby, saying payday. Thank you so much, Gabby. Ashley with the $20 as well, saying America employs you to debate MAGA, and you have been the employee of the month for several months. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the love, Ashley. Show some love to Ashley, everybody. Yo, Perry, thank you for the $87 over on Venmo, saying destroy this guy. Let's go, Perry. Thank you for the $87. Pipe down, Jealous Henry. Everybody show some love to Perry down below for the $87. Blake with the $5 for the unemployed grifting. Tiffany with the $5 for the manipulation. Acinda with the $10 for my daily paycheck. Thank you so much. Yo, let's go, everybody. Holy crap. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Let's go. Pipe down, Jealous Henry. Claudia, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Pipe down, Henry. Pipe down. Be quiet. Claudia with her $50 says,
"You're an absolute circus."
Claudia with a $50 says, here's a donation, Lamau. Dude is just jealous. You're more likely better off than he is. Oh, of course. He's jealous and pissed that I beat him in a debate. Thank you for the $50, Claudia.
We didn't even fucking debate because you won't respond.
We did, and you got cooked. Q, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, saying I benefit from you because it calms my anxiety. You know what? Like, the live streams actually do that to me too. That's actually a serious message because it's so true. Thank you for the love, Q. Show some love to Q down below, as well as Vesna. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal so I could wipe Henry's tears off of his own face. No, man, he needs to pull himself up by the bootstraps and stop being so jealous. But thank you for the $50. Show some love to Vesna down below. Maxine, thank you for the $13 over on PayPal for educating and helping to actually save lives. Thank you so much for the love. Andrew, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. Carly with the $2. Then Kalara, thank you so much for the $17 over on PayPal. Show some love to Kalara down below, folks. Then at Atleta, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Atleta. Carry on. Thank you so much for the 15 to Rage Baitum. Thank you for the love, Carry on. Madison with $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Madison. Kiara with a $5. Darlene with a $5. And I appreciate everyone so much for the love. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Are we gonna like fucking talk? Or are you just gonna keep fucking like being a fucking weirdo?
No, I won't
You're being
interrupt
very
you at
unprofessional.
all. I won't interrupt you at all.
You're being very unprofessional.
I give the I give the
For someone who
energy
calls
I
a
get. So what
job.
does that say about you?
I mean, if you think we're matching energy, then I don't know what fucking world you're living in a liberal mindset.
Yeah, I mean, you literally can't match the energy of thanking your donors, and you're calling me unemployed. Gabrielle, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that. I love Gabrielle. Monica with the $8 on Venmo saying Henry the Hater. I appreciate you so much. Rian, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo saying that professionalism classes. Let's go, Rian. I appreciate you for the $25. Adela with a $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Then Dale with a $15 over on Venmo saying that Henry's salty as fuck. No, he absolutely is. He's
Yo,
very
I got
jealous.
something to say.
He's very jealous.
Okay.
Jealous Henry.
The exact definition of donate from the Oxford languages is give money for a good cause, for example, to a charity. That's just from the Oxford languages dictionary.
To give money to a good cause. So you affirm that I'm a good cause?
Give money or goods for a good cause, for example, to a charity.
Wait, do you think an example means this is true in all scenarios, or this is one scenario where it could be true?
This is the most. It's literally in the fucking definition.
Answer my question. Is
You're
an
a
example?
charity.
Answer my question. Is an example something that is true in all scenarios, or just one instance where it could be true?
Name a scenario where donating isn't charity.
Answer my question.
In a broader aspect, no, but in this case, yes. Donating is.
I'll give you a scenario where donating isn't a charity. My
Don't
live
say you're-
stream. My live stream, yeah, because a charity would indicate charitable causes. Charitable causes typically would indicate like donating for like humanitarian aid, relief, etc. But you know, like because this is my income, most of the money that I make goes to paying my rent. Stephanie, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, here's MM for your job. Hungry, jealous Henry, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. And then Stephanie with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Coral with the $20. Thank you so much. Simon with a $5. Suzanne with the $2. Tessia with the $10 over on Venmo saying, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for the love. Celine with the $5. Rain with the $5. And Monica with an $8. Thank you guys so much. Now I have a question. Since you think I'm a charity and charities are tax deductible, do you think I shouldn't have to pay taxes on the donations that I receive?
Dana, listen, bro.
Answer my question.
I'm done talking about your personal life.
Nah, buddy, you just got cooked. You're done talking because you just got cooked. Do you affirm?
I barely spoke because you keep muting me.
Do you affirm?
You can't debate.
Do you affirm that you think?
Can't debate.
Well, obviously you can't because you're running away. Do you think that I shouldn't have to?
What do you
pay
think
taxes?
of illegal immigrants in our country? How about that?
I like that you're pivoting. Actually, I don't like it. I want to ask you a question. You said that I'm a charity, yes?
Okay, address my point after I answer this then.
You said that I'm a charity, yes?
100%, yes.
And charities are non-taxable organizations. Does that mean that you think I shouldn't have to pay taxes?
Well, you're a human fucking being. You're an American citizen, so yes, you have to pay taxes.
Charities don't. Charities, 501c3s, nonprofit organizations, charities, they don't.
95% of the time, charities are not a person, but in this case, yeah, you are a charity.
Okay, so then
you're an American citizen.
So then you'd say because you think I'm a charity that I shouldn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah. I don't think that.
Okay,
you should
so
pay
then I'm
taxes.
not a charity.
You're an American citizen.
Unless
you live with your parents.
Wait. You
Which,
think
by the
that
way, I find
charities?
it hard to believe your parents cut off ties with your brother.
I just want to
That's
clarify.
insane.
You think that charities should have to pay taxes? So, like, for instance, churches are charities.
This is what liberals do. They put words in mouths, everyone.
Well, which one is it? Should charities have to pay taxes or should they not have to pay taxes?
Charities don't pay taxes, but
do you agree with that?
Different because
do you agree with that?
95% of the time.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Do you think that charities shouldn't have to pay taxes? Yo, Henry's getting cooked up. Henry's getting cooked up right now, chat. Henry's getting cooked up. I love this shit. This is so satisfying for me. Brian, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying thank you for all your hard work exposing the MAGA cult and making people think before they vote. Well, obviously, Henry hasn't had a thought in his life. I appreciate you for the $20, Brian. You were awesome. Alongside, additionally, Dylan with a $10. Shut up, buddy. Thank you, my donors. With a $10 saying Henry drank all the Kool-Aid and didn't share. He's living his best cult life. So real. Justin, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Justin. And Serpent with a 10 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat.
Bro, everyone in this chat who has like 2 brain cells knows that I'm right. Like the only people that don't that are agreeing with you are like fucking people, liberals who have no real problems. That's the problem with liberals.
Yeah, I'm
They
sorry.
don't
but-
have any problems.
So the reason why you couldn't possibly be right is because your view is self-contradictory. And here's the contradiction in your view. You're calling me a charity while affirming that charities are for good causes that shouldn't pay taxes. Meanwhile, you say that I'm not a good cause and I should pay taxes, contradicting the notion that you've set forth for how you think charity should operate in society. This would mean
Why do you take
either
everything
A,
so literal? When you call someone, when you call a person a charity, it just means they're like like they're kind of like like, you know, I don't want to be rude, but it just means they're like not really doing well right now. Like
Oh,
you're asking for donations.
Are you telling me that I should take you less seriously?
Where in that sentence did you ever get that?
Because you asked me why I should why I take things so literal. So you're asking me to not take you literally.
All liberals take everything so literally. It's so weird.
So you're telling me that I should take you less seriously?
Dude, what are you talking about? Like, if anything, I should be taking you less seriously. You're a
Rachel,
joke.
thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Ann. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying that the logic isn't logicking Henry. I appreciate you for the love, Rachel and Ann. No, for real. I mean, Henry's just crashing out, and it's causing everybody.
You can't even
to
address.
donate,
You
and
can't
I
even talk
appreciate
about
you guys for
illegal
the love.
immigrants. You're not a true American. You don't care about our country.
Okay, really. Tell me one way that mass deportation materially benefits this country.
Easy. Get illegal immigrants out of our country.
Yeah,
We're committing crimes.
And what material benefit does it have in our country?
It's less fucking crimes, less murders.
Less crimes, less murders. Did you know that actually mass deportation would increase the total amount of crimes by increasing poverty, by weakening the economy, by firing 8.3 million of our laborers? According to the Center on American Progress, this would reduce our GDP by 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, while costing $2 trillion in the next 10 years. The effects that this have on the economy would be obvious, because not only would we be losing 8.3 million of our workers, but we'd also be losing 12 million of our consumers, destabilizing our manufacturers, making them produce less and sell less, weakening their economy, which would thereby increase poverty, thereby increasing crime, because a lot of crime is a result of poverty. So in fact, you're wrong. Mass deportation or the removal of undocumented immigrants would simply increase crime. Henry, get outsmarted.
No, it wouldn't.
I just gave you the argument.
That's just
that it
not
would.
true.
Okay, guess
that's
what?
That's just not true.
Dumb people reject conclusions without talking about the argument.
First of all, I said 2 words. I couldn't even address your argument yet. That's not true. I don't know where you're getting these fucking all this shit from, but Dean, there are illegal immigrants coming into our country illegally that are committing crimes, that are raping children, that are raping women, and you're okay with that.
Oh no, I'm actually not okay with that. I
just
think
like you defended Kilmar Brego Garcia, who beat his wife.
One moment, Henry.
Just like you defended.
I actually think that undocumented immigrants that commit rape should be deported. The only person that defends rape here is you. You supported rapists in the Oval Office. And then secondarily about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I don't support him as a man. I just think that all people should have constitutional protections, given that they qualify for those protections under the Constitution. And SCOTUS agrees with me, by the way. They're the ones that made the 9-0 ruling that his removal was illegal. And third point, once again, you didn't actually address my argument that demonstrated that mass deportation would cause more crime. You just ignored it. God, I'm eating you up, and I love every second.
Numbnuts. Hey, if you didn't know that there's actually more native-born citizens than there are undocumented immigrants, so yeah, obviously the crime rate numbers are gonna look fucking wacky. Because there's
Henry,
probably obviously way more native-born American citizens than there are undocumented
immigrants. Are you under the
immigrants.
age of 18?
I'm 19 years old, my friend.
So then how the hell don't you know what per capita means?
What?
Undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes per capita.
For each person?
Yeah.
That's
even though
that's
undocumented
false.
immigrants...
That is false. That's not true.
Oh, really? Because
that's not true.
According to the institution by the name of
That's not true.
PNAS, they are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 2 times less likely to commit petty crimes, and 3 times less likely to commit all other crimes. PNAS has
Nobody
been
knows
tracking
where
crimes.
you get your fucking sources.
I actually already told you the source. You just weren't listening close enough, numbnuts.
No, it's false. It's just false.
So the PNAS is wrong?
I don't believe you that that's where you're getting that.
Okay, well
you're
then
full
literally
of shit.
fucking Google it.
You want to get
I gave you everything that you needed
out of the country after the fact.
Wait 1 second, Henry. We're not just going to move on from that. I already gave you everything that you needed. I gave you the source, Henry. Angelic, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, Dean, are you still manipulating us for money? Yup, thank you for the love, Angelic. Paul, thank you for the $50 Super Chat saying, hello, Dean LLC. I'd like to purchase one labor, please. Please provide a receipt. Thank you. Thank you for the $50, Paul. Show some love to Paul down below. Annie with the $20 as well saying that the logic isn't logicking, obviously. Alexa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for cooking Henry. You're walking him like a dog. Now that's a good cause. Hell yes, Alexa. Thank you for the 20. Garrett with a $10 saying, Henry is so cringe. He's reaching so hard and you mog him. Bro, I mog him brutally. It's unreal. Axel with a $10 saying, I think he's wrong.
You don't
And I'd love
mog
to debate
shit.
Henry. I have real problems.
You
A
look
real
like young
job.
Sheldon.
Let's go. Thank you so much for the love, Axel. Thank you so much. Michaela with a $5 over on Venmo with a $5 as well. Then Lisa with a $20 over on Venmo saying, thank you for your daily enlightenment from a 36-year-old history teacher. You still teach me every day, Lisa. I love you. Thank you so much. Rachel with a $10. Thank you so much. Matt with a 2. Tatiana with a 20 saying, for my favorite charity, get pushed, Henry. Yeah, fuck you, Henry. Anna with a $5. Sarah with a $5. Suzanne with a 2.
So
and
immature.
TSA with a 10. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Taliesin with the $3 on PayPal. Maya with a 5. Julie with a 10. Erica with a 10.
Sheldon,
Dylan
let's
with a
debate.
10.
Sheldon.
Justin with the $25. And Adela with the $20 as well. I don't think calling me like a notably intelligent character from a sitcom is going to further your point that I'm dumb.
I mean, that's besides the point. But
Why
yeah, you
didn't
are
you
both
think
of
that
those
one
things.
through? Why didn't you think that one through before you said
You
it?
are dumb, but you just
Wait,
look like Sheldon.
why didn't you think that one through before you said it? Come on.
I said you look like Sheldon, not act like Sheldon.
Oh,
You guys
oh,
have the same
just-
voice though, too.
I just look like Sheldon. I mean, I don't know. if
And you
that's
sound like him, like with the voice, but like you don't like have the same brain.
okay. All right. I mean, so like I don't know. Sometimes people will come up here and just like lob silly insults at me, like I look like Sheldon. I mean, like
You've been
no, I
insulting
don't.
the whole live, my man.
I don't
You
look
do.
like Sheldon.
You definitely.
Like, you know, it's like if you're gonna like try to like insult me or like, you know, get one over, like at least
Bro,
make
even
it
your
make
own supporter-
sense. If that makes any
I
sense.
just saw a comment.
You know what I mean? It's like that's what I'd recommend. But I guess like at the same time, if you are going to like try to like lob an insult at me that doesn't make sense, it's like it'll kind of like gag me because I don't know what to say because it's all over the place. So anyways,
Dude,
which
your own supporter
argument?
just said-
Which argument do you want to respond to first? The argument that I gave you that mass deportation will cause a higher total amount of crime that you couldn't respond to. The argument that I gave you with sources to demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens that I gave you that you couldn't respond to. The argument that I gave you to affirm that Abrigo Garcia had his constitutional rights violated and that was affirmed by SCOTUS that I gave you and you couldn't respond to. Or the argument that I gave you when you misrepresented myself by saying that I support rapists. I proved you wrong and then went on to detail how you actually support a rapist because you voted for one and support one in the Oval Office that you couldn't respond to. At this point in time, and around the last 20 minutes, I've given you 5 arguments that you haven't been able to respond to, Henry. If you want to know what it feels like to get mugged, go take a good look in a mirror and do some retroflexion because right now you're down.
Bro, you're not mogging shit, bro. You're not mogging shit. Yeah, dude. Crimes that the native-born American citizens commit are far less violent than crimes that undocumented immigrants commit.
Okay, which percentage of total violent crimes do undocumented immigrants account for?
I don't have the exact fucking number. Like, I'm not young Sheldon.
Don't worry,
Like you.
I am. Undocumented immigrants account for 1% of total violent crimes.
Dude, you're
Do you know what that
actually,
means?
bro. I would pay money to see you in high school.
Do you know what that means?
What?
That citizens account for the other 99. Get pushed. Fuck you.
Okay, but the crimes that native
I'm
born
having so much fun. I'm having so much fun.
Bro, if I went, I would love to see what you were like in high school. What were you like in high school?
I was kind of like you, but a lot less insufferable. Like I was still less.
You don't even
insufferable
know
than you
me.
in high school.
You don't even know me. You don't know where I live. You don't know. You just.
I mean, I know enough about you to know that you peaked in high school. No matter you want to talk about it so much, Mr. Henry over here. You know, just thinking about his glory days. I get it, Henry. You know, we like to talk about when we excelled, but come on, bro, that's kind of embarrassing. I wouldn't personally admit to that in front of over 10,000 people.
I mean, I never admitted to that. I graduated like a year ago, so I feel like I haven't changed that much.
Well, I mean,
I'm only 19. You don't, Dean. You don't know who I am.
How old do you think I am?
You're probably 20.
Right. Yeah, I
21.
graduated a little bit ago too, and I think I've changed a whole lot. I don't know, Henry.
Well, yeah, but a lot of people experience change at different times in their lives. Like, for example, when I was 17, I wasn't saying the N-word.
Okay, neither
Or
was
how
I.
old were you?
It's 14.
14? 14, I definitely wasn't saying the N word.
Yeah, because you say it now. Is that why, Henry? I'd believe it.
Never said that. Putting words in my mouth, just like a liberal does. Twisting narrative.
Yeah, this one I just literally don't believe. I'm gonna be honest. like that one wasn't even a joke. Like when I said that you probably say it now, like I wasn't kidding. Like I'm gonna be honest, Henry.
This is why you're just a little soft snowflake.
Do you want to know why you're a soft snowflake? Because you called me an unemployed grifter because I beat you in a debate.
Liberals victimize themselves. That's the problem.
Henry, you victimized yourself in this conversation by not being able to respond to my arguments and trying to pull the
Why are you
unsmarter than
muting
you,
me?
and
You can't debate.
and you're an unemployed grifter.
What happens if you're talking to someone in real life? How do you mute them?
Are you asking me how to talk to people in real life, Henry?
Well, I'm asking you what you do because clearly you can't talk to someone.
Are you looking for inspiration? I'll tell you, you shouldn't do whatever you're doing right now.
Well, I mean, clearly I think I'm better at talking to people than you because you probably sit inside all day. Okay. You're on TikTok debates.
So then using your ability to speak to conform and create an argument to respond to the 6 arguments I've given you that you haven't been able to address.
I mean, you're the one pivoting. You're trying to gaslight to think that I'm pivoting, but you keep pivoting.
Actually, Henry, no. You've pivoted a billion times.
I'm trying to respond and you mute me. You keep muting me, and then you make a comment at the end that I address.
You have pivoted a billion times. I just haven't cared because you are so unintelligent I could manage. Like, for instance, our first conversation was about how Donald Trump is an authoritarian because of his executive order that contradicted the 14th Amendment. You pivoted to that to calling me a grifter. I dunked on you there too. You pivoted from that to asking me about undocumented immigrants and the fact that you support mass deportation because you think it reduces crime. I dunked on you there too. Then you pivoted to Rio Garcia.
They're also committing a fucking crime entering the country. Oh, you fucking moron.
Oh, okay. So you think that somebody
You're calling someone unintelligent, but you're a jobless fucking loser who sits in his fucking parents' basement. Look at you, bro. You're sad. You're sad.
I have a sad violin for you. I have a sad
bro,
violin
look
for
at you. You look like a fucking nerd version of young Sheldon. You haven't touched a girl since fucking you kissed your fucking grandma. You've never touched a girl.
You just called my grandma a girl. Listen, if you're gonna like try to make like some roasts and shit, at least make them make sense. So like girls are typically like classified as minors. My grandma's like,
oh my gosh, this is the liberal right here.
All right.
Woman,
yeah. Liberals right, and liberals are right and conservatives are wrong. I mean, I don't. And then also,
everything.
And then what was the other insult?
You're just a fucking loser.
A loser.
100%. You're easily one of the biggest losers I've ever met. 100%. I've met a lot of people.
I have a question.
Maybe number 2.
I have a question.
You're in the top 3.
Okay.
It's insane. This is sad.
Given that I'm one of the biggest losers that you've ever met in your life.
Yeah, 100%.
How does it feel to get publicly embarrassed as a dumbass in front of over 10,000 people live by the biggest loser that you've ever met in your life?
Yeah, you just think that because you're just your ego is just so big, but like you genuinely have there's nothing that warrants that.
Yeah.
Like some people have like egos and they're like,
could I give you the warrant? I'll warrant
it
right now. Are you ready for me to warrant the claim, Henry? I'll start right now, and you're gonna interrupt.
Okay.
Me. So the warrant to my claim that I've cooked you up on every single thing that we've discussed so far is as follows. The first time I cooked you is when you told me that you don't think that Donald Trump is an authoritarian. Then I brought up his executive order that explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment and circumvented Congress. And then I explained how that would be authoritarian. And then you said, I mean, yeah, but conceding to my first point that he's an authoritarian. There was my first cook. Now let's go on to the second cook, Little Henry. The second cook was then when you pivoted to undocumented immigration and you told me that you support mass deportation. So then I went on to bring up the fact that why do you support mass deportation? You said it's because undocumented immigrants commit crimes. And then I brought up the fact that there'd be a higher total amount of crime in America if we did a mass deportation because of the destabilizing economic effects that would increase poverty. I cooked you there because I never heard a word back from you on that argument. Instead,
you're twisting arguments.
I'm just repeating history. And I cooked you there because I never heard a word back from you on that argument. You just went on to talk about Abrigo Garcia and how you think I support him, and therefore I support like rapists and wife beaters. I brought up the fact that I don't support him as a person, but I support his access and protections under a constitution that he has a claim to because of the Constitution. And I brought up the fact that all 9 SCOTUS judges agree with me and disagree with you. Cooked you there because I didn't get a response. And then you brought up how you think that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes. I brought up the fact that statistically speaking they aren't, and I even gave you my source. And I really cooked you there because even after I gave you my source, PNAS, you asked me for a source. Fucking Little Henry down here didn't even hear me give it to him 2 times before he asked. And then you called it fake. And then I was like, okay, what's your reason to believe that? You don't have any because you haven't even looked at the source. So you really got cooked on that point. And then you got cooked on the other point that I support grapists because you are literally the one that supports a grapist in the Oval Office running the country. Meanwhile, I actually support either imprisoning or deporting undocumented immigrants that are rapists. So there is a warrant to how I have cooked you on every single point that either I've brought up or you've brought up that relates to American politics.
I mean, it's kind of hard to fight back against you when you just like you let me get out 2 words and then you just mute me. I can't even finish an argument. Anyone with 2 brain cells knows. I mean, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Look at him, guys. Look at him, please. Tell me this is normal. This is not normal. It's hard to get a fucking argument out when you just mute me every 2 seconds. I mean, you're gonna respond to that?
Well, I mean, you said 2 things. You said that I
okay, let me make
interrupt
an
you
argument then. Mute
every-
yourself again. Let me make an argument. Let me make an argument. A real political argument.
Oh, that one was great. Anyway, I'm going to cook you here too. So you told me that I mute you every
You
2 seconds?
muted me again. I didn't even talk. This guy's a joke.
I muted you
How
because
about we
you
have a
weren't talking
conversation?
about
You
it.
don't mute me and I don't talk. And you don't talk over me.
Okay, great. So I'm going to cook you again on this real quick. You told me that I've muted you every 2 seconds and I interrupt you every 2 words. I then counted your words on my fingers and showed that was false. And then I counted the seconds on my fingers and showed that that was false. And then the ironic attribute of this came into the fact when I then started speaking once you were done and you interrupted me 2 words in. It's funny. It's a projection, but go ahead.
Okay. Dean, I support getting criminals out of our country. I know it's hard to believe, but when people cross the border illegally, that is a crime. When you commit a crime, that makes you a criminal. Which probably means you probably don't know that because you probably commit crimes all the time.
Okay. So if you support getting criminals out of the country, why do you support a criminal running the country?
Expand. Give me an argument.
Donald Trump has been found guilty
name
of
a crime.
34 felonies.
Name a crime.
Oh, for sure.
He's a businessman. Do you know how easy it is? Are you going to talk about? Are you talking about businessman about his business ethics?
I'm talking about his 34 felony convictions for 34 crimes. That's
Okay,
a crime.
give me a crime.
I don't know if this is
let's
hard.
address them.
I don't know if this is hard for you
It's
to understand, Henry. Yeah, but guess what? When you break the law, you commit a crime. Yeah. When you falsify business records, you commit a crime. I don't know if this is hard for you to understand. Listen, it shouldn't be this hard for you to understand, but he is a criminal.
Yeah, but they're all like half of them are fucking bullshit. I mean, like literally fucking bullshit.
Would you say that they're bullshit?
He's a
because
businessman.
Would you say that they're bullshit because they're victimless?
I would not say they're
So
bullshit.
then why would you
because
say that
they're
they're
victimless.
bullshit?
They're just fucking bullshit.
Okay, why?
Because the world is literally out to get Donald Trump. I mean, there's no other way to put it. He's literally tried to be assassinated.
So the world made him commit those felonies?
I don't know if you're allowed to say that on TikTok. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so then why is it BS? Because he actually did commit the crime.
Bro, yeah, but the world's out to get him, and
Okay.
it's bro. He
Okay,
was found civilly liable.
No,
for
we're not even
barely any evidence.
We're not even talking about the civil court. We can talk about that later. I just want to talk about the fact that you said we should get criminals out of the country, but then you support a literal criminal as POTUS. Explain that.
Bro, he's not a criminal.
Oh, wait. So if you could be found guilty of a felony without becoming a criminal, how come you think undocumented immigrants can be accused of a misdemeanor and become a criminal?
That is a literal crime.
Oh, okay. So misdemeanors are literal crimes? Guess what, buddy? So are felonies. I don't know what to tell you.
First of all, half the legal processes for his conviction, he's appealing them, and they're still going on.
Actually, no.
In many of his cases.
There's no more appeals for the 34 felonies. He's not appealing them.
Like what? Like I don't think fucking like. I don't think any of the hush money shit is a crime. Like,
oh well, yeah, he was found guilty of 34, so it is.
Like it's just, bro. Your hush money shit is so bullshit. Like you guys twist everything.
So why is it bullshit?
Because, bro, like oh my god, dude. Like I can't even debate you.
Oh my god, dude, I can't even debate you. Just say that you don't have an argument, kid.
Kid, you're calling me kid, bro. Yeah. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you.
Dude, you've talked about my looks quite a bit. Got something to tell us?
Well, not just physically, like emotionally too.
You want to have it emotionally?
Yeah, you're like fucked up.
I'm fucked up.
You've had like I don't know what's happened to you, bro, but
I
you're
think
like messed up.
the only messed up thing here is your ego after getting fucking destroyed by me.
You have the biggest
Intellectually
ego I've
speaking.
ever seen. The most unwarranted ego I've ever seen.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Cute.
have a bigger ego than Donald Trump.
Wow. That's a
How's that for you?
well. It's a nice deflection for me. Because remember, this is
Oh
all.
yes, I am. I am Team
Remember,
Conrad. Whoever asked that in the chat.
remember, this is.
Whoever asked that in the chat, I'm Team Conrad.
Remember, this is
Whoever
all
asked me that in the
deflection away
chat.
from the fact you said we need to get criminals out of the country. A criminal, somebody that's found guilty.
Wait,
of a
can I
crime,
respond to a
Donald Trump's
comment
been-
someone in your chat said?
Oh, sorry. If you want to talk to the chat, I can send you back down there.
Oh, good one. Bro, honestly, I don't care. You can talk. You can send me back down. I don't really care.
I bet you want me to kick you because I'm fucking cooking you right now. You don't want to take it anymore, but your ego's too big to leave. I get it.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact.
You have the biggest ego.
Yeah, no, I'll be clear. I'm talking about the fact that you told me that you support Trump because we need to get criminals out of the country. And you're like, Dean, I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand. A criminal, somebody that's found guilty of a crime. That was like, hypocrite. Donald Trump's been found guilty of 34 crimes. Okay, I got my multi-guest access taken away. Worth. I don't care. We're on the backup account for the day and the day only. So, and we're actually at 4 hours as well. Yeah, F you, Henry. You got cooked up. You got cooked up, my friend. You got absolutely cooked up. Hell yes. Let's go ahead and appeal that ban. There we go. That means that he got his account taken away too. Yo, real quick. JCL, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying compliments to the chef for the excellent roast. Honestly, every so often when we have guests like Henry, dude, he was like a total POS. He came up here being very microaggressive against Kamala Harris, intentionally mispronouncing her name. Like fucking like obviously microaggressive. And then he just went into being like the biggest, like egotistical, like small brain, I'm smarter than you shit ever. It's fun to cook him up. Annie, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Asking Henry to expand. Annie, unfortunately, he never expanded. Instead, he got banned. Yo, Darlene, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Adriana with a 2. Caitlin with a 5, saying, fuck you, Henry. Melissa with a $10. Appreciate you for the love, saying that Henry's a hater. So real. Gabby with a 1. Sam with a 10. Kinsey with a 5. Jeanette with a 1. Kelly with the 10. And Angie with a 10. Then Alexa with a $10, with a $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate every single one of y'all so much for the love. Taylor with a $20 over on PayPal, saying that this is for Dean's bail money since he commits crimes all the time. Yeah, I don't even know where that one came from. Yo, Andrew with the $11.37, saying poor Henry gets muted because he can't help but interrupt every time Dean opens his mouth. Yeah, honestly, at this point, it's just like, I don't even think. I just mute them if they're interrupting me. Taylor, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love. Then Julie with the 10. Thank you so much for the love. Dylan with a 10 and Erica with a 10. You guys are all awesome. You guys are so cool. Fuck. Unfortunately, we could have had Parker up here. Chad. I just saw a text from him 10 minutes ago asking to come up. Duchess of Doobies, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, "Collar's salty, you make..." Probably. Thank you for the $20. That's very kind of you. All right, everybody. We're actually going to go ahead and do an over-under real quick. Let's do an over-under. So we got our live access taken away for 3 days. We currently have submitted the appeal. Over-under. Do you guys think it's going to get approved or denied? Let's go ahead and put approved in the chat if you think it'll get approved. Put denied in the chat if you think it'll be denied. I'll even start a poll over on YouTube. Approved or denied? Approved. Denied. If you want to know where my money's on, I think my money's on denied. I'll be honest. Let me see where it's on over on YouTube. I sent that poll up. Okay. Over on TikTok, I see a lot of approved. Let's see if I could get a little bit more of an official poll up and running here. Yeah, gift and poll. Here we go, everybody. Quick poll. Okay. Here we go. Quick poll. Put a smiley face if you think the appeal will be approved. Put a sad face if you think the appeal will be denied. Okay. Right now on YouTube, Annie, thank you for the $10. I'm not so sure what the flag was. I didn't take a good look. Annie with the $10. YouTube. So 63% of the people on YouTube think it's going to be approved. Around the same split on TikTok think it's going to be approved. So most of y'all are leaning approved. I'm still slightly leaning denied. But I've been proven wrong before. I've been proven wrong. I've been proven wrong many times before. It is actually not unheard of for us to get approved appeals, even in circumstances where they very obviously should be denied. So right now I submitted the appeal 3 minutes ago. Typically they go through within the first 5 minutes. So we should all know who is right and who is wrong here very, very shortly. I'm going to refresh again. Still submitted. We should likely know in the next 60 to 90 seconds. Okay, the poll is over on YouTube. Around 60% of respondents think it'll be approved. 40% of respondents think it'll be denied. The split is pretty similar on YouTube. 65% of respondents think that it will be approved. Meanwhile, 35% of respondents think it'll be denied. TJ, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. It's very kind of you, TJ. Thank you. You said YouTube twice? Whoops. In the meantime, feel free to drop a question in that chat. Ask a question. We'll do a Q&A. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at multitasking. Chat, honestly, if you want to know one thing that I'm really bad at, it's at multitasking. I cannot multitask. At all. At all. I'm so bad at it. Somebody in the chat asked, Dean, how are you doing today? You know, I'm actually doing really good. I had a great day, and I'll tell you why. I woke up early at like 8 a.m. I usually sleep in, because think about it. I have no reason to wake up. I do these streams at like noon, 1. But today I woke up at 8 a.m. I went to the gym. I hit an awesome arm day. Fantastic arm day. Came home, made some breakfast. They were great. The breakfast was so good. Took care of some business, hopped on some calls, started the live stream. I'm feeling good. I'll tell you, I'm feeling good. I'm back in the groove of going to the gym every day, and I'm finally past that first week or so where after your workout, you feel like death. You know, if there's anybody in the chat that lives, you know what I'm talking about. That first week where the soreness is unbearable and it's just like literally physically painful, like really physically painful. I'm past that hump now. Today was the first day I got past that hump again. So I'm feeling good. Overall good day. Somebody in the chat's asking for the arm workout routine. Well, I mean, I've been going lighter so I don't make myself feel like death, especially because I'm just getting back into things. But I try to do for biceps, isolated curls. I'll typically do them on a bench, like kind of like I'm sitting in this chair right now, doing this movement with my arm. I just do that with weight in it, so it's isolated, so it hits the inside of the bicep. Then for the outside of the bicep, I use a cable machine. And then for tri, I just use a cable machine for the 2 parts of the tri. Pretty simple. All just super isolated. Okay. Lisa, thank you for the $5 over on Vimeo. Thank you so much for the love. It's very kind of you. Okay, everybody. Let's see. Let's check the appeal. Okay, still has not been approved or denied. It's taken its time. Unfortunately, because it hasn't been approved or denied in the first 7 minutes, it will probably take an hour. Sometimes it does that. So I am going to go ahead and end the stream for the day. I'm sorry, everybody. Unfortunately, we got to end. We should be back on the main account tomorrow. Deep Fried, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying 2 questions. Would you consider making educational content? And do you have any takes on how we can improve the foster system? Keep up the good work. For making educational content, yes. I love that, and I want to do it more. I think I'm going to do long-form YouTube videos. Jake, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then for how we could improve the foster system, I'm not educated enough in order to give you nuanced takes. I just think it needs to be improved very badly. Very fucking badly. I wish I could tell you what that looks like. I just don't know enough to give you specific answers. Whenever I share or say something on live, I always make sure that it is fact-based all the time. Yo, Lisa, thank you for the $5 saying stay and go on with Parker. I'm actually at over 4 hours, so I'd be getting off now anyways. Worked out, actually. I just texted Parker and I asked him if he's going to go live soon. Because if he is, then I will send you all on a raid over to him. Parker just said, yeah, I'll do that. Bet I got you with a raid RN. Let me know when you're live. Okay. Parker is going live right now. So I'll hit y'all all with a raid over to Parker. Oh, yo, Sid. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Whoa, Sid. Sid said, hey, just heard from the Discord that you're a legend at tic-tac-toe. First time watching, by the way. Sid. Thank you for the $50. For that, I appreciate you. For that, I appreciate you, Sid. Now, for everybody else, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I'm going to send y'all all on a raid over to Parker's. But before we send you on the raid, let's read something from the Discord. They say, don't make those implications, please. I know that wasn't your intention, but as a queer person who is closeted to the world in real life, besides 2 members of my family, but implying that somebody is closeted as a joke is extremely harmful. Being closeted for my own protection is one of the most difficult and depressing things I've ever had to go through, and being treated as a joke, even if it was unintentional, is extremely bad taste. I honestly really hurt that that comment came from somebody that claims to be a strong ally. All I ask is that you keep that in mind. I'm going to assume that you were referencing when he continued to talk about my looks, and then I asked him if he had something to tell us. Okay. That wasn't even supposed to be a joke about him being a closeted gay man. But nonetheless, I see how it can make that implication. And I appreciate you so much for sending that message to me. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Now, go ahead and head over to at Parker Get a Job on TikTok and at Parker Get a Job on YouTube to watch some debates for the rest of the evening. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Y'all have a good rest of your night. Bye, y'all.